Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 52 Elemental Stone Absorption. Irritated and somewhat amused, Felix chuckled at the sight of his cousins lying on the floor with a deadpan expression. He clapped his hands twice to bring their attention to him. Yet, the only thing that moved was their gray dead eyes, as they stared at him with a hint of blame and despise. Felix didn't take their looks seriously and just dragged them by their legs or hands in the direction of the lounge, since they were lying on the pathway, blocking others from accessing the gates. He kept going back and forth, and each time he dragged two with him, the spectators neither laughed nor mocked them, as they understood that the girl's reaction was thoroughly justifiable after knowing the name of the movie they came out from. They only nodded their head to pay respect for Felix's willing sacrifice, and gave a look of condolence towards the fallen ladies. In the resting lounge, Felix was talking to Olivia, who recovered the quickest from the mental blow. "How did you find the worst movie in the history of mankind?" he asked with a chuckle. "You know I don't like saying bad stuff on other people's works." She frowned her eyebrows and said sternly, "No matter how horrible their creation is, in my eyes, they still put a lot of effort into making it, so don't expect me to answer you, since my only response will always be, not bad, as expected from your bubbly personality." He smiled gently and patted her head. "No wonder you were born with a plant element, one of the kindest and supportive elements in the universe." Olivia pouted and slapped his hand away from her head since he started to treat her like a child again. "Stop complimenting me. I won't take your side no matter what." She crossed her arms and humphed. "After all, you knowingly sent them off to get brain-damaged, when you could have informed them about the movie details. How is this my fault? I clearly told them to pick another one, but they refused," he added out loud so the girls would hear him as well. "Moreover, Sarah said she didn't care about the quality of the movie, and all of you agreed with her before." He smiled innocently. "So I simply respected your choice." Olivia, who was never good at arguing, could only accept his excuse with a nod, while cursing him in her mind. "Shameless Felix. You can just say you wanted to prank us like always." After seeing that she gave up on bickering, he changed the subject by informing his cousins to recover their mentality for the next hour until Sarah exit the movie. Boom. Absent-minded, they gave an inaudible tone as a response, while focusing on deleting any memory of that filth from their minds. 1 hour later, Sarah got kicked out of the movie as well. But, compared to others who felt their soul got devoured inside, she just skipped towards them with a happy expression. "That movie was too good. How I wish I had Prince Charming saving me like that in real life." Her eyes sparkled with worship, as she folded her hands like a fangirl. The people around her who had an auto-translation program activated in their bracelet understood her, but couldn't process what she just said properly. Their bodies froze, as they kept checking the gate she came out of, trying their best to believe that it was just a fantasy. However, Sarah's scolding voice made them realize that she was not joking at all. "Why did you guys leave the movie? Felix paid for the tickets, and it is really not polite to waste his money like this." The moment she finished speaking, the entire area descended into a deafening silence. Felix did not wait for others to break out of their daze. As he sneaked away from the area, to not associate himself with Sarah, he wanted nothing to do with the upcoming public humiliation. "Miss, I believe the one who paid won't mind trading those few coins over the safety of your friend's mental health." "Indeed, no one is abnormal as you, miss, to like that abomination. Stop trying to harm your friends. It is not cool. Leave, we don't want your kind near our children." The entire crowd instantly turned against her after knowing that she was part of that creepy fandom who loved to recommend those types of movies to naive people. Yet, Sarah just looked at them with a finger pressed on her lips and titled head. Her confused expression clearly showcased that she had zero clue what the hell they were saying. A bonus of not learning the common language. Felix did not wait for things to get ugly and ordered in his mind for the queen to log them out. Felix was the first to wake up. Meanwhile, the ladies still had their eyes closed shut. Without delaying for even a second, he bolted outside of the room, barefoot and still in his pajamas. He knew that escape was a must if he wanted to avoid the upcoming headache of dealing with his cousins after this failed outing. Inside the cafeteria, Felix was eating his lunch while thinking of the movies he was planning to invest in. One of them was the upcoming Human Melodies movie, which probably was already in production for over 2 months now, and would be officially released 3 months after. A quite long period considering that making movies in the UVR was as easy as making YouTube clips, since creating the environment and filming to finally editing could easily be handled by the AIs. This left humans with only acting and directing. The average duration of making films was 1 month to a maximum of 2 months. So, this long period reflected just how serious the Oblivion film studio took this project. Felix currently owned 24 million SC, 10 million planned for betting, and 14 million was the leftover of his shopping spree. So what he planned to do now was to actually bet everything on the upcoming game, leaving only a couple of 100,000 as an emergency. Then use the coins that he earned from the gamble to invest in this movie. The only issue that was bothering him was the small period window that he had to invest in. He recalled that the game date was set on 2 months from now. Meanwhile, the movie release was 3 months. This meant he only had the last month before the movie release to invest in. At that point, the production would have already wrapped up or was about to. In other words, his investment opportunities were lowered to the bare minimum, but he still had a way to wiggle himself in. He remembered that the movie had struggled to raise funds from investors, as its filming concept was labeled as unprofitable and niche for the market. He cursed them while chewing. "Fucking morons. You just wasted at least 1 billion free coins." He smirked. "But don't mind me. I will just slip in and take it gladly. I will then use." He suddenly got interrupted by a familiar sweet voice in his mind. "Felix, I finished everything in your memories." Asnes stretched like a lazy cat, and requested with a beautiful smile, "Can you refill them with some new additions? Please focus on drama." "Thank you, sweetie. In your fucking dreams. I would rather die than watch another movie or series for you." Furious, veins throbbed on Felix's neck at her casual way of asking him. Like his reminder earlier of experimenting on the stones. Meant jack shit to her. "Come on, little Felix. Just one please and I will stop. I promise. I just need one more for the road." She begged wretchedly with her hands clawed on the bedsheets. If anyone saw her do so with that sunken face and dark bags under her eyes, they would definitely assume that she was in withdrawal. "Stop fucking talking like a drug addict. You are not getting anything else. It's time for you to work, that lazy bum of yours." He suddenly stood up, not even finishing half of his lunch, and said, "I am going to buy the poison stone now and start the experiment to give you something to do." Asna began to flay her arms and legs wildly in a tantrum while crying sorrowfully. "I don't want to work. Can't I just watch movies for those 2 months before you awaken?" She sulked with puppy eyes and said, "I promise you then. I won't mention them anymore." "Too bad." Felix couldn't see her cute expression. He simply kept walking towards his room with a hardened face. This time he was not going to budge on his decision. After all, he gave her plenty of time to have fun and play around, while he planned everything for their future. But now it was time for her to assist him without complaining. This was their deal in the first place, for her to assist him wholeheartedly. But so far, she did nothing but laze around. He couldn't tolerate this anymore. "Today you will help me experiment, and it's a final decision." Depressed at the idea of work, Asna buried her head in the pillow and screamed out loud, while kicking legs on the bedsheet. "Stingy little bastard. I curse you to die a virgin." She threw the most menacing curse she could think of at him after realizing that there was no way out. Yay. Whatever. Keep swearing, nothing will change." Unbothered, Felix peeked inside his room, worried that his cousins were still inside. However, after a few glances, he saw that the coast was clear. He sighed in relief and closed the door behind him. A few minutes later, he turned on his laptop and went straight for the merit shop to buy a poison stone. Shortly after clicking on purchase, a notification popped out in the corner of his laptop's screen. "Your purchase has been successful. In 5 minutes a servant shall deliver the item to your room." 5 minutes later, A light knock resounded in the room. Felix bolted towards the door, opened it, took the box from the servant who was about to say something, and closed the door on his face while yelling his thanks. The servant could only scratch his cheek at this sight and leave. More deliveries were waiting for him anyway. Meanwhile, Felix sat on his bed while holding a small black box. He crossed his fingers and opened it up gently. A grin crept on his lips as took a small green pebble that had the size of a peanut outside of the box. Without further ado, he requested Asna to try and absorb the poisonous energy of the stone. Asna replied with a gloomy humph, but still did as he asked and started absorbing the energy while yawning with a hand covering her mouth. The process didn't even take a part of a second before the stone shattered into small pieces. Delighted and elated, Felix's eyes couldn't help but brighten up at this sight. How is it? Did you succeed? And if you did, why don't I feel anything different? Did you absorb all the energy, leaving nothing to me, or what? Asna got annoyed by his barrage of inquiries and replied with a disdainful sneer. Stop asking stupid questions. You moron. Do you honestly think that I, Asna, origin of laws, can't even absorb this trashy energy? She raised her voice. And how dare you insult me by providing me with this pathetic amount and saying that I took it all? It was not enough to even fill a single body. Poor Felix laughed sheepishly, as he realized that he acted a little bit too excited, since he also knew that the energy content of a low-grade stone was quite a trash to even humans. Don't even mention Asna. Alright. This was merely to test if we could absorb energy without a beast bloodline, and not enhance my poison affinity. He smiled and dusted his hands from the small pieces of the stone. Oh, now that you mention poison affinity, I have some bad news to deliver. She covered her mouth to hide that wicked smile behind and explained. My previous estimate on the period needed for enhancement to reach a 100 affinity rating was quite off by a mile, since I used my own race elemental trashy resources to calculate, not your human race elemental stones. Felix's heart sank to the depth of the abyss, as he knew that whatever was about to come was not going to please him at all. Now that I absorbed this she stone, I can claim with certainty that to reach 100 rating from 59 it will take 10 years of absorbing this low-grade energy. Congratulations, sweetie, over this great news. Asna never knew that revenge could be served so fast. Felix's eyes almost rolled back in his head as he leaned on the wall for support. This can't be happening. 10 years, to just finish 41, then how long it will take to finish other promised elements that I don't even possess. Asna rubbed more salt on his wounds mercilessly. 30 years or more. Felix clutched his heart in pain as he realized he would need to only use high-quality elemental stones and treasures, things that were either too expensive or simply couldn't be bought by his trashy reputation. My beautiful future has just got bleaker, he cried out in despair with his knees on the ground while staring at the ceiling of his room. He truly began to regret even doing this experiment. They were not lying when they said that ignorance was a bless. Chapter 53 Shapeshifter Penis. The bottomless pit of his bloodline path was getting deeper and deeper, and if he didn't keep up with it, he would be buried sooner or later. Frustrated, Felix massaged his temples over this sudden headache that threw all his plans down the drain. He assumed before that if bought those low-grade stones with merit points, he could save up his coins as well as enhance his rating until it reached the peak in about 6 months or so. But now everything went to smoke, as he needed a large number of coins if he wanted to obtain higher grade stones. Although he had solid channels to buy at least medium and high grade stones, they would still cost him a leg to obtain them in large numbers, since there was always a high demand for them, especially uncommon elements such as poison. Now that he prepared a bloodline for his awakening, he shouldn't be bothered about it for a while. But elemental stones were a must-have resource for everyone due to its versatile effects and benefits it provided, such as recovering lost energy after releasing abilities, not to mention its uses as a basic material for creating most substances and potions. Of course, those potions and substances only utilized high-grade stones or above. As for mid and below, those were used only by low-level bloodliners. This meant that the demand for those stones could never outweigh the supply, and for Felix to secure a stable channel of getting them at first hand, he needed authority and massive capital to support it. The only way to obtain at least one of those was for the investment plan to be carried out no matter what, and also put substantial emphasis on it. Otherwise, he would always keep slaving himself to secure coins for stones. And this was going to definitely delay his bloodline path immensely. A few minutes later, Felix stopped moping over the matter and went to pour himself a glass of water from the kitchen. After drinking the glass of water, he sprinkled some drops on his face and slapped his cheeks lightly. Come on, Felix. This is but a minor setback. Don't let it and that which affect your mentality. Refreshed, he wiped his face and asked Asna, if I brought you middle and high-grade stones, will you be able to calculate the duration needed to reach 100 rating no matter what stone or treasure you bring? As long as they have elements, I can calculate everything about them, whether the duration or the amount needed. She smiled smugly. All right, let's get it over with now. I don't want any more surprises emerging. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes. Queen, log me in, please. 16 minutes later, inside a small-sized shop called Fuzzy Stones, Felix sat on a chair, holding a mug of coffee with one hand while talking to a handsome man with a pupilless whitish third eye in the middle of his forehead. Sir Felix, it's not that I don't want to sell you. It's just that the amount you were asking for is way too low. The young man shook his head and explained. Our shop does not make those kinds of deals. We only sell 100 medium stones or above. Nothing less. Come on. I just want to take one medium and high stones home to sample them. If I liked your products, you can expect me to be a loyal customer. With a straight face, Felix asked shamelessly for 2 stones like a beggar. Speechless at Felix's repeated request, the young man facebombed. Sir, we are not selling wedding cakes here for you to sample. We sell stones that are made naturally under extreme conditions. He joked. So how the hell are you going to sample them when everyone is selling the same type of stones? Undiscouraged by his third refusal, Felix got up from his seat and put his arm around the young man's shoulder. He leaned closer and whispered in his ears, Come on, brother JD. If you did me this favor, I will tell you where to find the shapeshifter penis. He smiled. I know someone who is selling it currently, but I don't guarantee it will remain there forever. So you need to rush. Too bad. His attempt to entice JD backfired, as his hand that was on JD's shoulder was twisted in a different direction. Crack! The sound of bones snapping resonated in the small shop. Before Felix could even yelp at the sudden agony, he got lifted by his collar like a sandbag. How the hell do you know that I have problems down there? JD tightened his grip on Felix's collar and threatened. No one knows this information, so you better speak, little bastard, before I torture you in my basement. Although Felix's legs and broken arm dangled in the air, his expression on the other hand was indifferent as ever. He simply eyed the livid JD and bullshitted his way through like always. I didn't know that you had problems down there. I only told you this piece of information since you are a man, and I know that no matter if a man is healthy or sick, they will desire the shapeshifter penis. A bit embarrassed, JD changed back to his polite businessman's expression as he put Felix down and fixed his wrinkled collar for him. After he returned Felix to his original state, he rubbed his hands together and coughed. Brother Felix, don't mind me just now, as I always get affected emotionally whenever something related to my manhood is mentioned. No need to say more, brother JD. The less I know about your personal life, the better our business relationship will be. Felix returned to his seat and asked the queen to heal his arm. It might cost him a quite some, but it was worth it in his eyes. After all, the information he relied on to entice JD was going to get him not just his request, but an extra worthwhile trade. That was his real target. He understood clearly that JD was desperate to treat his erectile dysfunction by any means possible, and the shapeshifter penis Felix saw before in Luby's shop was one of the best known ways to bypass the condition entirely. He would be a fool to not take advantage of JD's scandal in his previous life to his advantage. Now what I want to know is, he took a sip from his coffee mug and smiled. What are you willing to trade for this piece of information? I can accept your request while also adding a 10% discount to 1,000 medium and high stones you buy from my shop. JD didn't waste even a second before giving him the best offer possible to Felix. He could have negotiated for better, but he was in a rush to get the information from Felix, simply because he spent decades trying to locate a potion, substance, medicine, or anything to treat his condition, but to no avail. He was left with only making a plea for the shops to contact him the moment one of those items appeared in their stock. I hope you are satisfied with my price. Satisfied and content. Felix nodded with a smile. It is enough, brother JD. And no need for a contract between this friendship deal. I will gladly make the first move and tell you that what you seek is at Luby Bloodline Shop. He gave a half shrug and added, I have no idea how that bastard obtained it, but I saw it there the last time I went to buy something. Joyful. JD laughed and extended his hand for a handshake. You truly deserve my friendship with your quick thinking. Since we are not doing contract, let's shake hands on it like gentlemen. Just what I prefer, brother JD. Felix shook his hand with a chuckle as well. JD transferred the serial number of the stones to Felix without hesitation and offered, I can take care of the shipping as well if you want. No need, I want to use the Wormhole Express. He explained. But before doing so, I want to add as many items as possible, so I can deliver them all at the same time to lower the costs. Good thinking, brother Felix. He curled his lips in disgust and said, It is always better to ship as much as possible using those blood-sucking worms express. Indeed. Felix put the mug on the table and stood up, planning to leave. He had no reason to remain any more and delay JD from running his errand. He clearly saw a hint of rush in JD's eyes, but he didn't say anything to not appear disrespectful, so Felix decided not to extend his welcome and bounce. Every favorable action could earn him extra brownies with JD. He knew that this man was one of the few individuals he had to hug their thighs if he wanted a stable platform to get his stones from. All right, I will see myself out. He bowed his head slightly and said, Goodbye, brother JD, until we meet again. Goodbye. And my shop will always be open to you. JD said out loud while waving his hand towards Felix retreating back. The moment Felix closed the door, JD's eyebrows instantly frowned as he tapped on his bracelet, trying to call on Luby. A few seconds later, Luby's voice resounded in the shop. To what do I owe the pleasure? Livid at hearing his nonchalant tone, JD smashed the table into two, like it was made out of moldy wood. Didn't I tell you to inform me the moment you obtain the shapeshifter penis? He roared out loud, almost causing internal bleeding in Luby's ears. So why the hell am I hearing about it from a stranger? He lowered his volume and threatened, Explain yourself, or you can forget about me recommending your shop to my VIP clients anymore. Sir, JD, it's not that I forgot to tell you, but that another VIP told me to reserve it for him. His voice cracked from fear of losing his VIP clients. He offered triple its price, so I can only sell it to him to not offend him. I don't give a shit if he paid triple. I can pay quadruple. And if you are still indecisive, you can create a small auction between us to bid for it fair and square. He comforted. I doubt that VIP will take it on you for it. Alright, that works for me just fine, Luby replied eagerly over the large pie that just fell in his lap. He knew that by informing JD himself, he could have got the same result. However, he still didn't, as he had signed a contract with @VIP forbidding him from mentioning any details about the shapeshifter penis to anyone. But now that JD found out about it from another source unrelated to him, he was more than glad. Heck, he wished he knew the name of that stranger to give him a good kiss on the cheek. Good. Now make it happen ASAP and call me when you are done. He threatened him openly. I tolerate no games or tricks, so you better not bullshit me with that VIP. Otherwise, you would not like the outcome. Luby did not dare to make a fart after hearing his threat, since he understood that JD had ways to find his real address. You got it. Sir, 3 days from now you will hear from me about the date of the auction. JD immediately hanged up after getting the confirmation he wanted. Afterward, he stared at the shop entrance in deep thought. Did he really not know about my secret? Or he found out about it somehow and lied? Whatever it is, this problem of mine will be fixed once and for all. At that point, it won't matter if he lied or not, since there will be no issue in the first place. He glanced at his crotch that was lying dormant and unexpectedly put his hands inside his pants. Soon the dragon shall awaken with multiple shapes and forms. He grinned. Beware, ladies, for I am about to come. JD already began counting his eggs before the chicken even laid them. Hopefully, his dream wouldn't get shattered by the other VIP. After all, he might be just as desperate as him. Chapter 54 Awakening Mock Practice in the Family Headquarters. At the gym, Felix was currently running on the treadmill, wearing tight sportswear and AirPods on his ears. His breath was steady and had only a few sweat drops on his forehead. Running next to him was Olivia, who had the same outfit on. The only difference was that her struggle to finish the run was clearly shown through her heavy breaths. Although a month already passed by, she still wasn't used to running 5 km each day, plus doing other exercises at once. A few minutes later, Felix got off the treadmill and started to stretch on the ground, preparing to do 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups. He felt that 50 for each exercise was just a waste of time for him, as it was not actually helping his body fitness improve at all. So, he doubled the amount on day 3 since the camp started to this point in time. Felix, how do you feel about the pain tolerance that's going to start tomorrow? Olivia stopped the treadmill and sat down next to Felix. Confused, Felix removed the AirPods and asked, "Did you say something, Oli?" Olivia repeated what she said and added with a hint of fear in her eyes, "Also, do you think they will shock us with electricity to build our tolerance or just beat us with sticks? As I saw in videos, what's going on that mind of yours to think like that?" He face-bombed and explained, "Did you forget about the UVR? They can simply use the party feature and take all of us inside. Then buy the awakening package from the Queen AI. What does it do? Are we going to practice awakening exactly like you said, but with more depth?" He pointed at his back, and Olivia understood what he meant. She laid her hands on it and began to push him down the floor, helping him stretch. After a couple of pushes, he thanked her and continued his explanation. To awaken in real life, there are only 2 paths. 1. Succeed and emerge as an awakened, or die in your own agony while slowly watching your flesh dissolve. However, in the case of awakening in the UVR, the pain degree can be controlled, and the process can be cancelled whenever things start to get ugly. So this is how it is going to be, just like a mock exam. She crinkled her eyes and nose and said, "Now my cousins who can't even handle the pain from the practice won't dare to awaken for real." Right, Felix, her happiness was understandable. As before, 70 of her cousins were destined to die based on what Felix said. But now with this mock practice, she believed that no one would continue on treading this path, knowingly that awakening was impossible. After all, it was only common sense to not risk awakening for real when the mock practice wasn't passed successfully. However, Felix sneered at her naive thoughts. "Stop fooling yourself, Oli. At this point, no one is going to back out no matter what happened. They will always think that they are the chosen ones destined to awaken, so they will go for it either officially or hidden, even if they couldn't handle one pain from the practice. Can't I just inform them that to have better chances, they will need more pain relief bottles?" she murmured with her shoulders sloshed. Felix replied calmly while doing his push-ups, "Be my guest. Just don't get your hopes up, since whether you informed them or not, the maximum bottles they can have is still 2. That's only if they were lucky and bought them at the start. So nothing can be done. Then I really don't want to see my sisters die." She chewed on her lips and stared at him with watery eyes. Annoyed by her whining, he stopped doing his push-ups and pointed a finger at her head. "Focus on yourself first. I doubt you will be able to awaken with even 20 duration." He scolded her. "So before putting death flags on others, remove the one on your head first." Olivia immediately held her tongue after realizing that Felix was right. Just because she only had a 20 duration, it didn't mean that the pain degree would be lowered. This meant that she was still standing on a thin line, as her pain tolerance was absolutely horrible. So, she stopped worrying about her sisters and focused on finishing the rest of the exercises. Tomorrow morning at 8, juniors and the upper echelon of the family all gathered on the 35th floor. "Children, you did well the past month. Some excelled at the training, while some performed subpar. But what's important is that all of you took the training seriously and worked hard. So you deserve a round of applause from us elders and your parents." Clap clap. Applause rained down on the embarrassed juniors immediately after Robert finished saying his piece. The juniors could only scratch their cheeks or avoid looking at their parents' proud expression. They honestly felt like the applause was a tad over the top. as the majority of them actually straight up didn't finish 50 of the exercises each day. In their eyes, the applause was exactly like being cheered on for obtaining a participation reward. Regardless, most of them still had a hint of pleasure at this shower of approval. As the moment Felix went to that island and revived his project, they were getting nothing but punishments and disappointed looks. So, participation reward or not, they would gladly take it with open arms. They were that desperate for a win. Abraham, why don't you take it from here? After the applause died down, Robert passed the hot potato of informing them of the next hellish training to Abraham, while sneaking behind the elders with a tired expression. Abraham, who was minding his own business, peacefully turned speechless after seeing Robert's shameless action. Fucking hell. We should have realized that drawing straws to be the informer was a bad decision when this old fart was playing with us. Irked, Abraham stood up with black lines on his forehead and trod towards the podium to cover for Robert. Reining the drawing straw agreement is really a classic move from Brother Robert. I expected nothing less from such a business genius. Albert mused at Robert, who was being served coffee, with a polite smile. You have successfully passed the first fitness training task. But this was just the easiest one of all the upcoming tasks. So don't get too full of yourself. And keep working diligently. He coughed and said at a faster pace. Now that's out of the way. It's time to start the next task, which is the awakening mock practice. Or in other words, the pain tolerance training. To not waste time, we will start right away. He nodded his head at the elders to make a move first. The elders tapped on their bracelet, showing that sentence Felix showed to his cousins before, and stood in front of the 4 lines that were made by the juniors. This task will be carried out inside the UVR, and before you get excited, you should know that you were merely entering the white personal room of the user, not the UVR world itself. So don't get your hopes up. The light that shone in the eyes of the juniors was extinguished as fast as it appeared. Uncaring about their disappointment, Abraham began explaining how the party feature of the AP bracelet worked. His explanation was almost exactly as Felix, quick and straight to the point. The juniors began doing exactly as he said, by memorizing the sentence and lying on the ground after. Begin the process. As soon as they heard Abraham's thunderous declaration, the elders started touching the juniors' foreheads. A couple of minutes later, the last junior closed his eyes and stopped moving just like the rest. Inside the white room of Elder Charlotte, Felix leaned on the wall and yawned in utter boredom at Charlotte's detailed illustration of how the awakening mock practice was going to be. It turned out that Abraham didn't explain the process, as he planned for the elders to do so inside their rooms. All right. I think everyone has some idea of how the integration process is going to be now. She clapped her hands to wake up Felix, who was dozing off, and asked, who wants to go first for a quick demonstration? However, the juniors acted deaf at her question, as each of them avoided eye contact with her. Felix chuckled softly at this sight, as it reminded him of the time he was acting in the classroom after the teacher asked a question. Meanwhile, Charlotte didn't find this sight funny at all, since the last thing she wanted was cowards on the group she was responsible over for the next month. Kids, the pain is going to be set at 5 of the real thing. So if you don't have the guts to practice the awakening, do us all a favor and just back off from now to save us resources and time. Okay, her taunt bore fruits, as the juniors, who were all hesitant to be the first to go, all started raising their hands and voices to be picked after being looked down upon like this. Pleased, Charlotte pointed at one randomly and informed him, prepare your mentality and relax your body. The moment I push the injection needle that is filled with one beast's bloodline in your heart, the process will begin. The junior couldn't help but sweat buckets from his body pores, as his eyes landed on that long needle that was about to penetrate his heart. He wiped his sweaty palms with his sleeves and calmed his heartbeats a bit. Regardless of his fear, he understood clearly that he couldn't back down from this demonstration. After all, if he was terrified of even a needle, there was no need to bother continuing treading on this path, since those needles were going to be needed in each integration. So he could only gulp a mouthful and nod at Charlotte to begin the process. Without further ado, Charlotte pushed the long needle deep in his heart and injected all of its content directly inside. The junior felt a momentary pain from the penetration, almost causing him to yelp out loud. But that was it. The bloodline that was injected in his heart did nothing but spread apart and travel through his bloodstream, reaching every nook and cranny of the body without harming him at all. Just like a peaceful guest coming to visit. Minutes slowly passed. And still, nothing happened. The juniors watched in bewilderment at their cousin, who had his eyebrows frowned in worry and confusion. Just as he wanted to open his mouth to ask the elder what was going on, an ear-piercing shriek escaped from his mouth, scaring the shit out of everyone near him. No one expected such a high-pitched scream to come out of a rough-looking young man like him. Speechless, Felix glanced at his cousin who was wailing with tears and snored in his face, while flaying his limbs around, like a fish captured in a net. If this is how you act when dealing with only 5, are you going to levitate in the air when you take 100? He covered his eyes at this embarrassing sight, not wanting to see any more. If everyone is like him, then we will lose at least 80 of our juniors in the process. Meanwhile, Charlotte's eyes were emitting waves of despair at this sight. She was truly about to lose faith in those juniors if everyone's pain tolerance was the same as him. I hope others perform better. Otherwise, by the time they try to awaken for real, only dead bodies will welcome us. Hopeful, she switched her sight from the junior who passed out due to pain, marking the failure of the process, to the rest, who had horror clouding their faces. They knew that fainting meant instant death, so for their cousin to actually fail awakening from just 5 of the pain, they couldn't help but feel a sudden chill at the thought of awakening for real with 100. It was only now that the true face of awakening was shown to them in all of its glory and obscurity that the World Council was hiding from them. Chapter 55 New Approach to Practice Awakening. Chapter 55 New Approach to Practice Awakening. Drag him to the side and sit down. Charlotte didn't wait for them to break into chatter after that sight. She had no plans to alleviate their worry and fear, as their stay inside her room was limited to 4 hours. Thus she had to make the best of it. We have no time to waste by going one by one, so you will all start at the same time. She saw that her order wasn't taken into consideration, as each junior had their eyes either fixed on their cousin who was twitching from time to time, or at their toes counting how many they have. Irritated, she frowned her eyebrows and decided to at least motivate them. Otherwise, their anxiety would affect their awakening process. We will start with 5 and 10 minutes. And if you fainted during it, it means you are out. She extended her hand widespread, showing 5 fingers and added, but if you manage to stay awake until the duration passed, you will be rewarded with 500 merits. Understood, they replied with a little bit of vigor. But their nervous expression did not change much. After all, no amount of merit could encourage them to look lightly at the integration process. Following the horrifying scene they just regarded, Felix sat down first in a meditation position and waited for Charlotte to make a move. His cousin soon did the same, while looking at the long needles, hovering near their hearts. Gulping noises resounded in the room, each time the piercing tips of those needles gleamed under the light. Suddenly, one of the females couldn't handle the view anymore and fainted with eyes rolled at the back of her head. Thud. The moment the body hit the ground, everyone stared at her speechlessly, not knowing why the hell was she here when she had trypanophobia. Helpless, Charlotte rubbed her eyelids and kicked her outside of the UVR. After all, she was not qualified to awaken if she couldn't even handle the image of a needle, nonetheless penetrating her heart with it. She would probably get a heart attack immediately if that happened. Trypanophobia was not a condition to be taken lightly. Queen AI, carry on please. Charlotte requested politely for the queen to handle the process. As expected from the queen, her ways were always efficient and quick, as she didn't give anyone a chance to overthink before she penetrated their hearts. A few minutes later, a symphony of high-pitched shrieks marked the beginning of the awakening process. Meanwhile, Felix sat composedly with his eyes closed, without moving an inch or letting a single fart. In his eyes, this pain compared to the experiences and hardships he went through in his previous life was merely a joke. No one could understand the tortures he had to face in his path before becoming a third-stage bloodliner. So, he took it like a champ, a clear contrast to the rest who were threshing and twitching around, like fish on land. As always, the only reliable junior in the family is Felix. Charlotte smiled pleasantly at the sight of Felix sitting like a stone statue. She then glanced at the others who either fainted on the floor with foam on their mouths or still wailing like pigs getting slaughtered. This is going to be a long month, she sighed. 10 minutes quickly passed by. But, for those who still did not faint, it felt like 10 years. The moment the last second ticked by, the pain instantly vanished, leaving them feeling empty inside. Like everything was merely a dream. All right, from the 9 of you, 3 has passed successfully, while the others failed miserably. Composed, Charlotte informed them of their results. However, only Felix was actually listening to her fully, as the others just kept staring at the ceiling absent-mindedly. Charlotte, unbothered by their lackluster response, kept on going. For those who passed, they can either choose to repeat the same practice with others who failed, or upgrade the pain percentage and duration. Can I upgrade my practice to reach half the power of the real awakening? Suddenly the cousins who were playing dead were shaken out of their daze forcefully by Felix's bold and insane request. They didn't dare to believe that he had actually asked to upgrade from 5 and 10 minutes to 50 and 15 minutes. Such a large upgrade was simply what a masochist would ask for. On the other hand, Charlotte's eyes gleamed with delight at his request. Her cold, unmoving lips couldn't help but widen a bit. Yet, what came out of her mouth was the total opposite of her creepy expression. Are you sure, Felix? You should know that there is no need for a rush, since you guys still have a whole month to get used to the process, she asked with good intentions. Yes, Elder, I am positive. He suddenly paused and added with a long exhale, I believe that even though the training plan you made for us is good, it will not be enough to handle the awakening 1 month later, he suggested with a polite smile. In my humble opinion, it is much better if we used half the power to practice each day during those 25 days. And during the remaining 5 days, we try to awaken for real with 100. This method was quite deadly, as many juniors wouldn't be able to handle the agony and keep constantly fainting until they either give up on awakening once for all or preserve until the real awakening day. At that point, those who stuck with the constant torture would have higher chances of succeeding for real, since the pain duration would actually get reduced by the potions. I hope you take my opinion into consideration, as this babysitting plan of yours is truly not going to achieve much, but provide us with fake hope that we can awaken. He gave a half shrug and added, but in reality, we will just end up dying in our pool of blood. Felix knew that it was out of his character to go beyond his way and help others. However, Olivia's sorrowful expression on the treadmill popped out in his mind just before he wanted to stop speaking. In the end, he decided to give them that freebie due to her. If the elders considered his advice, they should have at least 40 of juniors succeed. Yet, the best part of his plan wasn't even that, but the fact that the rest who never had chances to awaken in the first place was going to be slapped by the reality that fate had other plans for them than to be part of the awakened race. At that point, giving up was certain, and the moment they do so, the elders were going to retrieve their bloodlines bottles. Since they couldn't waste resources on commoners, well, I have nothing much to lose if I saved the future lives of those morons. They might actually feel like they owe me a favor. Felix mused in his mind after saying his piece. Charlotte's eyes were on the verge of spewing beams of light each time she heard his voice, like angels singing heavenly music in her ears. Felix recoiled a bit at the creepy way she kept looking at him, but soon his tense shoulders eased up as he heard her say, What you said is exactly what I had on my mind, and I even shared this plan to the elders and parents. She scoffed, but the majority refused, as they believed that it was too much for them to handle at the very beginning. So I could only follow their decision and use this childish plan of upgrading the pain slowly. She sighed in dejection. However, that expression didn't even stick for 1 second before it got replaced by a devilish glint that sent cold shivers on everyone's back. But now that you suggested it, and with me supporting it, they will have no choice but to follow our plan, she chuckled and said. Otherwise their face will be slapped after they see you practicing with 50 while their children with 5. Elder Charlotte, we are only thinking about their safety, nothing more. If not, we would have never mentioned it. Felix rubbed his hands and grinned as well. Charlotte laughed sadistically for the first time while staring at the juniors who were shivering on the floor in fear from the voices of this evil do. Hee hee. Dear Felix, I share the same view as you. This is all for them. Too bad no one appreciates our goodwill. Indeed, both of them shared eye contact and licked their lips as they stared at those juniors, like sheep waiting for slaughter. 3 hours later, back in reality, every junior woke up with a pool of sweat underneath them. They rubbed their bloodshot eyes and sighed in relief after finishing today's practice. It was truly a hell on earth. Meanwhile, in front of Charlotte, 8 juniors opened their gray dead eyes with numb expressions, like they just got out of a 3 hours torture. Sadly, that was exactly what happened inside Charlotte's room. After Felix gritted his teeth and took half the power of awakening without letting even a squeal, his cousins underestimated the pain greatly. After all, if Felix didn't even scream, the pain mustn't be that bad, right? Wrong. Their naive thoughts caused them to faint instantly the moment the process began. They didn't even last for 3 seconds before foam came out of their mouths like they were shocked by electricity. What's even worse was the fact that they had to wake up and start all over again. This continued for 3 hours straight until they returned from the UVR with this shape. If it wasn't for few breaks here and there inside the room, their brains might have short circuits. The elders and seniors began to notice the weirdness of Charlotte's group, since the other groups were either sweating or in worse cases trembling. Meanwhile, Charlotte's group appeared like a pack of zombies not responding to anything. Only Felix had a normal expression on his face as he conversed softly with Charlotte and laughing from time to time. What's happened inside is the batch you took that bad to not even handle 5 pain for 10 minutes, or what? Abraham approached them with a confused expression. Oh, not that. Charlotte shook her head and answered casually. I just used the plan I proposed the last time, but got turned down by you softies. That's all. Abraham and the senior's expression instantly turned dark after hearing her reason. What the hell, Elder Charlotte, you have no right to do that to my child. Even if you are an elder, you should still follow the rules of the family and abide by them. Otherwise, you will be removed from your position. A fuming mother pointed her shaky finger at her. Other parents all started shouting out loud in support of the mother's claim. Their fury was understandable, as every one of those 8 juniors kept looking at the ceiling or the ground absent-mindedly while chuckling like retards from time to time. Charlotte didn't bat an eyelid at their tantrum. She just crossed her arms above her chest and said in utter contempt, First of all, I only followed my plan after Felix suggested the same thing to me as well. She smiled in his direction. He, like a true man, just gritted his teeth and didn't let a single yelp after taking 50 of awakening pain for over 15 minutes. She refocused on the parents and asked, So tell me, if he can do that, why can't your wastrels do the same? Is he made of metal or his pain sensors are dead? No, it is simply because he can take hardship while they can't. She insulted their children in front of their faces, not caring about holding back. Felix neither blushed nor flushed. He simply kept blinking at Charlotte with expectation for more compliments. Charlotte chuckled at the sight of his shameless begging for flattery, but she had to disappoint him by continuing to address the parents' fury. I will tell you right now that I will hold no responsibility after your kids die during the awakening, due to your soft approach inside the UVR, where they can't even die. She turned around, planning to return to her room. However, her calm voice kept ringing in the ears of everyone. You can either break them during the awakening mock practice or give them false hope that awakening was achievable by your mild approach. It's up to you, not me. Chapter 56 The assembly fell into mayhem. Chapter 56 The assembly fell into mayhem. The parents weren't able to say anything, as she left them stranded in the middle of the argument like this. Actually, even if she stayed, they didn't have any solid counterargument to add on, especially when Felix whipped out his phone and started playing in a game like he never entered the UVR with their children. In the end, they didn't want to embarrass themselves any further, so they just let it go and stopped mentioning this issue anymore. After all, it wasn't like their kids were dead or anything. Abraham decided to intervene at this point to change the subject, by asking Felix with a hint of disbelief in his tone, Did she say the truth? You managed to handle 50 without issues. It was nothing much. To be honest. He lifted his head from the phone and smiled. I believe that my cousins can handle it as well if they got exposed to that pain. Some of them might only need 3 times while some will need more. But in the end, I trust in their tolerance to help them pass through it successfully. You just need to give them a chance. Am I right, guys? He spread his hands with a sincere smile as he looked at his cousins. In the eyes of the elders and seniors, he really resembled an uncle who had his cousins' well-being set as a priority. However, the juniors only saw the devil in that form, trying to drag them to hell with him. But they could do nothing about it and just get dragged with a smile on their faces. He is right. We want to change the plan as well and start training the same way as he does. He is no better than us. If he could do it, we can achieve it as well. We just need a little bit more time than him, that's all. A short red-haired cousin trembled each time a boastful sentence came out of his stiff lips. In the end, he couldn't handle saying more and passed the ball to his cousins. Right, guys, the rest had no one to save them from this shithole that Felix threw them in. They understood that only by accepting his flattery would they save face for their parents. Thus, the poor lads could only support their cousin with fake bravado. Indeed, 5 was nothing. I didn't even faint, even though I passed out. I firmly believe that I will not faint next time during 50. Honestly, I was planning to ask for a 50 upgrade as well, but I thought it was too high profile. Nonchalant, a young man said with his head lowered, too engrossed in cleaning his glasses with his t-shirt. Fuck, why don't you say that while lifting your head, James? I dare you. Imagine fainting at 5, yet daring to say such bullshit. You really love slapping your parents' faces, don't you, James? Enough insulting him, guys. He passed out over 30 times during the past 4 hours in my group. Sarah whirled her finger at her temple and said, so I believe that really messed up his head. Damn, 30 times in 4 hours. He must have broken some world record with that. Meanwhile, I only fainted 15 times. At least you passed out 15 times. A cousin sighed in dejection. I only fainted 4 times before managing to handle the pain. Me only 3 times. I believe if I had time, I could have reached 9. Noah, the elders, and the parents all turned speechless after hearing them humble brag about the number of times they fainted. They expected them to live up to Felix's challenge and accept the same method he used. But why the hell did it turn into a competition between them over the amount of fainting? Have they finally realized that competing with Felix is meaningless, and it's better to just contend with each other? I think they need another confidence boost. Worried about this messed up sight, Abraham pondered with narrowed eyes at the family's future leaders, laughing and flattering each other's fainting number like morons. Suddenly he saw them lifting the arrogant James and throwing him in the air while chanting his name out loud. What the fuck, rascals? He slapped the podium with his palm and scolded. You still dare to celebrate after your trashy performance? You really are getting bolder by the day. Elder. Someone made an online search and found out that James truly broke the world record of fainting in a short amount. Kenny, who stood silently throughout the entire farce, made his entrance with a polite smile. So they wanted to celebrate this achievement. Midair, James removed his glasses and lowered his head to clean them. Elder, you told us that we need to find something unique that sets us apart from the rest. He smirked arrogantly. Well, I found my talent in this life, and that is being the best at fainting worldwide. Heh, I can already see myself making tours around the world, showcasing everyone my gift. This is my path in my life, and I am glad I found it this early. The juniors couldn't help but put him on the floor and distance themselves from him after hearing his retarded dream. They truly began to believe that he had a screw loose after fainting that many times continuously. Unbothered by the dumbstruck and worried gazes everyone was giving him, James wore his glasses back on and left the floor with that confident smirk still planted on his face. He was truly not bullshitting them. Meanwhile, Felix had absolutely no idea what was happening around him. Since the moment he answered Abraham, he wore his AirPods and focused on playing his league match under the curses of his teammates for going AFK. Furious elders, embarrassed parents, humble bragging juniors, Felix playing on his phone, and finally James, who walked out of the floor arrogantly to pursue his dream. This gathering could not get any weirder. So the elders just excused everyone and ended the assembly early. On this uncanny note, indifferent, Felix threw his broken phone in the garbage bin immediately after entering his room. The toxicity of League's community was truly one of the deadliest poisons in the universe. Without further ado, he went to the bathroom first, planning to take a quick shower, so he could make a phone call to the Wormhole Express after. It turned out, the lady boss already contacted him earlier this morning to inform him about the shipment arrival in her shop. That meant he finally could use the serial codes of the pain relief potions without a problem. He was simply waiting for them, so he could make one delivery that includes everything he bought in the UVR all at once. 10 minutes later, he sat on the couch, wearing only a bathroom robe on. He was obviously impatient to not even dress up first before making the call. Fuck me. I don't remember their phone number. Annoyed, he asked for the all-knowing queen to give it to him. Suddenly, a long list of phone numbers was displayed before him, each for a different race. His eyebrows twitched, as he forgot to mention that he wanted the human branch one. Sorry, can I have the one for humans as you wish, Sir Felix? The queen left only one number on the long list and even highlighted it with green light, so he wouldn't miss it. Felix smiled and thanked her. Although Felix could simply just order her around and she would obey since she was merely a basic version of the real queen, he still felt that it was improper, as she was always nice to him, especially in his lowest during his previous life. So, he always treated her like a real person and only made requests, not orders. Ring ring ring. Clack hello. This is Wormhole Express Human Branch. How can I help you? A warm, enthusiastic female voice resonated in the room. Hello, this is Felix Maxwell, from planet Earth that exists on the borders of the Alexander's kingdom. I called your company to ask for a few items I purchased in the UVR to be delivered. Felix gave a professional straight-to-point response. We are happy to do business with you. Sir, I just need your AP bracelet ID number first to obtain your personal details. She paused and requested, Can I have your permission to do so? Of course. Be my guest. A few moments later, she informed him, Alright, we have your planet coordinates as well as your home address. Do you want us to deliver your items to your current address or you want to change it? Leave it be. I want my stuff to arrive here. He replied, Good. Now that we got that out of the way, I need to ask if you have the serial codes of the purchased products, or they are still in the seller's hands. Without answering, Felix swiped his finger left on the hologram and sent all of his items' serial codes, from potions to stones. Pleased by his cooperation, her voice got a bit warmer. Finally, we need to discuss the delivery method and their prices. If you are not familiar with them, I can explain in detail each one benefits and their required payment. No need. I want to choose the basic 7 days delivery plan. Felix didn't bother hearing her explanation of those VIP methods that he couldn't afford even with his current capital. As you wish, sir. Based on the current number of items you provided us, the delivery price shall be 550. 500 a C. Do you give me permission to deduct it from your bank account? She requested with the tone lacking in the previous warmness. It seemed that she wasn't pleased by his commoner choice. Go ahead. Composed, he gave her his permission. Yet, his hand that was clutching his chest in pain said otherwise. Fucking blood-sucking wormpires. Asking for $500,000 to deliver 30 items or less. His bracelet vibrated slightly, entailing that the payment had been successfully transferred. It was a great pleasure dealing business with you, sir. I hope you have a nice day. Goodbye. She instantly hanged up after getting the money, not waiting a single second to hear his response. Felix wasn't mad even a bit at her disrespectful way of treating him. He understood that every basic customer like him was treated like this by every company, whether in the UVR or the universe. You only get shown respect when you slap them with your massive donger bank account. He stood up from the couch and went to order lunch. Yet his thoughts were on a completely different matter. His mind was trying its best to find a way that could help him avoid his family after he awakens 7 days later. He never planned to wait until the end of the month and do it with his cousins, as the faster he awakened, the earlier he would reach greater purity in his integration, and began his climbing journey on the SG individual ranking ladder. If he went and did so, he must hide thoroughly, since it was quite impolite to awaken without informing the elders and his grandfather after all the care they showed him. The way of hiding himself was what annoyed him the most. He simply couldn't disappear for 23 or 24 days straight. The elders weren't fools to not figure out that he was hiding from them. Fuck it. I will show my best form during those 7 days, and pretend that I was sick after. As long as I don't obtain a high-profile mutations, I should be safe. Felix stopped bothering too much about it and just decided to go with the cheesiest trick in the book. As his thoughts became clear, he remembered his free-loading tenet. Asna, where did you go again? I thought you had nothing to watch. So why didn't I hear anything from you the entire day? A few minutes later, no response came through. He repeatedly called, yet still nothing. This time he wasn't mad at her lackluster response, as he figured out pretty quick that she was probably asleep. His guess was right, as Asna was really sleeping peacefully on a mist-made bed, with dark eyes from mental exhaustion. It was only a natural result after she spent 6 months binge-watching movies and series without a pause. No matter if her body needed sleep or not, the consciousness always needed a break from time to time. Otherwise, she would turn insane. Sleep was truly a gift one should treasure dearly, as some people couldn't even enjoy such a basic human need. Chapter 57. The delivery has arrived. Chapter 57. The delivery has arrived. Eager and quite impatient, Felix roamed around the living room with his hands folded behind his back. He couldn't sit still for even a second, as his items were about to arrive in a couple of seconds. A week had already passed by in the blink of an eye. Felix already stopped going to the awakening mock practice. After successfully enduring 100 for over 20 minutes continuously, his results showcased that he was absolutely ready to awaken for real. Thus, there was no point in torturing himself with the rest. Meanwhile, the same couldn't be said about his cousins, as they weren't able to even endure the basic 50 for 5 minutes before passing out. This constant daily torture forced 10 juniors to quit the training camp and return their bloodlines bottles to the family. The only one who performed only below Felix was Noah, as he managed to endure 50 for 20 minutes. However, the process wasn't smooth or pretty like Felix. In fact, by the end of the duration, he flat out fainted for 12 hours straight. The sight scared the elders out of their wits, as they believed that his brain must have been damaged in some way or form. Thankfully, his cold personality was still the same after he woke up. However, the situation he caused managed to raise some warning flags on the elders' heads. They realized that it was a bit too much for the juniors to get tortured like that every single day without a break. So, they changed the schedule from 7 days of practice to only 4 days. What's going on? Am I really unlucky to get an amateur vampire? Or something happened during the delivery? Irritated and somewhat confused, Felix scratched his cheek and glanced again at his bracelet. It turned out, his delivery was delayed by a whopping 2 hours, which was honestly unacceptable behavior. Felix didn't pay $500,000 to be treated like this. It was one thing to get hanged up on his face by their customer service, but another, to have his delivery messed up like this. You asked for this. Finally, he wasn't able to handle it anymore and decided to rant on their customer service about this shitty way of treating their customers. However, just as he tried to dial their phone number, his finger froze in its place. Took you long enough. Felix's eyes brightened up at the sight of wind rushing from the windows furiously towards the center of his living room. Yet, the weird part was that not a single object or furniture got displaced. It was like the space in the room froze everything inside, even Felix's body. A few seconds later, a small crack emerged midair in the exact spot where the wind was rushing before. Bewildered and speechless, Felix sized up the small crack that was forcefully getting stretched by a fat blue-scaled worm that kept wriggling its body to enter the room. But to no avail. After a few more attempts, it gave up and just remained stuck in the spatial crack with half of its body dangled, almost touching the ground. Hello, is anyone there? The space receptors of the blue worm kept flickering around, trying to sense any life-form presence. Suddenly, it paused its actions after noticing Felix sitting on the couch. Cough. I could use some help, sir. It lifted one receptor and pointed at Felix. I doubt that you want to sleep while looking at a fat worm stuck in your room. Don't you, kind sir? Although its way of asking was polite, Felix was still as unresponsive as ever. He simply kept staring at this human-sized worm with a deadpan expression. Should I take a video of this humiliating failed delivery and blackmail the company? Felix was beyond livid after seeing the unprofessional farce in front of him. He truly felt like he was cheated out of $500,000. However, his rationality retook control and shook his head to remove that stupid idea from his mind. No thank you. I still want my life. It was never a good option to offend the delivery companies that had his own private information, as they could easily know his hidden persona in the UVR based on the items he bought, even though they were heavily restricted by the SGA laws to not spread his information online. They could always find a way to mistakenly give it to others. Hell, even on Earth, massive companies were selling data of their users to each other on a daily basis. Don't even mention those greedy delivery companies. This was the reason he chose the Wormhole Express company in the first place, as he knew that it was one of the best delivery companies in the universe that took pride in three things: fast delivery, secure information, and professional service. But if he blackmailed them, he would have left them with no choice but to drop all pretense and annihilate him. Hello, whoa, I know you can hear me. I am talking straight in your mind. The fatty worm kept yapping constantly in his mind, not letting him a single moment to think. Although I can't blackmail the company, this annoying fatty is another matter. Felix licked his lips and approached the spatial crack, unworried about being affected by it. After all, the space worm race had complete control over the element of space. Thus, as long as the fatty was near him, the crack couldn't devour him and his room. Stop drooling on my carpet, fatty, lest I put a lamp close to your skin. He threatened the blue worm immediately after seeing his acidic drool ruining the carpet. Fatty, who was about to open his mouth to thank Felix, shivered at his threat and closed its tiny mouth shut, satisfied by his submissiveness. He patted his head like a pet. Before Fatty could sound his displeasure at this downgrading treatment, Felix grabbed his receptors and brought it close to his face. Now, you little shit, I am extremely pissed that the company sent an amateur like you instead of a professional. He extended 3 fingers near his receptors and admonished him. First, you were late by 2 hours. Second, you got stuck inside your own spatial hole, like a moron. And finally, you begged your customer for assistance. You literally broke 2 of your company's main pillars on one delivery. The fatty couldn't even argue back, as everything Felix said was correct. He knew that he messed up this delivery pretty badly, so he kept his silence obediently, not daring to anger him any further. In his mind, he just needed to listen to Felix rant for a while and everything should be back on track. Unfortunately, Felix's rant was merely the beginning of his nightmare. If it was another customer, they won't hesitate to report your performance to your supervisor. But luckily, you met me. Felix let go of his receptors and smiled. An easygoing person who let bygones be bygones. But you are still required to give some compensation over the damages you caused me. The fatty wasn't an idiot to not realize that his fate was in the hands of Felix. But to get blackmailed like this still left a sour taste in his mouth. What do you mean I caused you damages? He scoffed and said. Besides some burnt marks in your carpet, I broke nothing else. So I can gladly pay its damage if you willed me to. How about 600 SE for a new carpet? Quite a generous price, don't you think? He offered with a hint of mockery in his tone, unbothered by his hidden insults. Felix brought a chair near the crack and sat on it, backward. Who said anything about physical damages? What I meant is the harm you caused to my mental health. His shoulders slumped down as he continued, lying through his teeth. You had no idea that I planned to awaken today. I was just waiting for my items to arrive to start the process. But now, after this farce, and especially seeing your ugly face stuck in my room like this, how am I supposed to awaken? You ruined my mental preparation for awakening that took me years of effort to build. But now I don't know when I am going to build it again or how long it will take. And this is all because of you, little shit. He pointed his finger at him and asked, so tell me, how are you going to compensate me? The fatty worm realized that he had no way out from this shit hole but to pay a heavy bribe to shush Felix. Otherwise, his job as a delivery worm was over. He would rather pay him than lose his job. As in his race culture, being a lazy, unemployed worm meant only one thing. That was getting isolated by everyone until he commits a star suicide. So, he could only sigh at his dog shit luck and inform Felix of his bribe. I will give you my spatial holding chip. It's the only valuable thing I have in my possession. Just get me out of here. My skin is getting rough from this long sunlight exposure. He shuddered and said, My wife will beat me up if she saw it. Amused, Felix chuckled slightly at the fatty worm, who was trying desperately to hide from the sunlight. Those space worms weren't being nicknamed as wormpires for no reason. In fact, if it wasn't for the many similarities between them and the vampire race, no one would have mentioned it in the first place. However, Felix still didn't give him a hand. He just grinned wickedly and watched him squirm around in anguish. The bastard truly deserved it, as he tried to fool him by saying that the spatial card was the only valuable thing in his possession. Maybe, if others who lacked knowledge would dance in joy after getting the card. But to Felix, it meant nothing, since he could simply buy it from the UVR. What he truly wanted from the worm was actually him. I will take the card in compensation for the physical damages you caused to my carpet that was gifted by my late parents. The only gift they left me after passing away. God bless their souls. Felix kissed 2 fingers and pointed them in the air with a mournful expression. He truly had zero shame to use his dead parents as a source of blackmail. But honestly, with his parents' personality, they pretty much would have expected nothing less from him. Stop being so shameless. Who would believe that this trashy carpet is a gift by someone? The fatty finally couldn't handle it and snapped at him. I refuse to accept such blatant blackmail. Take it back, and apologize to my parents. Otherwise, forget about reporting you to the company. I will report you to your own worm tribe for humiliating my family like this. Felix crossed his arms over his chest and added with a bone-chilling tone, I have everything recorded. Frightened and quite spooked, the fatty's receptors immediately withdrew inside his scales after realizing that Felix even knew how to report to his tribe. If Felix did as he said, the fatty losing his job would be the least of his concerns, as he would get disowned by his parents and exiled from the tribe since family was a sacred and glorified based on their tribal worm race culture. It should never be dishonored by anyone. Otherwise, exile awaits the offender. Who the fuck is he? I thought this planet should be filled with uneducated country bumpkins. So why the hell does he knows my race traditions? His mind was in an utter mess, not able to comprehend who the fuck he was dealing with. So are you going to agree to my physical compensation or not? Felix knocked on his head, to force his receptors out. A few moments later, the fatty nodded silently, not wanting to speak anymore. God knows if that prick was going to put him in another trap by twisting his words. Satisfied, Felix patted his head again. Good boy. Now moving on to my mental damages that your reckless actions caused. He smiled warmly and said, I simply demand an easygoing request that you can fulfill without losing anything. The fatty flinched at his warm tone, as he expected from this demon nothing less but to get ripped off heavily. Alas, Felix's request turned even worse than what he expected. Chapter 58 Sending Off Fatty Worm 2 in 1 Chapter 58 Sending Off Fatty Worm 2 in 1 I want to obtain your lifelong free delivery contract. Felix's grin widened, as he laid out an ultimatum that shattered Fatty's wishes of Felix going easy on him. Give me a fucking way out. You heartless devil! He broke out of his silence with a deafening roar. How dare you ask for my contract that can be used for my protection? Stop acting as I abused you. My request is quite fair if you think about it. Felix cleared his ear nonchalant and clarified. Since if I reported you to your supervisor you will definitely lose your job. Hence, the contract that you are protecting now will be taken as well. So in my opinion you only have one option, and that is to accept my deal and keep your job. At least your wife won't starve. He suggested, smiling. If Fatty had eyes, he would have already started sobbing over being exploited in this inhuman manner. He was just a simple, honest working worm. What did he do to deserve this heartless treatment? Too bad. No one was here to rescue him from Felix's clutches. Thus the only thing he could do was curse to vent some of his aggrievedness. You were the real wormpire, you blood-sucking monster. I curse you to die at your awakening. I will never deal with your race anymore. Felix's thick skin blocked all of his curses easily. You can curse me for eternity. I don't give a crap. He stood up from his chair and extended his palm under the worm mouth. The only thing you need to do now is to stop wasting my time and give me the contract to sign. Fatty mumbled a few extra curses under his breath, then opened his mouth unwillingly, showing a set of razor-sharp teeth and a black hole that kept whirling in his throat continuously. Without warning, he spat an AP bracelet with some drops of acidic saliva on it. Felix swiftly retracted his palm, dodging those drops reflexively. Smack livid at this messed up the attempt to harm him. Felix smacked the fatty right in his shiny head. He knew that Fatty did it on purpose, as an act of revenge. After all, the black hole in his throat led to a clean, oversized dimension inside his body, where all of his shipments were being stocked. There was absolutely no way for the items inside to get tainted in any way or form. Otherwise, the worm race wouldn't have become the best in this delivery industry. You little prick. You better ask the queen to show me the contract ASAP. Felix cleaned Fatty's AP bracelet from those drops and put it on the chair. Then unexpectedly, he went to pull the curtains of every window in his room. Close them off, you demon, my skin is cracking. Fatty wailed in anguish after getting exposed to a heavy dose of sunlight. He wasn't lying though, as his smooth moist scales were showing signs of getting dry up. Contract. Felix merely crossed his arms next to the window and observed him getting tortured like this. His personality might appear shameless and playful in front of his close relatives and friends, but deep inside, he was as psycho as Asna. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to blow his soul up before. Something only insane individuals would attempt to do. Queen, please present him my lifelong free delivery contract to sign. Unwilling, Fatty cried out loud. Sir Bediddy, I can clearly see that you are being blackmailed. Should I activate the protection protocol and inform your emergency contact? Queen AI suggested with good intentions. However, Bediddy refused the protocol and rushed her. No, just do as I say fast. If a word gets out of what happened here, my life is going to be over. So just go ahead and give him the damned contract to sign. As you wish, Sir Bediddy. Suddenly an aqua holographic contract hovered above the chair. Felix smiled and closed off the window's curtains. That wasn't so bad, right? He smiled warmly as he approached the sulky worm. Choke on my spit. Unperturbed, Felix ignored him and focused on the conditions and terms of the contract, reading them with his eyes. A few moments later, he grinned gleefully as he spotted the two conditions he heard about in his previous life. Term 4. 5. The delivery must reach within a minimum period of 3 days, and always takes priority. Term 6. 3. All items delivered will be free of charge, no matter the weight or the amount. This condition doesn't include paying for empire-wide universal-wide customs taxes. No wonder he fought tooth and nail to force the fatty to give him this contract. Just those 2 terms alone were enough to make his life much easier. Don't even mention the rest of the terms. Delighted, his grin kept getting wider and wider as he continued to scroll down the page. Suddenly, his grin stiffened after he noticed a condition he never heard about before. The signatory must provide absolute safety to the contract provider from hunter's aggression. Failing to abide by this term will result in paying a fine of 20 billion SE. His loud voice kept getting softer and softer each time he read a word. By the time he reached the whopping 20 billion fine, his voice resembled a mosquito buzzing sound. Silence abruptly engulfed the room, as Felix was lost for words at the mere sight of such a dastardly condition. Only now did he realize that his information on the lifelong contract was utter garbage. He couldn't believe that he actually wasted coins to buy false intel like this. In his previous life, he was interested in getting contracted by a delivery worm after becoming a third-stage bloodliner, so he wouldn't bother about paying constantly the heavy shipment prices. However, the intel about the conditions of the contract was heavily protected by the wormhole company. Thus, Felix had to buy it in the UVR from intel gatherers. However, the FC Kerr who sold it to him explicitly said that the only downside about the contract was the need for Party B to help Party A to get more clients for their delivery job. Felix at that point easily believed in him, since he knew that the Wormhole Express company rewarded resources to their junior delivery worms. Based on the number of deliveries achieved in a year, it was common knowledge in the UVR, but in reality, he actually needed to provide 247 security for Bedidi, protecting him at all costs. That was clearly an impossible task for him. Hell, Felix wasn't confident that he could protect himself. Don't even mention others. What's the meaning of this 20 billion SC? Felix frowned his eyebrows and said, I don't think your life is worth even a couple of millions. This is what you get from asking something you can't afford. You poor pepper. Bedidi didn't hold back in his belittling at all, as he added, I never seen before a thick-skinned commoner like you who lusts over free delivers from my race. Something we only do to strong and rich individuals, who could afford to protect us from hunters. I see. Felix nodded his head a few times in understanding, totally ignoring Bedidi's belittling. He quickly figured out the real reason why those contracts even existed in the first place. Based on Bedidi's words and the public knowledge he had, the worm race was one of the best, if not the best, space elemental controllers in the universe. They could create wormholes, freeze space, create dimensions, and even had a hand on creating the spatial card. However, their strength was abysmal compared to other races. Heck, even humans' bloodliners could flatten them easily if they managed to capture them. That created a race that had amazing utility abilities, but trashy combat prowess. This meant they were juicy targets to hunters from all different races, whether to be enslaved in secret and be used to privately open up wormholes or just harvest their body parts for potions and substance creations. What was messed up about this was the fact that hunters never targeted space worms seniors, as they knew that it was near impossible to capture them or even approach them. Their space element control was no joke. However, the same couldn't be said about the juniors like Fatty Bedidi. They were still learning how to harness the space element. If it wasn't for so, Bedidi wouldn't have been stuck in his own spatial crack like a retard. The hunters took advantage of their lackluster control and targeted only them, striking exactly during the delivery work hours, as they knew that amateurs like them always left hefty trails behind after opening a wormhole. They took advantage of those trails and laid ambushes on one side of the wormhole bridge, waiting patiently for their prey to arrive at their destination or return from it. Their operation didn't have even a 5 success rate, but it was enough to kidnap or kill an amount that managed to raise warning flags on the space worm seniors' heads, leaving them no choice but to implement this lifelong protection contract that offered free shipments for eternity, as long as the signatory protected the safety of their junior. The moment its implementation was announced, every individual who had absolute confidence in his reputation and strength rushed to sign it as fast as possible. After all, to have a dedicated delivery worm that served no one but them in the universe was truly a birthday wish being fulfilled. Just like that, the hunting was lowered to the bare minimum, which was quite understandable, as the majority of those hunters were simply commoners looking for instant richness. However, if it meant offending an individual that had authority over their life and death, the hunt wasn't worth it anymore. On the other hand, there was Felix, a weakling who had neither strength nor reputation to scare off the hunters. Thus, he knew that unless he found a way to salvage this situation, he could forget about obtaining the benefits of the contract. Can we modify the contract as we please? He lifted Bedidi's bracelet in his hand and brought the hologram close to his face, trying to find any loopholes to take advantage of. Fatty sneered at his attempts and answered, Yes, we can. But no matter what you say, I will not lower the price tag. He laughed wickedly, sounding like two sharp razors grinding on each other. Hell, I hope you sign it, so I can commit star suicide on your son, just so you can drown in debt. An unpleasant memory instantly resurfaced in Felix's mind after hearing the star suicide term. He was traveling with his clanmates to an undiscovered galaxy for exploration, based on newly bought news from the UVR. But unbeknownst to them, the wormhole that was supposed to take them to the new galaxy ended up being a star suicide wormhole that was opened by a moron worm who was sick of his life while humans kicked the buckets by themselves. The space worm race opened up a path directly to a star, to burn themselves into crisp, a truly glorifying and dramatic way to die. In a normal situation, there should be no problem with this. But sadly, the wormhole they opened would stay active until it either gets turned off by the owner, or the energy that sustains it run off. This reckless, selfish behavior by them caused multiple tragedies of galaxy explorers getting turned into ash after entering one of those wormholes, thinking that it was their path to treasures and new resources. Unfortunately, Felix's crew fell into the same trap. He could never forget the brightness and the hellish heat of the star that welcomed them with open arms at the other side of the wormhole, a surprise that could make the toughest man on the universe piss his pants in fright. If it wasn't for their spaceship's high-grade alloy and Captain Inhuman reflexes by activating all of the ship's thrusters to travel away at the speed of light, they would have been roasted alive. Furious at this bastard who reminded him of that traumatic experience, Felix started beating him ruthlessly. Who are you trying to threaten, you retard? You couldn't even open a hole that fits you to do your job properly. Don't even mention opening one that can harm others. Unexpectedly, Bedidi took Felix's punches with his hard scales like a champ, not even feeling a slight itch. Yes, that's it. To the side. Please. That's the spot. Keep adding more pressure, please. And use your legs if you need to. Felix never once felt more urged to rush awakening and gain some strength, just to beat this fatty to plump. Listen up, you little shit. My patient has run out. Felix tapped on his bracelet and showed Bedidi his company's customer service number. I will modify the contract from lifelong free deliverers to only 20. But in turn, the protection bullshit must be removed. If you don't agree, I will straightway complain to your company. At least they will refund me my coins over your shitty delivery. Bedidi knew that Felix was not messing around anymore, so he tried his best to negotiate for a bit of leeway. 20 times is too much. He shook his head and offered, make it 10 and you have a deal. Aggressive. Felix pressed dial on the number and said, I hate wasting time on negotiations. So make it 17 times and that's it. Don't even think of lowering it again. FCK fine. Hang up already. Felix truly gave him no option to further his negotiation after seeing that bracelet ringing. Queen, modify the contract please to those terms. He sighed reluctantly. Queen did as requested efficiently. A few seconds later the contract's terms changed and Felix immediately used his UVR ID number to sign after checking that everything was loophole-free. After doing so, his aggressiveness and bully personality withdrew back, allowing his playful personality to grace the stage. Ayo, brother Faye. You look uncomfortable in this position. Let me help you out. He smiled warmly and grabbed Bedidi from his space receptors, trying to drag him inside. However, just as he pulled, Fatty wailed out loud in pain. Fuck. Stop it, I don't want to enter your demon lair anymore. Just take your items and push me outside the crack. He swiftly opened his mouth and spewed out a small chip that resembled an Earthling's phone memory card. Felix let go of his receptors and picked it up. Without delay he installed it on a small entrance in his AP bracelet. Then he displayed a hologram before him that showcased the icons of all of his purchased items. Relieved that not a single item was missing, he closed off the hologram and grinned cheerfully. Glad to do business with you, brother Faye. I will call you the next time I need your talents. He patted Bedidi's oversized belly and suggested sincerely, I advise you to cut some weight, or else you won't remain long in the company. Fuck you, I'm not your brother, you devil. Just push me away. I don't want to see your face ever again. He cursed him while wigging backward trying to exit himself. Unfortunately, nothing much changed. As his body didn't budge even an inch, Felix stared at this miserable sight and decided to give him a hand. So, he pushed him with all of his strength. Yet, his attempts turned out to be futile, as the fattest weight was at least 8 times Felix. Can't you just close the bridge and cut yourself in half? He tilted his head slightly and said, I believe you can easily recover your other half without an issue. As a worm-based being, Bedidi still enjoyed some basic evolutionary benefits, and one of them was the worm's uncanny rejuvenation speed. Even on Earth, worms could recover their bodies after being split in half. Don't even mention the elite spaceworm race. You bastard. If I wanted to do so, I would have done it without needing you to tell me. Bedidi snapped, as he waved his receptors around. But I would rather get blackmailed by you than feel that pain again, he said, shivering. He was clearly remembering an unpleasant memory. As you wish. Let me get some help first. Felix shrugged his shoulders and explained. I don't think I will be able to push you all by myself. Turn off the lights before you go to bed. Felix hastily closed the door, leaving him all by himself dangled in the middle of the room like that. Felix headed straight to Noah's door, planning to ask for help since he was the only one who could help him without too many questions asked. He knocked 2 times on his door and waited patiently. A few seconds later Noah opened the door and eyed Felix expressionlessly. Felix took the cue and explained why he came. I need a favor to ask. Can you come to my room? I will give you extra pain relief potion if you agreed. Noah thought about it for a while, then nodded slightly. He had nothing to lose anyway. 5 minutes later, both of them were pushing Beditti's body outside of the crack again. This was already their 6th time, and each time they did so, he budged slightly backward. Their arms were already turning sore. Fortunately, this time their efforts were successfully rewarded by the joyful voice of Beditti's on the other side of the bridge. So long losers. Felix and Noah did not take it to heart, as one of them was happy that this farce finally ended, and the other didn't care about anything besides his little sister. Thank you, Brother Noel. Here is your reward. Felix tapped on the relief potion icon on his hologram, and immediately the bottle materialized in his hand under an aqua blue shimmer. He then handed it to Noah, who watched the process with a hint of surprise in his eyes. But that was it. He neither asked nor stayed. He simply took it, nodded his head in appreciation, and excused himself from the room without asking about the entire weird situation of the fatty worm. Good luck on awakening. And if you needed anything, just call me. Felix smiled after seeing him closing the door softly. Noah was indeed the perfect handyman for those issues. No questions or bullshit. Just straight out does what he was asked, and leave after being paid. If it was Olivia, she would probably have scolded Felix for blackmailing Beditti. Felix removed all of those useless thoughts from his mind, and glanced at the epic Tier 4 bloodline icon with a glimmer in his eyes. It is time to awaken. He smirked and walked to his bedroom. Chapter 59 Awakening Successfully 2-in-1 Chapter 59 Awakening Successfully 2-in-1 Felix stood next to his bed with a hologram in front of him, showcasing the details of the spatial card that he just blackmailed from Fatty. Model name XL 9th generation. Model number MG4P2LLA. Serial code F17PQQL2G5MD. Device compatibility AP bracelet 4th generation and above. Doesn't support devices below. Capacity 30 cubic meters. Satisfied? Felix nodded his head after reading the capacity of the spatial card. 30 cubic meters was the same size as an average motel room. He knew that he earned a bargain since to buy just a few square meters, the price wouldn't shy from a couple of millions. The spatial cards were not sold for the commoners who didn't have even a couple of thousands in their bank account, but for the bloodliners, rich people, celebrities, and authority figures. So, for Fatty to actually possess one of it simply meant that it was given to him by his company to hold small items like Felix, since his dimensional space was used mainly for oversized shipments, such as containers, machines, and even corpses of dead beasts. Hell, some professional delivery worms could actually deliver a whole spaceship inside their bodies. I wish you good luck dealing with the aftermath of losing it, Brother Fatty. He chuckled at Fatty's upcoming misfortune and clicked the withdrawal button on all of his items. He pointed his bracelet at his bed and a sudden blue light projected from it, flowing like ripples of water. As the light touched the bed, 20 items or more started to slowly materialize on it. Felix stared at this captivating scene with a hint of praise in his eyes. No matter how many times he saw it, his respect for the metal race never diminished. It wasn't just him who felt that way, but actually every user of this convenient tool that enabled them to hold as many items as their card allowed them to. Felix could only bow his head in respect for the metal race's never-ending lust for the truth of the universe. That pushed them to continue researching anything that had value. If it wasn't for so, they wouldn't have bothered to combine their technology with the space worm abilities to create such a sophisticated device. Heck, Even the AP bracelet was created by them. The entire universe technology was being carried single-handedly on their shoulders. If they advanced forward, the rest advanced with them. If they stopped their groundbreaking inventions, the universe would halt as well. After a few seconds, the process had ended, and all of Felix's items were laid neatly on the bed. Asna, wake up, it is time to awaken. Just 5 more minutes. Asna murmured softly while hugging her pillow. I can't wait a single second more. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Felix started to annoy her to ruin her sleep. He already waited more than enough. It was time to awaken, and he won't tolerate any further delays. Fine. I am up. Just shut up already. Irritated, she threw her pillow away, as couldn't continue sleeping under his annoying voice. So, she woke up with bloodshot eyes. Clearly, the time she slept wasn't enough to cover for her mental exhaustion. Good. You have 5 minutes to prepare yourself. Eager, he removed his t-shirt, exposing his well-built upper body, and picked only the items which were needed for awakening. The 4 pain relief potions, the tier 4 bloodline rejuvenation potion, and lastly the double percentage potion. He then arranged them on the floor next to where he planned to awaken. After doing so, he went to his closet and took an oversized injection needle that he purchased yesterday from the street pharmacy. Hopefully it's not faulty. He opened its package and tested it by drawing his own blood to check if it was working properly. After all, the last thing he needed was penetrating his heart with it, but failing to inject the bloodline inside. Following the successful test, Felix placed the injection needle inside the bloodline bottle and extracted a whopping 20 of its content all at once. The bottle was marked with accurate measurements. On one side there was a metric system that displayed measurement down to the milliliter. Meanwhile, the other side showcased the percentage numbers. All of this just to help the bloodliners from not screwing up their awakening or integration after so. This amount should be enough. Although 20 was quite a large amount to awaken with, Felix wasn't worried at all, since he bought the double percentage potion just for this reason. If he drank it after injecting the 20 in his heart, the potion would do its wonders and half the upcoming pain waves from 20 to merely 10. Felix was confident that he could handle 10 waves of pain for merely 6 minutes after drinking the 4 pain relief potions. This strategy of his was used by the majority of bloodliners to secure for themselves the first passive ability, and also bring them closer to the lesser purity stage. After all, the moment they reached 15, the first passive ability should be unlocked automatically. Calm and peaceful, he sat in a meditation position with the injection needle close to his heart. He took a long inhale and called for Asna. Are you ready? Go ahead. I will keep a lookout. Asna replied in utter boredom. Here we go. He smiled and stabbed his heart with the injection needle, forcing all of its content inside his heart. Without delay, he took advantage of those precious few minutes of calmness, and drank all the potions needed to facilitate the awakening process. After drinking them, he relaxed his muscles and closed his eyes. Only a minute left before the first wave strikes. I am thankful to Mom and Dad for having me, and thank. Before he finished his awakening ritual or whatever that was, he got interrupted by a noisy exclamation from Asna. What the hell am I seeing? Just as Felix wanted to scold her for ruining his focus, he closed his mouth shut as he listened in disbelief to her random bullshit. Felix, you need to hear this. Her bloodshot eyes had a hint of images that were being displayed at the speed of light. I'm forcefully reading the memories of this bloodline as we speak, and I just found out that there are actually 3 bloodlines mixed in it. She closed her eyes and reopened them again, but this time, those images were gone. She massaged her eyelids and clarified what she meant in a faster pace. The first one is from the heavy anaconda and the second one is from the green mamba. Yet, the most terrifying one is the bloodline of an ancestral beast called the Midgard serpent, or in the language of his worshippers J.R. Monkander. Felix immediately lost it, and scolded her. What the fuck are you talking about? This is not the time to joke around, Asna. I will bombard by waves of pain soon. So leave me alone. Asna didn't have the time to explain everything to him since the process of awakening would begin soon. So, she just said one thing that tempted Felix to take her words seriously. The J.R. Monkander is the poison element primogenitor. It was born at the beginning of the universe with full control on the element of poison. Astonished and, honestly, quite disbelieving in the nonsense he just heard, Felix's calm, focused eyes couldn't help but bulge out. However, as I quickly changed the subject and asked him urgently, "Tell me quick, do you want me to filter the other two bloodlines, leaving only one of the ancestral being that I found? Or you want to continue with normal awakening?" She rushed him again. "Decide fast as the moment integration start. I can't do much." "Do it. I trust in your judgment." Felix agreed without hesitation, or even pausing for a second to check if Asna was just pulling a prank on him. "Good. You won't regret it." Asna smiled happily after not hearing those words for eons. Without wasting any more time, she filtered 90 of the Onomamba bloodline from the pure 1 Jair Monk Ender bloodline, and then unexpectedly stored it inside his body. It seemed like it still could be removed from the body without issues, which was honestly quite understandable, as Asna's cosmic social status was so high within the universe. Even the Jair Monk Ender bloodline could only obediently be manipulated by her. Don't even mention those low-tiered bloodlines. But this control and oppression were valid only because this was just a bloodline. Otherwise, if the ancestral beast was here in his flesh, Asna's social status wouldn't mean shit to him. He might show respect but not total obedience. Shortly after, she finished manipulating the bloodlines and informed Felix, "I am done now. You won't deal with 10 waves of pain, but just one. Since you will awaken with only one." Felix sighed in relief after hearing that. At least there was some good news after his whopping 20 got butchered to merely one. However, before his relief took root, a sentence from Asna sent him to the depth of the despair. "Even though it's just one, you should expect the pain to at least triple, as well as the duration. Good luck. I'm cheering for you." Asna clapped her hands cutely after delivering such heart-wrenching news. "You bye." Urruki's curse was cut in half by a high-pitched shriek that escaped from his mouth, marking the beginning of his awakening. All of Felix's bravado and toughness he showed before in the awakening mock practice was no more, as he kept thrashing on the ground with his hands smashing everything that near him. If the bottles weren't made of tough glass material, they would have been shattered by him already. Fortunately for Felix, his pitiful wails and cries were being confined inside his room, as it was soundproof. The only spectator to this pathetic charade was Asna, who already found a comfortable lying position on the misty couch with her arm hugging a bucket of popcorn. Her wide smile and delightful eyes were clear proof that she was enjoying watching Felix getting tortured like this. Inside Felix's body, immense changes were occurring on his nucleus cell that hosted the human DNA code. Yet, currently, this sacred code was being tempered by foreign genes that invaded the majority of Felix cells and started to fit themselves, somehow, without killing their host. This was the main reason why the integration process was always painful without any way to stop it. The only thing that was possible was reducing its duration. Or in other words, hasten the process to end faster. A simple analogy of what was truly happening to Felix's body now was to simply consider the human body as a vase made of clay. The awakening process tries to reshape the already made vase without breaking it into pieces, either by adding an extra handle or making the base wider or thinner. It all depended on the bloodline unique characteristics, thus resulting in mutations that could range from either having a different hair color or growing an extra limb or a tail. Those mutations could get removed only by replacing the bloodline with another. But even this method wasn't successful all the time, as in some cases, the mutation might stay permanently after the bloodliner etched an ability in his human one bloodline. A plausible reason for why so was that the ability held the same genes of the mutation itself. For example, if a bloodliner had a third eye in the middle of his forehead, and he decided to keep an ability that could be activated only by the third eye, the mutation was going to remain permanently following its ability. It was just common sense. Now Felix's body had already started to display some mutations after a couple of minutes in this process. Firstly, his height increased by 3 cm all at once, pushing him to reach 180 cm. He could finally call himself tall proudly. Secondly, his hair got longer and glossier. Then its color began to transform from blonde to a spring light green with a hint of dark purple shade at its tips. A breathtaking combination that could make girls trade everything in their possession to have a single strand. Yet, the biggest mutation only took place after nearing the end of the awakening, and it happened to his eyes. As his pupil turned into dreadful slits with dark violet irises surrounding them, resembling a field of midnight rose, circling around an eerie smooth crack on the ground. Those mutations could be said to be quite low-key when compared to having bone claws or a bushy long monkey tail. After his eyes transformation, nothing else changed from his body. Since one bloodline wasn't able to change much. To do so, one must use a higher percentage of a bloodline during the awakening or in replacement. In fact, if Felix continued with the original plan and used a 20 bloodline, serpent scales were definitely going to cover his body. That was one of the main reasons he wanted to awaken by that large amount, since he knew that those scales were going to add an extra layer of defense naturally. But now, he could only obtain other mutations. In his first replacement, a few minutes later, Felix's body that was twitching like he was having a seizure, stopped moving at once. If it wasn't for his chest that was rising and falling slightly, anyone would have assumed that he failed to awaken. After a while, Felix slowly opened his muddled eyes. While lying naked on a pool of sweat mixed with some blood that originated from his eye's mutation. Finally, it ended. I can't believe I almost fainted during the process. Thank God Asna intervened and called for me, he thought with agitation at such a close shave. He truly was blindsided by the pain getting tripled from what he was used to. Yet, that wasn't even the real reason he struggled to survive the awakening. But actually it was the long duration that increased from 6 minutes to a whopping 16 minutes. Felix's best record in the mock practice was pulling through one wave of pain for 20 minutes. However, the awakening that he just went through was the same as dealing with 3 waves in that duration, something he clearly wasn't ready for. You almost got me killed, Asna, he scolded her while staring at the ceiling with bloodied eyes that allowed him to see everything in red. And what's wrong with my eyes? Did I awaken ability at 1? This has never happened before to anyone. He grinned, wondering, maybe this is because of the ancestral bloodline so badass to be able to see everything in red. Your blood is blocking your vision, you retard. She face-bombed and chided him. Get a grip. You are embarrassing the J.R. Mungander bloodline. She truly began to regret advising this idiot to merge with a primogenitor bloodline, as she felt that he did not deserve even an ounce of blood from a being that was born in the early days of the universe. Though so as well. I just wanted to mess with you. Not embarrassed in the slightest. Felix tried to clean his eyes from the blood, but pain assaulted him immediately as he moved his hand. His body desperately needed a full treatment. Otherwise, he would need months to recover. Good thing he prepared a rejuvenation potion, which accelerates the recovery process vastly. To the point, his body could return to its peak form within a couple of minutes, so he picked the potion from the ground with some difficulty and drank it quickly. After doing so, a pleasant feeling welcomed him, like bathing in a cold spring during the heat of summer. Anyone who felt this pleasure would wish for it to be everlasting. Sadly, it stayed for only 2 minutes before its potency declined, marking the successful ending of the treatment. Felix immediately stood up and started stretching his body fully, creating a symphony of loud cracking noises. It sounded exactly like every bone in his body was displaced. I never felt better in my life, he said with a wide beaming smile. After cracking all of his joints, he suddenly noticed his long glossy green hair that touched the ground with its dark purple tips. Not bad. Not bad at all. He examined the silky soft strands with eyes full of praise. I wonder what Olivia will say. After seeing that mine is better looking than hers, he wondered in amusement over his next encounter with Oli. Since she had green hair as well. Whatever. I have more pressing things to take care of now than my mutation. Solemn. He let go of his hair and asked, Asna, mind explaining the situation from the top again with more details? This time he crossed his arm and sat back on the floor again. It was clear that understanding his new bloodline was a priority to him than cleaning himself up or his room. Do you want the long version or the short one? She asked. Smiling, Chapter 60 The Primogenitors. Chapter 60 The Primogenitors. Of course, the long version. The more details you provide, the more understanding I will have on this bloodline, so try not to miss anything that can be crucial later on. As you wish. She took a deep breath and said, to understand the bloodline you just merged with, you need first to know the history of the primogenitors of elements. You see, in the very early days of the universe, each known element had a primogenitor that has total control and rule over it. What do you mean by total control? His confusion was quite comprehensible, as he never heard of such a concept before. Even the public data in the UVR never mentioned a word about the existence of the primogenitors and their ways of using the elements. The only thing he was positive about was that the beasts in the universe were able to only use the same 6 abilities they awakened during their growing phase. That was it. They could never suppress the number, nor change the abilities. They were stuck from birth to death with one set of abilities they inherited from their parents. The only known way to break those shackles was for them to evolve. But that was a whole other story. I meant exactly what you heard. Total control and manipulation. She changed her tone to contempt, but before she continued on, she remembered the last lesson of looking down on the human bloodline system. So she coughed and returned to her normal tone. You see, both humans and beasts don't really control the elements no matter how high their element affinity is. She fought the urge to sneer and clarified. You were simply using already created abilities without even knowing how they were created, and who created them. In other words, the abilities that you use are registered in your bloodline, and all you have to do is think of them and they will automatically be activated. She paused for a second, then said the crucial information she was building for. But in reality, all of them were but simply creations of the primogenitors, who could manipulate the elements to create what they desire without any limitations on numbers or such. Agitated, Felix's heart began to beat faster and faster, as he listened to the astonishing power of those beings. Yet, he did not interrupt her. So in this sense, the abilities that you obtain from beasts are but ones used by the primogenitors before and passed down to their descendants via bloodline. She paused for a second and dropped a bombshell on him. This means beasts were actually but normal creatures without any elemental powers, just like your human race, but after being mated by the primogenitors, their offspring obtained the blessing of their parents, thus getting some of their abilities marked in their bloodline. You can easily infer the rest. Asna ended her explanation with a yawn. Too lazy to carry on speaking, she was truly struggling to not fall asleep. Felix easily figured out what happened after. It was as clear as daylight that those descendants must have been able to pass their bloodline further down the tree by mating with different types of beasts, thus creating new species that could use unique abilities, 2 elements, or more of such varieties. The primogenitors provided the foundation, and the descendants enhanced it over the long period of years to reach its current state. And we humans took advantage of this diversity and created a usable path to gain strength just like other races. He couldn't help but sigh dejectedly at the conclusion he arrived at. Correct. This is why I said before that your path was limited and not complete, since you guys are leeching from beasts' powers, who are also leeching from their ancestral powers. PFFFF. So fucking funny. She finally couldn't handle it and broke into jeering laughter with hands holding her sides. Felix wasn't even mad after being shamed like this. The only thing he felt was pure embarrassment at his human race. After all, the bloodline system the humans took pride in was merely a byproduct of leeching from leeches, which made it even worse. No wonder Asna berated his race power system before without mercy. But don't worry. Now that you have the Jairmungander bloodline, you will have a quite high chance of unlocking his poison element manipulation. She wiped her tears and comforted him. At that point, you will be able to learn and create an unlimited number of poison abilities. Before Felix could feel happy at this great news, he heard Asna murmur softly, but you will have to provide me with high-tiered beasts that use the element of poison, so I can extract more of his bloodline, she suggested. And it's better if the species were serpents just like their forefather. Felix's eyes almost rolled at the back of his head at such dastardly news. He knew that the bottomless pit of his path just turned into an abyss that was impossible to fill. no matter how many coins he obtained. After all, while the rest of humans only needed to buy 2 bloodline bottles or a maximum of 3 to reach origin purity, Felix, on the other hand, had to buy multiple bloodlines bottles just to finish 99 of the Jair Monk-Ander bloodline. He really felt indignant about this. But who could blame him? He was just planning to close the hole that affinity rating would cause to his bank account by investing in movies. But now another bigger hole had appeared that probably was going to drain every coin he had or was about to earn, just to reach the first stage of replacement. Don't even mention other stages. Forget it. I just need to double down on my investment plan. Things might turn better by then. Hopefully. Downcast, he massaged his eyelids with heavy shoulders. He could already envision his future of running everywhere to earn coins just to support his bloodline path. You don't have to worry about coins since I can store the other filtered bloodline to sell later. Asna tried to uplift his spirit a bit by mentioning what she did during the bloodline manipulation. Felix's saddened expression immediately brightened up at her words. Although, he knew that the price wouldn't be the same when he tries to sell it, due to his unknown reputation, but still, it was better than buying tier 5, 6, or even 7 bloodlines just to extract a little percentage of the Jair Monk-Ander bloodline, then throw them in the garbage. My heart can't handle such a way of wasting resources. He sighed in relief and suddenly asked, "But how are you able to do this? I thought you had no control over my body." "Indeed, I can't do that yet. But the bloodline you forcibly tried to merge with is a foreign object, and by using my social status to oppress it, I can manipulate it however I wish in your body," she answered him while stretching her arms lazily, like a cat. "I see. So where is it currently, and why can't I feel it?" He wondered about the way she managed to store it in his body. "Are you stupid?" She rolled her eyes at his retarded question and explained. "Of course. The bloodline is swimming peacefully in your bloodstream, and with my orders, it can only obediently swim without having thoughts of merging with you." She chuckled and added, "There is no need for me to collect it and store it as a ball or something." "You idiot. Fuck, you don't have to insult me. How would I know about your perverse ways? You share absolutely nothing with me about yourself," he retorted in irritation. "Let's keep it that way." After leaving that sentence, she covered herself with a blanket, preparing to continue her sleep. Unfortunately, Felix still had many questions unanswered. "Well, now you should tell me about this Jair Monk-Ander and his story." Eager, he narrowed his eyes in focus, not wanting to miss anything about him. Asna removed her blanket with an annoyed expression. "I don't know much about his story, since I only saw random bits and pieces about his existence from those memories. Just tell me what you know already." He hurried her to cough up everything, unbothered by his impatience. Asna closed her eyes peacefully and entered her storytelling mode with a soft voice. The Jair Monk-Ander primogenitor was born to manage and control the poison element in the universe. Any race that relied on poison could only worship him and bow to his greatness. The majority didn't do so out of respect, but merely to not bring his wrath upon them, since he could easily chain their race from using his element, thus leaving them naked to everyone's aggression. This was during the early days of the universe, way before even the Dark Ages era. That period of time was being referred to as the Primogenitors era. It was called as such due to their never-ending roaming within the universe and obtaining the worship of every race that uses their element. However, because they entangled themselves with mortal lives, they had to face the consequences of dealing with their affairs. Wars, betrayals, massacres, and sacrilegious actions, like destroying the primogenitor statues, pushed those ancestral beings into having constant friction between them. Some were easily resolved, while some turned into an enmity that could be solved only by death. "They are not immortal." Felix didn't want to interrupt her, but he couldn't help it after hearing such boggling news. He believed that since they had such a high status in the universe, they should possess immortality like Asna. Well, they could live for eternity without problems. She gave a half shrug while sleeping. "But they were not unkillable like my race." "I see. No wonder information about them was non-existent in the UVR. They must have died at some point in time." Felix nodded his head in understanding. His conclusion was based only on what she said. After all, She mentioned indirectly that primogenitors were socially active in the universe. So for them to have no presence at all in this era, it meant only that either they died or were asleep somewhere. Heck, they might even be sealed by someone like it happened to Asna. I don't know about others, but the J.R. Mungander definitely died. Before letting Felix interrupt her again and delay her time of returning to sleep, she explained, I saw his death in those memories. It was during a battle against the Thunder Primogenitor. I didn't see the full battle, but only the last few seconds of it. She yawned and continued softly, forcing Felix to focus on her mosquito buzzing tone. I saw that the Thunder Primogenitor smashed a colossal hammer on the head of the Midgard serpent. The blow was so powerful, 3 planets nearby were turned to dust by its aftershock. Goosebumps coursed through Felix's naked upper body, making him shiver in coldness and excitement. His heartbeats quaked after imagining such a godly battle. He really wished he was there to spectate it. Just as he opened his mouth, Asna interrupted him. The Thunder Primogenitor died soon after landing his blow. To be exact, he stopped breathing immediately after moving 9 meters forward, probably due to a poison inflicted by J.R. Mungander. This is all I managed to see. If you want more information, get me as much as possible of his bloodline. Now let me sleep in peace. She shooed him away and cut off the connection, not wanting to hear a single word from him anymore. This time, Felix left her be, as she already shared everything that she knew. Thank you, Asna. He didn't know if she heard him or not, but Felix wasn't an ungrateful prick to not show gratitude when it's due. Asna truly deserved to be thanked after today's effort. She might have been lazy for the past months, but immediately after making her move, she proved that her assistance was by far the greatest cheat he could have ever asked for. Felix stood up, planning to go clean himself up. As for the 19 Onomamba bloodline that was still in his body, he decided to leave it be for now, since no harm was done to his body. But, most importantly, he didn't want to ruin Asna's sleep again. He walked towards the bathroom naked with his eyebrows frowned. Only now did his nasty smell assaulted his nose. Thus, he ignored everything and jumped straight inside the shower. 15 minutes later, he stepped outside, dragging his long wet hair behind him like he was pulling a truck. I really need a haircut. At least cut it to shoulder length, lest it hinders my training, he thought while dragging his heavy hair next to the mirror of the bathroom. The moment he saw his reflection on it, an out-loud exclamation escaped his mouth. Who the fuck are you? Chapter 61 Dealing with Gifts. Chapter 61 Dealing with Gifts. Dumbfounded, Felix gaped at his reflection in the mirror, finding it hard to believe that his appearance changed this much. After all, his entire face went into heavy reform due to awakening. First, his eyes that mutated into a dark violet serpent eyes. Then his facial skin color turned even paler without a single blemish on its pores, making his skin appear cleaner and smoother. This combination plus his unique, breathtaking hair could make any passerby turned around at least 3 times to check how one could be this handsome without any plastic surgery. If the rest of his facial parts didn't remain the same, no one would have been able to recognize him anymore, not even his grandfather. He truly received an upgrade yet. Felix only sighed in helplessness after seeing his face in the reflection. It was bad before that women feel ashamed to approach me due to my handsome looks, but now it is even worse. With my new look, no girl would dare hit on me. Maybe I should disfigure myself to give them a chance. I don't want to stay single for 2 lives. That's too humiliating, he murmured under his breath while touching his smooth cheek. Whatever. I'm used to living a dog life. Disappointed, he shook his head and left the bathroom with lonesome back. Shameless bastard, Asna murmured in her sleep unconsciously. He truly deserved to be cursed. As the F-Seeker already forgot that Layla confessed to him, just to be rejected by him. The girls were daring to enter a relationship with him, but clearly he wasn't and kept using those excuses to offset the blame. 15 minutes later, Felix sat in front of the bathroom's mirror, cutting his long hair to reach shoulder length. After a few moments, he put down the scissor that was in his hand and sized up his new outlook in satisfaction. Now this is much better. Suddenly, the green tips of his hair magically turned dark purple again, just like he had them before. Interesting. I thought I would lose them forever after cutting my hair. but it seems like they will always grow back. His eyelids twitched. Truly a trashy mutation that gives nothing but bonus points in being a good-looking, while others have claws, metal nails, long fangs that could penetrate even steel. On the other hand, he had a regrowing tips mutation. Whatever. Better than nothing, I guess. Indifferent. He stood up and began cleaning the hair strands on the floor. After he was done, he washed his hair with shampoo thoroughly. Tomorrow I should call in sick and hide in my room until the end of the month. So it won't be weird if I told them I awakened a day before using a different Tier 1 bloodline. He suddenly jolted as he was walking towards his bed after remembering that he was literally using a primogenitor bloodline while trying to lie about using a Tier 1. There was not a single low-tier bloodline that could cover over this massive behemoth. Sigh. The only option is to bullshit my way through. Felix knew that only by doing so could he not get found out, since no matter what he said, they could only believe it for now, simply because he was still a newly awakened bloodliner without a single ability. After all, it was impossible for them to guess his bloodline without seeing all of his 6 abilities together. Only then could they infer if he lied or told the truth. Abilities were the ones that define the bloodline. Especially the ultimate ability a bloodliner unlocked during 99 of integration. The moment this ability gets used, others could limit their guesses to only a few types of beasts that ability belonged to. For example, the rare Tier 2 poisonous fanged cobra that Felix used during his first stage of replacement in his past life was famously known for having deadly venomous bite as the strongest ability one could unlock during 99 integration. So if one saw him using this ability, he could guess what kind of bloodline he was dealing with, and what sort of abilities pool he should expect to face. But, before using the ultimate ability, it was extremely difficult to guess. Felix was relaying exactly on this to bullshit his way through the family's upcoming investigation. Dejected, Felix held in his hand the Ono Mamba bloodline bottle that had 20 of it gone. He knew that what remained in the bottle now could at most provide him with 3 or 4 extra J or Mungender bloodline if he was lucky. Whatever. After my cells cool down, I will integrate what remained, then resell the bottle in the market. Although it would be at least 30 cheaper. He couldn't complain much. At least he was getting 70 of his coins back. He clicked on the retrieval button on the spatial card, and the bottle disintegrated into light particles, returning inside the AP bracelet. Let's deal with the gifts now. He glanced at the potions and substances he bought as a gifts and tapped on Layla's phone number. Ring! Ring! Cluck. Hello, young master. You finally called me. I was worried sick after not hearing from you over the past month. Layla's worried voice resounded in the room. Thank you for your care. Layla, I am doing just fine. He chuckled and said, anyway, I called to ask for updates about the island construction, as well as to inform you that I am sending some gifts for you and Jack, plus medicine for Cled's recovery. He smiled. I hope you won't refuse my gifts. Young master, you did not need to bother getting us anything. We are happy to serve you without rewards. No need to say more. Just accept them as a thank you for all the effort you put on my island. Before she said anything else, he cut her off using an unquestionable tone. Now don't mention this anymore, and give me an update on the island. A bit flustered, Layla could only accept his gifts without protest. Since you insist, young master, we are honored to accept it. She paused for a second and said, as for the island construction, everything is currently heading in the right direction without hiccups. But we had some problems during your absence. Oh, since you didn't call to inform me about them. I guess they have been resolved properly. Correct, yes. Young master. She confirmed his guess and clarified the issue. It happened during the 3rd day of your absence. It seemed that Engineer Harold was displeased about your decision of giving 10 of the hotel budget to Eddie the airport engineer. If he was upset, why didn't he let a fart when I mentioned it? But only made a move after I left displeased. He frowned his eyebrows at Harold's childish actions. I thought I hired bold engineers who were not afraid to make their voices heard. Not this kind of coward. If Harold complained properly to him, he would have given him either a solution or an explanation without getting pissed. But now only punishment awaits Harold. It just depended on its severity. Tell me, what did he do when Eddie came to obtain the resources needed to start the airport construction? Harold bribed one of the warehouse managers to give Eddie the worst batch. She sighed and added, but the true mess only appeared after we discovered that the bribed manager was a man of Eddie, and so the worst batch that was supposed to be sent turned into being the best ones that were shipped specifically to be used for the hotel construction. Then what happened? I hope the hotel did not end up with leftovers from precious materials. Black lines were already taking form on his forehead. No. Thankfully Abigail intervened and stopped this farce before it could hurt both projects. She then scolded them and took the best resources that Eddie stole and returned it to the hotel. She said with admiration, as expected from Madame Abigail, truly did not disappoint me. Felix black lines eased up a bit at the thought of having Madame Abigail within his staff. At least, one of them turned to be competent. Listen well to what you need to do. First, ask Madame Abigail if she wants to create a new hotel design and take over it. If she said yes, send Harold home. I don't want to work with irresponsible cowards like him. Second, punish Eddie for lusting over resources he shouldn't have touched by deducting 30 of his salary for the next 2 years. His dreadful slits narrowed as he gave his orders with frigid tone. He might tolerate pranks and games, but tricks that could have an everlasting negative effect on his island he wasn't that forgiving. No one was allowed to damage the island that he planned to turn into his main base of operations on Earth. Anyone who entertained such a thought would be dealt with severely like Harold. But what if she didn't want to take the hotel, or Eddie refused to accept the punishment she asked wordly since she really didn't want to affect the current stability? Simple. If Abigail doesn't want to redesign the hotel, just reward her with a 50 salary increase for the next 2 years, and give the redesigning job to Barry. He probably finished dyeing the seaport. A chuckle couldn't help break his frigid face apart after remembering Barry's design. As for Eddie, if he dares not to accept the punishment, send him home as well, and find another. If he made any noise about the illegal use of his design, call the family lawyers to teach him his place. Felix decided the fate of everyone who participated in the matter in a couple of minutes by single phone call. One could only imagine the faces of Harold and Eddie after they hear about this sudden calamity. That's it for now. You can expect the package to reach next week, he instructed. When you get them, just follow the instruction that will be written on each package to use them properly. All right, young master. I will handle everything as you asked. Have a peace of mind. Good, I never doubted you. He smiled. Now go take care of those rascals. I will call you later when I am not busy. Goodbye. Have a nice day, young master. Soon after, Felix hanged up and tapped on his auntie phone number to inform her of the gift he prepared for her. I hope the everlasting youth potion pleases her. Ring, ring, clunk. Hi, little Felix. I missed you dearly, son. Aunt Mary laughed softly and asked, how are you doing in the family? Anyone bullying you? Hello, auntie. I missed you as well. He smirked. Hee. Don't worry about me being bullied. You should worry about my cousins. Good. As long as they don't bully you. Never worry about that. He quickly switched the subject. Anyway, auntie, I called to inform you that you should expect an incoming gift I bought. He asked, mind telling me your current address? I don't know which mansion you currently reside in. My dear, you didn't have to bother. But since you already bought the gift, I can only accept it. Pleased by his thoughtfulness, she informed him of the address. I currently reside in California Mansion. You know, the one besides the beach? Oh yes. My mom took me there to visit you once. It was really a pleasant memory, Felix said while reminiscing about the short time he spent there with his mom. That's the one, dear. I will email you the full address later on. Good. Do that please, and when you receive it, just use it based on the instruction on the package. Hearing you say that really piqued my curiosity. Tell me, what did you send? She asked in wonder. Hee. Not telling. The only thing you need to know is that you will be surprised. Now I will leave you be. Auntie, call me when you get it. And greet uncle for me. Bye. I can't wait to see what you sent. Goodbye, dear, and take care of yourself. Felix immediately hanged up after hearing her reply and isolated the items he planned to gift on the left side of the bed, so he could ask a servant later to handle the delivery process. Now that the gifts were dealt with, The only thing left was to give his grandfather the longevity potion, but Felix decided to hand it over during the awakening of his cousins, so he could bullshit everything at once. After all, the potion was being sold for almost $1 million SE. The difficulty to fool his grandfather and elders about how he managed to obtain that many coins was less than fooling them about his bloodline. After finally taking care of those minor issues, he lay on his bed and requested, "Queen, log me in, please." Chapter 62. I am done for. Chapter 62. I am done for. Felix opened his eyes to the sound of birds' chirps and a bright, sunny day within the UVR. The day couldn't get any more beautiful. He stretched his arms behind his back and stood up from the bench. "It's time to buy some general techniques that I desperately need now." He called for a taxi and waited for a couple of seconds before it arrived and picked him up. "To Techniques Center, please," he requested, smiling. 10 minutes later, inside a humongous shop that had a large black signboard hanging slightly above the entrance, Felix was sitting in the lounge with a hologram in front of him, displaying the current empire-wide news. As expected, Wall-E is still trending even after an entire month. That game truly changed his life for the better. Felix smiled while looking at Wall-E glorified image that had a bold title above his head. "Rules are unchanged. But can you do the same?" Indeed, as the title of the article said, the rules were still untouched. Anyone who was not afraid of the hellish pain Wall-E went through could repeat his feat and win as well. The SGA never changed the rules unless there was a loophole, but it had been ages since the last loophole surfaced. Now, the only thing left was to either win properly or find an unorthodox way like he did. "No one would stop you. My time will soon arrive to dominate the entire news platform. Just wait for this handsome daddy to have all his pictures planted everywhere." Confident, he smirked and turned off the hologram, planning to head to the counter in order to check about his current position in the queue. "Sir, there are still 102 customers ahead of you choosing and testing the techniques. If you are in a rush, I suggest that you pay a small fee to be served as a priority customer." A polite, beautiful lady with a ponytail informed him professionally. "No need. I can wait. Just make sure to give me a call when it's my turn, please." Disinterested in her suggestion, Felix waved his hand while walking back to the lounge. He knew that he couldn't act like a rich lord anymore by paying to skip the queues and lines. He had to pinch every coin from now on, so he would have more coins to bet during the upcoming game. It was truly a sad fate for Felix to have millions in his bank account, yet still feel broke. But he couldn't do much about it. No one forced him to choose the best of the best. He could have easily avoided those problems if he simply walked the normal path like everyone else. But in his eyes, that would be the greatest injustice to everyone in the universe who wished to have a second chance in life with this many opportunities and cheats. 45 minutes later, Felix received a call from the receptionist, informing him that his turn had arrived. He immediately strode forward to get this done as fast as possible. "Please enter public room number 149 to see the general techniques catalog." She gave him a key and continued her explanation. "Additionally, you can test them in it for free the first 5 times. But after so, you need to pay 1,000 SC fee for each test." "Understood, yes." He took the key and scanned it with his bracelet. Immediately after, it broke into light particles. Felix nodded his head politely and walked towards his room with a hidden smirk. He planned to learn the consciousness access technique first, to pay a surprise visit to Asna while she was still asleep. We still have unfulfilled promise between us." He rubbed his hands together with a lewd expression. No wonder the bastard was in a rush to learn the technique. The promise he made with Asna during the shower was still on his mind to this day. Based on how frequent he took showers and changed his clothes, Asna probably owned a heavy debt of nudity to pay. Shortly after, he stepped out of the elevator and kept walking slowly, bypassing room after room until his eyes landed on the room numbered 149. He put his bracelet on the door scanner and waited a couple of seconds before the door opened up automatically. Nostalgic, his eyes kept roaming around, observing each corner of the white simple room that had nothing inside but a chair and a large screen, showcasing boldly hundreds of technique names that would make one's head spin from all of their variety and outrageous prices. It's been a really long time since I used those kinds of rooms. As his eyes landed on those prices, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Still as expensive as hell. He clicked on the search button and keyed in the name of the technique he wanted to purchase. Soon after, a list of all the techniques that had the same name was listed, from the cheapest to most expensive. Felix didn't bother scrolling down to see those techniques that he couldn't even afford with his petty capital. He clicked the purchase button on the third technique on the list. Sir Felix, I advise you to prepare your mentality, as in 5 seconds the details about the technique shall be sent directly into your mind. Felix thanked the Queen for the early warning and closed his eyes. Abruptly, a massive amount of information detailing everything about the technique flooded his brain for 6 seconds straight. Overwhelmed a bit, Felix sweated heavily from his forehead with his hands on his knees, supporting his weight. It was quite tough to handle such a load of information all at once. At least I didn't faint, or get a headache. He sighed in relief. Let's see if I'm able to enter my consciousness even with only one bloodline. He wiped his sweaty forehead with his sleeves and sat on the chair. He wasn't 100% certain in it working though. As in his previous life, to activate manually a general technique one should at least be at greater purity. So, the consciousness barrier wouldn't break instantly after one failed the attempt. But he had to try. As his consciousness barrier wasn't like the rest, he was somewhat confident in it sustaining at least 3 strikes before breaking. Here we go. Out of nowhere, Felix pinched his throat and started speaking in an unknown language that sounded extremely bizarre and quite annoying to the ears of the listeners. It quite resembled different buzzing sounds mashed up together. Shortly after, he stopped speaking and sat straight without a single quiver, just like a corpse. But that changed after a few seconds, as he dropped on his knees and started to cough a large amount of blood. Cough. Fuck, one small mistake and the entire manual activation fell apart and cracked my consciousness wall. Vexed, he wiped the blood from his mouth and sat back on the chair. Now, he only had 2 more tries before the damages caused to his barrier be unrecoverable. He must use them wisely. Composed, his irregular breathing was normalized, as he concentrated on practicing in his mind that weird-sounding activation code. He had to wait anyway for those cracks on his barrier to recover. Thus, it was better to at least rehearse a bit. The language of the hive race wasn't that easily spoken by anyone. The only reason Felix was able to was because the clan he was in made it mandatory for every junior bloodliner to attend the hive race language class. After all, there were tons of general techniques released each year by the hive race, just like the mental transmission that the Alexander Kingdom used on Earthlings. Thus, it was a must-learn language in the universe for hardworking bloodliners. As for the lazy ones, the hive race didn't forget about them and made the technique activate automatically if a strict condition was met. For example, this technique that Felix was trying to manually activate could automatically take effect after the user reached the origin purity of the purification realm. Although Felix was part of the lazy group after he became a 3rd stage bloodliner, he still didn't dare to laze in that language class, as the reward of being one of the top 10 in it was to receive a technique of their own choice. He wasn't going to miss that at any cost. Thus, he learned and mastered at least 20 of the language, earning him 3rd place in the class. Who would have known his hard work would have come handy in this situation still? Felix was taking quite a big risk even with his good mastery of the language. After all, to manually activate this technique while being a newly awakened was a risk no one would try to do. Hell, they might not do it even when they reached the lesser purity, the recommended power level to manually activate it, since there was no point or clear benefits worthy enough to risk their own consciousness destruction on this endeavor, simply because their consciousness was empty without a single fart in it. So who would bother taking such a huge risk just to enter and see nothing inside? They could just wait until they reached the origin purity and automatically enter without any issues cropping up. But Felix's case was different. His consciousness was being rented by Asna, and as the landlord, he must check on her as soon as possible. After all, it was extremely weird that someone was living inside his body without even seeing how she looked like. This curiosity was slowly eating him from the inside, and no matter how much he tried to ignore it or avoid it, it would always come back. Every time Asna spoke with her mesmerizing voice that could charm even the devil. So he was really determined that now was the time to see her and get rid of that annoying curiosity. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't be able to focus on his bloodline path. 30 minutes later, Felix stood up with a relaxed expression. All right, it's time for round 2. He took a deep breath and pinched his throat again, then spoke with the same bizarre language. But this time he spoke longer and fluently. A vast difference from earlier, as now his voice was far more pleasant to the listeners than before when he sounded like a banshee screech. He soon stopped speaking and just sat silently with closed eyes, on a lake that was filled with see-through water while being closed off by thin transparent walls. Felix was lying with his eyes closed peacefully. However, that peacefulness broke in an instant after he woke up with hands extended forward, trying to hold into something. Oof! Oof, he gasped for breath like he was drowning in an ocean, while his eyes surveyed around him. Fucking hell. I hate that feeling of dropping from the air when I always try to enter this place. Annoyed, he eased his rugged breaths and stood up, planning to visit Asna ASAP. He had no idea when she would wake up. Thus, he had to make haste to prank her successfully. Let's go see that old witch. I bet she is ugly as hell with a wrinkled face from all of those years she lived. He chuckled with a playful look. He was pretty confident in his guess, as he based it on the fact that Asna took the shape of a flame when they saw her in the ruins. He doubted that her energy was low to the point she couldn't take her original shape. Good thing my consciousness is still small, so it is easy to find her. Just like he thought, it was really easy to locate her, since even without the size of the lake, just the large mansion that was made of mist was an easy hint to where she was at. He strode towards the mansion on tiptoes, trying his best to not make too much noise by splashing water everywhere. Otherwise, his shocking surprise that he was building for would be ruined after she wakes up and caught him red-handed. Unfortunately, the only one who was dealt with a heavy shock was him, as the moment he entered the mansion and laid his eyes on Asna's otherworldly beauty that could steal men's heart in a split second. He stood petrified in his place with his eyes fixated on the crimson-haired beauty that was sleeping peacefully. The last thought that coursed through his mind before his brain got short-circuit was, I am done for Chapter 63 announcing his awakening. Chapter 63 announcing his awakening. After a while, Felix broke out of the enchantment and took a deep breath with his eyes closed shut, not daring to see her bewitching face anymore. He knew that he screwed up big time after seeing her for just a few seconds. As in before, he only heard her voice while imagining her as an old hag. But now that he saw her real form, he would find it extremely difficult to listen to her properly without recalling her angelic beauty. Heck, even if she cursed at him, it would only sound like heavenly bells ringing in his ears. That's why he knew that he was done for. After all, if he couldn't fix this enchantment, the fate of being her simp wasn't too far of a stretch. At that point, he would truly become her slave. A yes man who would never refuse any of her requests. No wonder she said that he wasn't going to handle seeing her naked before. What a joke. Currently he couldn't even keep eye contact with her face without breathing like a horny teenager. Don't even mention seeing her nude. No doubt, Felix would straight away pass out from the arousing sight. As he kept taking deep breaths periodically, his enlarged slits slowly returned to their original size. He placed a hand on his heart that was beating 100 times per minute, trying to calm it a bit. Get a grip. She is as old as the universe. Don't be fooled by her captivating face. In the end, she is still an old lady. He tried to relax his teenage hormones that were causing his body to have such an intense reaction, by mentioning the large age gap between them. However, his plan quickly fell apart as he heard her talking in her sleep with a charming voice. Die. You stingy bastard. You dare refuse to bring me movies to watch. Burn in hell. Even though she was cursing him, Felix only had a love-struck expression on his face while hearing her talking about him. Just like a crush finally responding to your message after 6 months of waiting. What he feared would happen, ended up happening eventually. So, without further delay, he quickly escaped from his consciousness without fulfilling his plan of scaring Asna. In the White Room, Felix woke up with black lines on his forehead. Fuck. She was probably planning to take advantage of my age by harassing and teasing me when I visit her for the first time. Good thing he saw her while sleeping without her knowledge. So now, the situation could still be salvaged if he slowly managed to numb her beauty from his memory by seeing her constantly, or imagining her all the time. This way when he finally sees her for real, the only response he would give was, meh, not bad. But that wasn't going to be a walk in the park since she could read his mind and easily figure out his plan. So he had only a limited duration to take advantage of. And that was during her sleep. I will never give her the satisfaction of seeing my stunned expression when I meet her next time. He stood up with his fist clutched tight and said, I swear on it. He then dropped the matter for now, as his time inside the room was tight. So, he began scrolling for other necessary techniques to buy, such as the UVR consciousness connection, that would allow him to connect to the UVR wherever he was in the universe without relying on signal towers like commoners. The consciousness access technique he was using now only allowed him to enter his consciousness. Nothing more, nothing less. After buying a couple of different techniques, he closed off the screen and left the white room without testing them. A few hours later, Felix already returned to his room in reality and paid a servant to handle the delivery process of the gifts. It was really a weird moment when Felix welcomed the servant, wearing wide glasses that covered half his face, a cap on his head, and a hoodie on top. His appearance resembled a celebrity trying their best to remain undercover in public. However, Felix wore like that just to cover up for his mutations, so the news wouldn't leak outside this early. The last thing he needed was handling the Elder's investigation right now, as a more pressing issue was chasing after him, which was how to deal with Asna's overpowered charm without alerting her. He spent hours thinking of a solid plan, but, no matter what he came up with, he always returned to his original first plan. That was to numb his emotions by seeing her constantly in her sleep. He knew that a plan like this wasn't reliable much, but when compared to what he came up with, it was the only one that had the highest chance of success. After all, everything in the universe would gradually lose its beauty and luster if one kept staring at it constantly for a long period of time. Or at least, the feeling wasn't going to be the same as seeing it for the very first time. The only fault in this plan was the fact Asna could wake up at any given moment without prior notice. Felix had no plans to meet up with her while awake. Otherwise, the fate of getting harassed and teased to death was inescapable. Hence, the current dilemma, whether to go for this plan or not. Fuck it, I will enter as much as possible during this month to build immunity against her. He massaged his temples gently and added, if she wakes up, so be it. I will take her teasing like a horny teenager. Nothing to be ashamed of since I am excused from anything I do or say during my hormonal upsurge. This is all the fault of my body, not me. He quickly built a solid excuse to use in case the plan failed. After all, his body was still 18 years old, the year where hormones were doing most of the talking and not his rationality. Felix sighed one last time and pinched his throat again, planning to access his unconsciousness to kickstart his plan as fast as possible. There was no time to waste, as every second counted in this race. Either he survives her charm, or she wakes up and finds out about everything. 20 days quickly passed by, as the big day of awakening in the family was happening tomorrow morning. Everyone was on edge, whether parents or the few remaining juniors who were about to awaken. No one was spared from the tense atmosphere. The entire building had descended into a deafening silence, in preparation for tomorrow's big event. Yet suddenly this silence was broken by Felix's loud bragging voice that resonated on every floor. Party in my room to celebrate this daddy's successful awakening. Only female cousins are invited though. Thank you and good luck tomorrow. After finishing his announcement, Felix paid the monitor room guard 2 cigarettes and bolted in the direction of his room. He knew that the elders were going to rush towards it, to see if he lied or not. Thus, it was better if he was there already than to be cornered by them in the hallway. Just like he guessed, the moment the announcement was made, everyone's peaceful expressions changed to disbelief and shock, especially the juniors who were relaxing their mentality in preparation, as they heard his damned voice, loud and clear from the speaker that was installed in their room. Bullshit. How can he awaken when his bloodline is in the hands of the elders? Kenny, that was practicing yoga in his room, sneered after hearing Felix's bold claim. His reaction was exactly the same as the rest of the juniors. They honestly believed that Felix was either lying as a prank or to lighten the mood. Whatever it was, his claim was totally bullshit. After all, the elders were definitely not going to give him the bloodline bottle during this sensitive moment. It wasn't just him, but every junior had their bloodlines taken by the elders 10 days prior, after a moronic junior tried to awaken secretly after realizing that he couldn't handle the torture of the mock practice anymore. His thoughts were understandable, as he believed that he would rather go for it and wish for Lady Luck to grace him than to have his bloodline bottle taken away after giving up the practice. Unfortunately, his shriveled body was found the next morning laying on a pool of clotted blood. Thus, the juniors had no plans to head to Felix's room and entertain his crap. They would rather continue their mental preparation, hoping to get a peace of mind for the big day tomorrow. On the other hand, Olivia was the total opposite, as she quickly left her room with a worried expression. I hope this is not one of his stupid pranks, or else he will be heavily punished by the elders. She chewed on her lip inside the elevator and murmured, "Stupid Felix. It is really bad timing for pranks." Noah's ears twitched slightly, then returned normal. That was the only reaction he had about this situation. Meanwhile, on the roof, near the swimming pool and the garden, wittied, Robert spat a mouthful of orange juice at Albert's face. Did that rascal really awaken? He wiped his mouth and said, I know for a fact that he won't lie about those kinds of things. Which means he bought another bloodline from the UVR and used it. Dumbfounded, Albert cleaned his face from the juice drops. He did not even lash at Robert after being showered like that. He simply responded with a questing tone. But why didn't he wait until tomorrow? Isn't much better to awaken under our supervision? What's more pressing is to find out which bloodline he integrated with, and why did he do so without informing us? Abraham slammed his palm on the table and shouted, This is intolerable action that must be punished. Otherwise, everyone would start copying him and doing what the hell they want without our approval. He huffed. We can't be having any more dead bodies on the building. Enough wasting time asking us. Charlotte pushed glasses upward her nose bridge and said, Let's go find out in person. I trust Felix will have a plausible explanation. After Felix reached his room, he kept the door wide open and sat on a chair in front of it with a relaxed smile. He felt quite relaxed about the entire situation, as he spent the past half-month preparing enough material to counterattack every question they throw at him. A few moments later, the first to arrive was unsurprisingly Olivia, who peeked inside the room with one eye while leaning against the wall. Immediately after spotting Felix, who was sitting in the middle of the room in a carefree manner, she yelled out loud while baring her small fangs at him, Who are you and what did you do to Felix? Chapter 64 Heart Attack. Chapter 64 Heart Attack. Felix didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her reaction, but he could not blame her. After all, his entire demeanor had transformed after his stylish mutations occurred. If before he appeared harmless and playful to everyone else, now with his current appearance, his bearing completely changed to being cold and dangerous with those gleaming deadly slits. But that's only if he kept his mouth shut. Too bad. Felix was not known for being as such, and he wouldn't change his personality just to fit his current style more. So, he welcomed the fuming Olivia with his typical charming easygoing smile. Come inside, little Oli. Don't worry, it's just me, Felix. Olivia stuttered while pointing her shaky finger in his direction. What happens to your hair and eyes? Before Felix could even answer back, she fired another question with a hint of excitement in her voice. Did you really awaken? And those are the famous mutations that I read about online. Indeed. Those are the byproducts after awakening, he answered, smiling. She quickly rushed to his side and asked with stars in her eyes, Can I touch your hair? Please, it looks so soft and smooth. Felix rubbed his nose and allowed her to do as she pleased. Yet, he instantly regretted his decision after she planted her face on his hair and started rubbing it with her eyes closed shut in content. So soft and silky. This is the dream hair of every girl. Enough, Oli. Get your face away. He pushed her clingy head away and scolded. You are dirtying it with your dripping saliva. Fuck, my purple tips are all stained. Stop being stingy. Just let me smell it one more time. Olivia just kept evading his hands while sniffing his hair with a happy expression like a puppy. Who could blame her though? Felix's hair had a unique natural fragrance that could be sold as perfume worldwide and reach instant success. The mutation might be useless in fights, but it made sure he wouldn't lose out in terms of looks and attractiveness to anyone. God damn it. Olivia, don't force me to cut eye. Suddenly both of them froze, playing around, as their eyes made contact with 5 elders who were watching them with a wide grin. Olivia, who are you flirting with? Charlotte asked. Sigh. Our little flower is even flirting with men now. Time truly flies. Carter's shoulders slumped a bit. For my grandson to have his girlfriend flirting with another man even in his room. Robert sighed. I truly raised disappointment. If he saw her now, his hair will probably turn green. Don't you think? Albert threw a jab at Felix without mercy. True. I know for a fact mine would. Abraham nodded his head while touching his long white hair. Irritated, Felix stared at those old fogies tease him with a dark expression. He knew that the elders were taking advantage of this situation to vent some of their anger at him, after not being informed that he was awakening. If before, they were a bit skeptical at his announcement, now, after seeing his hair and eyes, it became pretty clear that he was telling the truth, which made it pretty hard for them to stomach. After all, too many things could go wrong during the process of awakening, and only by having someone at Felix's side, backing him up whenever an issue popped up, could he awaken safely, just like when Asna intervened when he was about to pass out. But the elders had no idea that he had her at his side. They thought that he went full commando, like an idiot, and risked his life for no apparent reason. Elders, it's not what it looks like. This is Felix after he awakened. Olivia jumped away from Felix like someone stepped on her tail. She tucked her hair behind her ears with a slight blush on her cheeks and murmured, "And he is not my boyfriend." Felix immediately supported her claim with a nod and changed the subject to not embarrass her any further. "What brought you here, Grandpa? Are you here for the party?" he asked. "Rascal, stop playing dumb. Hurry up and explain yourself. I can only hold those fogies from beating you up this far." Robert held his hand behind his back and ordered him to cough up his excuse. "You better provide a good reason. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you from the punishment." "He is right. Don't try to bullshit your way out of this." Abraham approached him and said, "Just tell the truth. At least your punishment will be light." "Queen AI, please show them my betting log." Felix kickstarted his plan immediately without using words, but actually showing them hard evidence first, to facilitate the following lies. "As you wish, Sir Felix." Right away, Queen presented for each elder a holographic log that showcased Felix's latest bet. The elders were not expecting this at all, as they assumed that Felix would either lie through his teeth or acknowledge his wrongdoing, but they still read the log with narrowed eyes, trying to see what he was on about. Yet, the moment they spotted the huge amount that he won after betting on Wally, their eyes couldn't help but widen in disbelief. You actually managed to win 1 million from betting," Abraham shouted out loud, almost deafening the elders near him. However, they didn't seem to mind, as their eyes were too engrossed in reading that amount over and over again. Their expression was slowly changing from disbelief to envy, and finally greed. The only one who didn't show those desires was Robert, who kept chuckling foolishly like he lucked out on a lottery. Felix merely sighed after noticing their human-like behavior, as he understood that the entire family budget did not surpass 5 million SE even after having the AP bracelet and being in contact with UVR for over 8 months. That 5 million was the fruit of their investments in the UVR in the past 8 months when compared to Felix, who earned 80 million in 2 days due to his memories. It truly appeared pitiful, but this was the true reality of earning money in UVR. It was never an easy endeavor to do so, since to sell within the markets, having a good reputation, was a must. But to obtain a good reputation they needed to sell first. Such a vicious circle was the reason why the majority of new businessmen, who were trying to make a living, tuck their tails between their legs and cancel all of their business ventures, As for investments that rarely worked well in the UVR, where scammers were popping out like mushrooms with new projects to fool the investors every goddamn second, only veteran investors were able to spot the small pieces of gold in the sea of dung those scammers created. One should never take Felix's ways of earning money as a standard. After all, he was really just cheating his way up by taking advantage of his memories. If he didn't have them, he would have definitely performed even worse than the family. Indeed, it was truly just blind luck due to my curiosity. He scratched his nose and asked, "Do you want to hear the long version of the process or the short one? Please share all the details on how you did so." Abraham sat on the couch near him and said with his arms crossed, "This is extremely important to the family future." "As you wish." With a confident smile on his face, Felix started sharing the bullshit story he worked hard to create. "Well, as I mentioned before, I only gambled because of my curiosity. But before I did so, I needed the capital first, since I was penniless the moment I was dropped in the UVR." "Indeed, just like us." The elders nodded their heads. "So I tried to find ways to earn coins as fast as possible. Thus, I did what anyone in my age would do." He shrugged his shoulders. "I searched online for a solution. And just like always, the UVR network did not disappoint. As I have read in a public forum, that there is a law entailing that any newcomer in SGA gets a 100 SD loan with low interest and without providing a valid reason. Here I was wondering how you managed to get capital. It turned out you used the free loan rule." Disheartened, Abraham sighed after realizing that Felix did not luck out a job in a well-paying business or a shop like he assumed, but merely used his SGA rights, which they already had knowledge of. His disappointment was understandable, as the family currently wanted nothing more but to expand as far as they could in the UVR. Thus, if Felix had actually found a job, it would further enhance their garbage social network even further by obtaining the friendship of his boss. "I can already see the rest of the events. You betted your entire capital on the currently famous solid wall, thus managing to hit it big." "Indeed. My father senses tingled that there is a profit to make in this gamble. So without hesitation, I threw everything I had on Wally." He looked at Abraham right in his eyes and said, "I wanted to inform you about taking this gamble with me, but I know that it will be really hard for you guys to bet the family future on a single cent that might turn wrong." The elders' silence after hearing his explanation was a clear sign of agreement. In fact, they felt like if he told them, they would do everything in their power to convince him to either not bet or cancel it. Elders' caution attitude towards life was not the same as youngsters, who never gave a crap about future repercussions. It was a correct move not to inform us about this one. Robert scratched his beard and asked, "But why didn't you tell us that you planned to awake yesterday with a different bloodline?" "Indeed, if you told us, we would have done our best to assist you." Charlotte nodded. Felix truly felt like a criminal being surrendered by detectives. Nonetheless, he neither broke off the character nor showed any loophole in his story. "Well, I could not share all of the details, since I am bound by a contract I signed, but I can tell you one thing." He stared at their penetrating eyes that were scanning every twitch in his face, just like a lie detector, and said, "The bloodline I awakened with was a legendary rank." The instant he said the rank of the bloodline, everyone's brain short-circuited. The bombshell he dropped was too much for their mind to handle. They simply couldn't process how could someone in their family obtain a legendary bloodline, while they weren't able to even buy an epic rank one. This unbelievable fact truly blew their minds away, and their diluted stiff eyes were the best proof of so. "Elders, are you all right?" With a hidden glint in his eyes, Felix asked wordly. Thought, however, the only response he received was Robert's body dropping on the ground with a hand clutching his chest in anguish. Speechless, Felix stared at his grandfather having a heart attack at this untimely moment. The shock was truly too big for Robert's fragile heart to handle. Good thing he didn't expose that he actually earned a whopping 80 million from the bet. Otherwise, his grandfather would straightway drop dead. Chapter 65 Longevity Potion Effect. Chapter 65 Longevity Potion Effect. Everyone in the room broke out of their daze after hearing Robert's forehead smack into the floor carpet. Thud. Fuck Robert. Don't you dare die on me now. Albert quickly rushed to Robert's side and knelt next to him, preparing to provide chest compression or CPR if his heart stopped beating. As for now, Robert appeared to be only having symptoms of a heart attack since he kept clutching his chest with a twisted expression. It seemed like the squeezing pain in the center of his chest made it difficult for him to breathe. If this carried on, his death wouldn't be a far-fetched ending. Abraham quickly took his phone out and called for the medical team in the building, who was responsible for the medical health of the juniors, to rush here ASAP. Meanwhile, Olivia kept running all over the room like a headless chicken, having no clue what she was supposed to do. Helpless, Felix sighed and took the longevity potion from his spatial card, planning to feed it to his grandfather. He never wanted things to go this way, as he preferred to hand it when he was alone with his grandfather. To avoid more unnecessary questions, if he explained to his grandfather how he bought it, he could leave taking care of the elders to him. But now, he could only use it in front of the elders, who would definitely skin him alive after hearing its price tag. Well, change of plans, I guess. Unlike the rest, who were losing their shit, Felix approached his grandfather and sat near his head. He then forcefully opened Robert's mouth and emptied all the white content of the potion inside, not giving the elders a chance to stop him. What the hell are you doing? Felix, have you lost your mind? Livid, Carter jumped on Felix and dragged him away from Robert, who lay on the floor unmoving like a corpse after drinking that potion. No one could blame him, though, as it was a too foolish move to feed a person who has a heart attack with an unknown substance. It could only make his condition worse and even straightaway kill him, just like the current case. Robert's heart completely stopped beating, scaring the shit out of everyone. Immediately, Albert started doing CPR and chest compression in between each pause. No one bothered with Felix anymore or scolded him. They watched Albert trying his best to revive Robert while holding their breath nervously, nonchalant at being seized underneath Carter like a criminal. Felix coughed to get their attention and said, "Elder, you can stop. You won't be able to revive him," he quickly explained after seeing their murderous gazes. "I fed him a longevity potion. It will remove all of his diseases at once, and also provide him with immunity to them for the next 300 years that he will live. He will wake up automatically after the reconstruction process is over. Don't waste your breath," he said, chuckling. Albert's folded hands instantly froze midair after hearing the name of the dream potion he always wanted, but never had the capital to get it. It wasn't just him who acted like this, but every elder in the room froze as well, even the youngest of them all, Charlotte. After all, the entire reason they were using coins they earned not on themselves, but their juniors was but an investment for the future. A future where one of their children made it big, and gifted them a longevity potion that cost almost 1 million SE. However, not in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Robert would drink one in front of them this early without even being aware of it. Albert stared at Robert's peaceful face, and wanted nothing more than to slap him hard in the face for having such a grandson that spent his entire fortune on him. Meanwhile, his granddaughter didn't even give him a call once a month. Such filial pity was almost extinct in the current age. The silence did not last long, as it was quickly broken by Felix whining. "Elder Carter, can you get up already? My hair is being dirtied from lying on the floor. It takes a lot of effort each day to wash it." "Who gives a shit about your hair?" Abraham roared with a booming voice. "You better confess how much SE you own, Felix. It is clearly impossible to obtain both the legendary bloodline and also the longevity potion with only 1 million SE, no matter how much you think about it," Charlotte said, composed as always. "I was planning to explain everything at once in detail, but Grandpa just had to steal the spotlight and act dead. It's not my fault," he said. "All right, let's wait for Robert to wake up. Then you can share everything." She returned to her seat and put one leg above the other, waiting for Robert to wake up from the reconstruction process. The rest followed after her and receded as well. Only Carter stayed in his position, uncaring about Felix's cries. "Elder, I think it's better to cancel the medical call," Olivia suggested softly. "Oh, thank you for reminding me, little Oli." Abraham patted Olivia, who was sitting next to him, and quickly cancelled the medical call. It was much better to have as few outsiders as possible when dealing with such sensitive matters. Fortunately, Robert did not keep them waiting for long, as he woke up a bit muddled a couple of minutes later. "Why do I feel like I am back to my 20s?" he murmured while touching his heart with a frown. He then applied force on his neck but felt nothing, followed by his lower back, but still felt nothing. He kept applying pressure on all of the body parts used to torture him due to his old age. Yet, he only felt comfort each time, making his face light up brighter and brighter after each attempt. Relieved and quite happy, Felix stared at his grandfather, who was touching himself up like a kid. "Worth it," he murmured. That's the only thing he could say to express his joy after seeing one of his previous regrets get finally resolved. However, his joy was quickly replaced by shame after seeing his grandfather putting his hand in his nether region with clear expectations written on his face. Shortly after, Robert stood up with his hands in the air shouting out loud like a deranged madman, "My dragon has revived after 30 years of dormant." Felix just buried his head in the ground, trying his best not to associate himself with his grandfather after seeing such shameful behavior. Meanwhile, the elderly men all gave Robert a dirty look with a hint of envy. As for Charlotte and Olivia, one just stared calmly, unbothered about the farce, and the other covered her eyes with her fingers while peeking from the gaps with a flushed face. "Enough embarrassing your grandson, old geezer." Albert smacked Robert's bald head to vent some of his envy and said, "You are making him regret gifting you the longevity potion." Robert did not even lash out at Albert. He stared at Felix in bewilderment after realizing that his body rebirth was due to the longevity potion and not some miracle he assumed in his mind. Yet, the first thing that came out of his mouth was not gratitude but scolding. "You little bastard. Why did you waste $1 million on these old bones?" he added in anguish. "You could have bought resources to help you reach a higher level than your peers. Or at least invest that capital in business within the UVR. So many things could have been done with it." If he weren't bald, he would have pulled his hair out in frustration. "I can always earn those later some way or another." Felix shook his head and smiled. "But you only have one life. And I would be a fool if I didn't use what I earned to cure your disease and add some extra years." He chided. "With your drinking habit, you might flat out die tomorrow. I can't risk it." Everyone had their tongue tied after hearing his claim. After all, to be selfless to your own kin was a virtue worthy of respect by anyone. Robert could only grin foolishly while poking Albert in his temples. "How do you find my grandson?" Not bad. Right." He placed his arm around Albert's shoulder and continued bragging with a smirk. "You always mock me, saying that I wasted too many assets on a good-for-nothing kid." He. Who's laughing now?" Irritated, Albert could only lower his head and accept his taunting in silence. He knew that nothing he said would be good enough as a retort since Robert was completely right. He indeed mocked and threw some insults at Robert each time he saw him trading his assets to negate young Felix's punishments. For a cheapskate person like him to see that happening in front of him, he honestly could not resist mocking Robert for it. But now the tables had turned. The wastrel he was mocking helped his grandfather add 300 years to his longevity, while his granddaughter wasn't even interested in this awakening crap after he taught her laboriously in her young age to only live for money and money. "Alright, enough bragging, Robert. We still have unfinished business with Felix." Abraham quickly saved Albert by mentioning the ongoing questioning. "Alright, I will visit this old coot later in his room to continue our delightful conversation." Robert smiled in Felix's direction and said, "Felix, get it over with, and tell them what they want to hear." Carter understood the cue and helped the irritated Felix to stand up. "Elder, you really need to lose some weight." Pained, Felix massaged his back and returned to his seat, planning to continue his bullshit from where he left. "As I said before, I am bound by a contract I made when I obtained the legendary bloodline. Hence I can't explain the details of the bloodline." He dusted his hair gently while uttering, "But I can tell you how I obtained it." "Good. That's what we want to hear in the first place." Abraham said, "Well, after winning the million SE, I thought it was my lucky day, so I decided to participate in some market lotteries." He smiled. I joined each one I could find until the number of tickets I purchased raised to 150 with a total of 150. So you were telling us you wasted 150 in lotteries, Abraham mumbled under his breath in disbelief, not daring to entertain the thought that Felix just wasted that much in a FC King lottery. Who could blame him? Though 150 was 30 of the entire training camp budget. I am gonna kill you, little bastard. He immediately dashed towards Felix with bloodshot eyes, trying to rip him apart. Fortunately, everyone held him back before he committed a crime. Felix stopped trying to build suspense and instantly said everything at once. After seeing the enraged elder, he honestly could not afford to play with their emotions anymore. I lost every lottery ticket, except the bloodline one, which I managed to win the big prize of the month. And it was a legendary tier 1 beast, he added swiftly to ease Abraham's fury. In other words, I spent 150 to obtain a legendary bloodline that could only be bought in auctions with outrageous prices. He is right. He truly obtained it as a bargain. Charlotte nodded her head and asked, I guess you used the remaining coins to buy the longevity potion, right? Felix only nodded in agreement, as this was much better than he planned to bullshit with. Abraham relaxed a bit after understanding the full picture, but still, he didn't let go of Felix yet. But why did you awaken without informing us? He questioned him while being shoulder-locked by Albert and Robert. I doubt the contract will enforce you with such a stupid condition. Do you think I'm retarded enough to inform you guys that I planned to awake with a legendary bloodline? He sneered, uncaring about saving them face. I know for a fact that you will pressure me to hand it over, so you can resell it and obtain enough coins to invest in business opportunities within the UVR. So, to avoid the entire situation, I would rather just risk awakening solo than informing you. He shrugged his shoulders with hands spread apart. Don't take it personally, I'm simply protecting my own benefits. Tongue-tied at his reason, the elders were left without any way to retort his negative assumption of them, as everything he mentioned was 100 correct. They knew that when it came to the family's future, personal feelings could be overlooked. Thus, they were going to force Felix to hand the bloodline one way or another. Such a treasure that could be sold for hundreds of millions must not be used on one person. Too many things could have been solved by having that amount in their bank account. First, it was enough to stomp all the families and authority figures on Earth, leaving them to bite their dust. Second, it could be used to buy better bloodline and resources for their juniors. Most importantly, they could buy longevity potion for each of them without feeling a dent in their capital. This was what their thoughts were, and they were not ashamed of them, because everything they do was for the family, except the potion one. That was simply a universal wish for everyone. But Felix was right, there was nothing personal here. He had no reason to hand over his own benefits for the family, a place where he had only but bad memories. So, they didn't blame him either, hate him, they just sighed in helplessness over missing such a large opportunity to make a difference. Alright, there is no need to say more, lad. You did what you thought was right, and no one will scold you for it. Albert walked towards the door and warned sternly. But you better work your ass off to bring its potential to the limit. Suppose you can't even secure a representation spot with this bloodline. I will beat you to death. The rest gave Felix a warning look and hastily chased after Albert, planning to see how they could take advantage of Felix awakening to help the other juniors. They obtained the answers they came for, so there was no point remaining in the room anymore. Although those answers did not please them much, they still felt a little better after knowing that if Felix had awakened and also with a legendary bloodline, at least they must be the first family on Earth to have a legendary bloodliner. Robert hugged Felix with a warm smile. I am proud of you, kid. Your decision was the best one to be made, since only by securing your future can you start thinking of others. Thanks, Grandpa, I will keep your words at bay. Felix returned his hug while making an inviting motion to Olivia with a hidden glint. She shyly approached them and entered the hug as well with a cute smile. Sadly, that smile was replaced with disgust after hearing two loud farts coming out of Felix and his grandfather. She quickly tried to remove herself from the hug, but would the shameless duo be that generous and let her leave without taking a whiff? Sadly, It was a hard no. So, poor Olivia could only remain within their clutches with watery eyes and constipated expression from the deadly smell. Savvy me elders, too bad. Their devilish laugh quickly engulfed her cry of help after using their unique trapping technique to prank her successfully. If Robert wasn't in a good mood, he wouldn't have entertained Felix's hidden wink he gave him during the hug. Chapter 66 The Integration Process. Chapter 66 The Integration Process. 3 days quickly passed by. As the big day of awakening ended up on a successful note without any hiccups, 8 juniors managed to awaken successfully after surviving the excruciating agony of the process. Some were known to have higher chances to awaken, like Noah, Kenny, Olivia, and Sarah, while some managed to awaken out of nowhere, surprising the elders and their peers. Jackson Maxwell was of them, a fog element user with the spectral owl bloodline. No one believed that he was going to awaken successfully, as he fainted throughout the entire mock practice. Regardless, he didn't give up on awakening for real, and the elders weren't allowed to take his bloodline unless he explicitly agreed to give up. Thus, they could only watch him risk his life, knowing that his chances were null. After all, he failed the mock practice miserably. It was only natural to assume that he was going to fail the awakening as well. However, he defied everyone's expectations when he managed to remain conscious throughout the entire process. When the elders asked him how he felt, he answered that it wasn't as bad as what he experienced in the mock practice. In fact, he wasn't the only one who said so, as the rest of the juniors who awakened successfully with him mentioned the same. From this, the elders and seniors of those juniors realized that Felix and Charlotte were right in their tough-handed approach. It was much better to make the mock practice have the same difficulty as the real awakening during the last 5 days, as even if the juniors failed the practice, they would still have experienced the real awakening, and wouldn't be blindsided during the real test. Not to mention, the casualties were at the bare minimum, since the majority of the juniors decided to give up after realizing that it was impossible for them to even survive the first 5 minutes of awakening. Based on their mock practice results, the only ones who went for awakening were the juniors who either succeeded in the mock practice or at least survived the first 10 minutes before passing out. Due to those significant results, Felix earned some brownies from the parents of those children after saving their lives indirectly by his awakening practice approach. But Felix didn't give a crap about their gratitude, as he saved them in the first place only because he had nothing to lose. And it wasn't much of an effort. Otherwise, he wouldn't even bother. Currently, on the 35th floor, Felix stood together with the 8 awakened juniors. Some of them received easily noticeable mutations, such as Olivia, who had a small growing yellow lily flower on the top of her head, making her cuteness reach a new level. However, the elders and Felix merely sighed after seeing this mutation happen to her during the awakening, as they knew that it wasn't possible anymore to pat her head. The gentle-looking flower acted like a protective helmet for Olivia, and she couldn't get any happier about it. Then there was Kenny, who received a somewhat low-key mutation, as dark shades covered both of his eyes, making him even harder to read. Meanwhile, some did not undergo any mutation at all, as they remained exactly the same. Just like Noah, nothing changed about him or added. But it was understandable, since not everyone could receive mutations from an awakening with just one. It all depended on luck. The only certain way to get them was by increasing the dose of the injection as much as possible. Nevertheless, Felix's mutation was still the envy of everyone, as the moment the elders left his room after their interrogation, they announced that he truly awakened under the supervision of Robert. They had to add an elder, otherwise, the rest would start complaining about favoritism. However, the elders thought too much about it, since the juniors' brains excluded all those petty secondary thoughts, and focused only on one thing, and that was one of them truly awakened. They had seen awakened bloodliners many times on the internet and UVR streams, but still, nothing beats seeing the real deal. Thus, they all rushed towards Felix's room, like a debt collector coming to pay a visit. Felix already anticipated their arrival, since he heard the announcement as well. So, he left the door wide open and sat in the same chair, feeling like some endangered animal on public display. As soon as they arrived and saw his new outlook, they went bonkers in his room, chatting and asking billions of questions about his process of awakening and mutations. The boys envied the purple slits that made him appear dangerous and elegant at the same time, while the girls never stopped harassing him to let them touch his hair or smell its natural spring fragrance. In spite of that, Felix only felt annoyed by the whole farce, as he truly believed that his mutations were quite trash compared to what he saw in his past life. Alas, those teenagers cared only about dashing mutations, and not about their usefulness in battles. Meanwhile, above the stage, the elders kept viewing those juniors with a foolish grin, ruining the serious atmosphere of the gathering. But who could blame them though every time they imagined the jealous looks of other families after seeing their 9 awakened juniors during the upcoming U.S. national team battle. That grin gets fixed on their faces without any way to remove it. Because based on Charlotte intel, the majority of the business families in the U.S. only had 4 awakened, while their true rivals had a maximum total of 7 awakened. So for their Maxwell family to have 2 extra members on their rivals was truly a gratifying thing to see. Charlotte faked off to wake up those foolish geezers from their imagination since everyone was looking at them weirdly. Too bad. Her attempt didn't change anything. So, she could only walk up the podium and take it from there. It seems Elder Abraham is not on his peak form, so I will be the one who will inform you about what you should expect on the second stage of the training camp. She paused for a bit to see if she had everyone's attention and added, "The second stage of the camp will teach you how to integrate the remaining 98 without issues. In addition, to help you reach at least lesser purity before the third stage of the camp, keep in mind that not all of you will reach it." The juniors were a bit skeptical at her certain tone, but Felix knew why she was confident in her claim. Since in this stage, the goats would be separated from the sheep, or in other words, it's finally time to see who was going to have a smooth path ahead of him, and who was going to struggle his entire life just to break through the purification realm. The method the elders were going to use was simple actually, and that was to separate them based on their affinity rating. Those with 40 or below would form the below average group. Those with 40 to 60 would form the average group. Those with 60 to 80 would form the gifted group. As for 80 to 100, humans born with that affinity were as rare as a triple elemental user. The reason why the affinity rating was the true decider of whether someone was going to have a smooth path or not was simply because the higher an elemental affinity a bloodliner had, the faster the body was able to adapt to the bloodline it was merged with. After all, in every integration, the human DNA gets broken apart and reconstructed it again, but this time with the beast genes merged with it. Author note: just like the scene in the first Spider-Man movie, where Peter Parker got bit by the spider. I will post the link in the comment section. Thus, it was natural that an adaptation period, or what the majority called the cool-down period, was a normal outcome, since the body wouldn't be able to handle having its DNA constantly broken apart and rearranged again, without even taking a breather in the process. However, the elemental affinity was able to hasten this adaptation period, to the point it could even remove it entirely. This was one of the main reasons why humans were only able to awaken with beasts that had the same elemental affinity as them. Otherwise, the body would immediately reject the bestial bloodline, and either explode or enter a state of shock, just like it was rejecting an organ donated by someone. If we reversed this reason, we can easily infer that the body of a bloodliner with a high elemental affinity rating would accept the foreign genes of the beast with open arms, nullifying the adaptation period, or even removing it entirely. In a different sense, the integration process was the same as an organ transplantation operation, and the affinity rating was the decider whether the body would accept the organ or reject it, and if it did accept it, how long it would take before the body could recover its peak form. Felix was desperate to raise his affinity no matter what, just for this reason, as he knew that with his 59 poison affinity rating, he would need at least 24 days cooldown period between each integration. His cooldown wasn't even that bad when compared to bloodliners with a 1 affinity rating. Such a garbage affinity forces them to wait for at least 2 months before they could integrate again. One should only imagine how long it would take them to reach the peak of the purification realm with such a messed up cooldown. This was how the sheep were split from the goat in the human bloodline system. There was no such thing as born genius or prodigy, due to comprehensive ability or something in that sense. The only thing that mattered was whether one was lucky enough to be born with a high affinity to smoothen his path, or born with trash affinity that would make his life hell. It was all about luck and fortune. Noah, who had a whopping 70 affinity rating, was beyond lucky, as it meant he was able to integrate every 18 days. Plus, with his hardworking no-bullshit personality, he would never idle around, or give up his bloodline path, as the majority did after not being able to handle the continuous torture of each integration. This was how humans cultivate, or in this case, integrate to obtain their strengths. Even though their system was painful and long, humans still choose to tread it. Since the moment they stopped, the whole beast invasion situation would resurface again, but with a different race. The universe did not accept weaklings, no matter if it was in the Dark Ages or the current SGA era. After Charlotte explained all the necessary information about the integration process, she separated the 9 juniors into 3 groups. 2 juniors were placed in the C group because of their affinity that was below 40. 5 juniors were placed in the B group since their affinity did not reach 60. Kenny and Felix were within it as well. Lastly, the A group had only Olivia and Noah, as they both had 65 and 70 affinity respectively. After separating them properly, she said calmly to the grumbling juniors who did not like those settings, "You don't have to be upset, as you can always climb up if you performed well, and also fall down if you remain idle and waste our resources." Bored, Felix kept yawning with an absent-minded look, not focusing at all on what Charlotte was saying. He just wanted this gathering to end already. But who could blame him? Everything that she said, he already had knowledge of, and everything that she was promising as a reward, he could obtain better by himself. At this point, the entire training camp had no meaning to him, but a waste of time. The merit shop turned to be a disappointment. The AP bracelet that he planned to work hard to obtain, he already secured it before the camp even started. So in a sense, it was quite meaningless to remain in the camp anymore. But he couldn't just go ahead and tell the elders that he wanted to quit, as they would skin him alive if he mentioned anything about lazing around while having a legendary rank bloodline within him. Plus, Felix didn't want to ruin his chances of joining the Earthlings representative team by going against the family board. He would rather play house obediently with his cousins than to go on his way and struggle to reach the world representative battle by participating in public qualifications. He wasn't a fool to let go of his family tie that had an already secured spot within the U.S. national team battle, and go struggle within the sea of commoners who were trying to do the same. A couple of hours later, Felix wore his pajamas and lay on the bed comfortably, planning to log inside the UVR and place his bet on the second game that he remembered clearly on his mind. Although there were still 4 days before its official start, Felix couldn't wait to empty his bank account on his bet. He struggled inside the UVR for way too long, just to save each coin, in order to increase his earning after the game. God knows how many lines and queues he had to stay on during the past month. Heck, sometimes he didn't even log in for 3 days to 5 days, just to not get lured to watch a movie, play an online video game, or even visit the Red District. Too many distractions were within the UVR, and for a somewhat rich lord like Felix, they were the greatest honey traps. Thus, he entered the UVR only when necessary in the past month. But now, the game he was waiting for desperately was finally here. Felix couldn't but call eagerly in his mind, "Queen, log me in." It was time to earn some free coins. Chapter 67 The Unforgettable Lesson. Chapter 67 The Unforgettable Lesson. The moment Felix logged in, he directly took a hover cab towards the gambling den. 20 minutes later, he exited the den with a grin after successfully emptying his entire bank account that had 64 million SC. He left only 10,000 as an emergency. Felix obtained 45 million SC from selling the filtered and Amamba bloodline after successfully integrating the last 4 of the Jair Monk Ender bloodline he found inside the bottle. This happened 5 days prior after his cooldown period went off. He wasn't lazing around during the past month, as he went from a store to another seeking to sell his bottle to the shop owners. He had to throw his net a bit wide since each shop owner offered a different price. However, all of their offers were a huge ripoff, as some bastards even asked Felix to sell it at 45 cheaper for those greedy FC curs. Felix only spat on their faces and escaped. What else could he have done? His reputation wasn't good enough to support his claim that his bottle had 75 essence. Heck, he wasn't even able to sell it directly to the buyers due to it. After all, how could they trust in his words? They fell for the same trick so many times. It wasn't even funny anymore. Thus, Felix sadly had to settle with selling his bottle at 30 cheaper after spending days searching around for a shop owner in a good mood to offer him that price. None of this would have happened if he was able to return the bottle to Luby and ask for a refund. Too bad. Doing so in this industry was extremely unprofessional and abhorred upon. Felix didn't want to irk Luby this early. He still needed to take advantage of him. The only good news about all of this was the fact that Brother Fatty agreed to deliver the filtered bottle to the buyer, after he met up with Felix during his potions delivery. After all, Felix had to buy them again for the second integration, since Felix was making an off-record delivery without contacting proper channels for so. He had to bribe Fatty with 20 to make it happen. However, Felix wasn't complaining much about the bribe, as it was much better than paying the original basic 150 SC just to deliver one bottle. The Wormhole Company's minimum payment was always 150 SC. It didn't matter if Felix wanted to deliver a chewing gum or nail. 4 days later, 19 p.m., Felix sat with his usual cheering outfit on, within millions of fans in a Coliseum sports stadium that had 10 layers of seating. Each contained a couple millions of fans. Weirdly, at least 60 of those fans were females from all shapes and types, wearing a pink t-shirt that had a gorgeous male face, smiling warmly with glittering gray eyes designed on it. One look at that face and any shallow female would fall over heels for him. Shortly after, every one of those females cheered out loud with flushed cheeks until their throats went dry, deafening all the poor males in the audience, who came to spectate the game to cheer for their pets or loved ones. But, after seeing the same gorgeous male that was on their t-shirt teleport on the playing field with a warm smile on, they understood why. Nonetheless, they still grumbled with frowned eyebrows at those superficial females, who were cheering like fangirls. Felix's bet was not on this manwar, but on a completely random average individual, who was only in this game to add numbers. Regardless, Felix still bet on him to win, as he knew that this game would have a twist that was going to teach every player an unforgettable lesson for eternity. Trying his best to hold his laughter, Felix's lips kept quivering at the sight of the great idol, getting interviewed by the MC over his goals and wishes. Hee. Sadly, your only wish after this game is for it to be completely erased from everyone's memories. Not able to hold it back anymore, he let out a wicked laugh with his chin raised and arms spread apart like a madman. However, not a single female near him paid attention to him or his words. The only thing that was in their eyes was the gorgeous face of their idol. The half hour of the interview quickly passed by, as the MC used the full duration to shower the great idol with all kinds of questions. Some were about this game, while the majority were about his private life. Yet, no one complained about this mic hoarding, except for the players who were seething with suppressed rage over being undervalued by the MC and the pretty boy like this. Every player had a hidden evil glint in their eyes, as they kept watching the MC and the idol flatter each other after the interview ended. No matter if they were males or females players, none of them liked what they were seeing. Still, they only stood silently between two white lines that stretched for over 5 km in a wide circle inside the stadium that appeared just like Earthling's running track stadiums, but on a much bigger scale and more advanced technologically. This game was one of the popular sports format based, named Unlawful Marathon, as the current 50 players were required to run 10 laps around the track, which meant a whopping 50 km of distance. However, this was just the condition required to win the game. The real entertainment came from the fact that rules were completely non-existent. The players could do whatever they wanted to win the race without any repercussions. Anything was allowed, from hindering competitors using their own bloodline abilities, to making teams and defend from others' attacks. The only rule that stood in the field was to run properly the 10 laps after hearing the countdown hit 0. One could only imagine the chaos and massacre that was about to happen at the starting line, where everyone was still in one pack. If it wasn't for such a gruesome scene, the audience wouldn't have bothered spending money to come and watch live. Damn, still as invisible as ever, Felix's eyelids twitched at the sight of a short player, lining up at the leftmost side of the track, unnoticed by anyone, if he wasn't playing with his long green tail by rolling it onward, then stretching it straight again continuously. Felix would have honestly found it quite difficult to spot him. This was the player he bet all of his capital on. It seems that the main event is about to start. Felix chuckled immediately after switching his vision from his bet to the manware who was sandwiched in the middle of the track by a resentful mob. But it seemed like the idol didn't notice any of this, or simply didn't bother to do so. He just kept his warm smile on his face, while stretching his limbs under the screams of females' fans. After all, he was the son of a well-known governor within the Alexander Kingdom. Who would dare to kill him live? Even beating him excessively was an unforgivable crime. Unfortunately, his shenanigans over the last couple of years had started to rub the players off immensely. This wasn't the first time he hugged the mic like this, but just one of the many times. Too bad for him. It seemed like this would be the last one as well. As the moment the reverse countdown reached 0, every player ganged up on him and started beating the shit out of him, without using their bloodline abilities, since they just wanted to teach him a lesson and not kill him. A governor's position was not to be taken lightly, so after a few moments of threshing him up to vent their anger, they left him lying on the track with a disfigured face and ripped off clothes, showing bruised parts of his body. Yet, the worst part was that his nether region was in full display, showing a minuscule worm between his legs the moment his messed up appearance was highlighted on the large screen. Females all over the stadium either fainted from shock or cursed out loud at the assailant's vicious beating. But the majority of them broke off their spell and gave a disdainful look at his worm. Meanwhile, the men laughed their asses off after seeing the men were lying on the floor, like he just got run over by a herd of buffaloes. Especially Felix, whose tears never stopped gushing out from laughing so hard. Although he already saw the scene that turned into an iconic meme over 100 times in his past life, he never got bored of it. Not even once. There was always a hidden joy when seeing someone fall off, or fail a stunt. Don't even mention seeing an arrogant idol get beat up live without mercy. This was the lesson that everyone learned in this game. Never hoard the mic for too long. Otherwise, your fate would be the same as his. Coming here was truly worth it. Felix let a few last chuckles and switched his vision from the idol that was being carried on a stretcher to the player he bet on. But he could not find him anywhere. As expected, he really can camouflage himself perfectly using his chameleon bloodline active ability. After understanding that his bet was already active in the field, he immediately switched his normal vision to heat vision by using the enhancement he bought. Look and behold, his bet took advantage of the player's distraction during their threshing and bolted away first. He was almost close to finishing half a lap, while the rest were still struggling to even leave the pack without being balmed by some ability. He kept running on his four limbs while being completely hidden from both the contestants and the audience, who never bothered to pay attention to such an average player. However, he never dared to slow his speed down for even a bit, since he would easily get noticed by those with senses passive abilities, such as heat vision or echolocation. As for active abilities, any element that touched him would break off his light-bending invisibility. If it wasn't for such glaring weaknesses, his bloodline wouldn't have been ranked as uncommon, so he ran with a fixed pace, keeping a quite good distance away from them. If he kept going like this, finishing the 10 laps without anyone's knowledge wouldn't be impossible. He didn't need to run a lap or two around them to be dashing for the audience, but merely keep a fixed distance, and no one could ever catch up or harm him. This race was designed as such. Anyone who managed to leave the pack safely would have better chances of emerging victorious. However, the moment someone got stuck inside, he would remain there until he either dropped dead, get heavily injured and sidelined, or simply depend on luck and win after one last sprint. Too bad no matter what those players tried to do, it would always remain futile as one was running ahead of them without their knowledge. After 2 hours of constant running and bashing each other, the remaining 16 players or so finally reached the last half lap. And so, using every ounce of their energy, they sprinted without care about those near them. It was like a tactical agreement made in silence to just fight it out in one final sprint without attacking each other. Unfortunately, before they even passed 100 meters, a familiar loud buzzing noise resounded in the stadium, marking the emergence of the champion. Dumbfounded and quite speechless, everyone had their eyes gaping at the large screen that was showcasing a man standing upright at the end of the track with a relieved, happy smile on his face after winning probably his first game ever. After all, his bloodline was uncommon. Ranked to actually clutch the championship with such a trash rank that everyone looks down upon was a feat worthy of respect and applause. Too bad. The only one who was cheering and applauding was Felix, who was shouting at the top of his voice in excitement over the massive windfall that was about to fill his bank account. His excitement is quite understandable since the winning chances of this random lad were 1 in 7, which was quite large considering that only 50 participants were in this game, while those with higher chances of winning had only 1 in 1 ratings. Quite pathetic in comparison. Felix already calculated in his head that if his bet turned successful, he would earn a whopping 480 million $500 million from only one game. Anyone would have their jaws dropped after hearing this amount, which could turn their lives upside down. But Felix's excitement died down gradually, as he remembered that he still needed to obtain more, and never stop obtaining coins if he wanted his bottomless bloodline path to keep moving forward. If only he watched clips on other games that went viral in this period, he could bet $500 million all at once on one of them. Sadly, his memory was completely blank. So, for the next upcoming 5 years, he was thoroughly blind to the game's results, which killed his gambling strategy at once. Nevertheless, Felix didn't mope about it for too long, since he still had his investment plan that might turn even better than making money from gambling. After all, every coin he earned from his investment would have an impact on his reputation. If he kept on investing successfully without failing, it wouldn't be long before he begins to receive invitations to closed-off auctions, high-class public gatherings, and events that he desperately needed to be part of, in order to obtain resources that never reached the public markets, like the elemental potion or at least its materials needed to create it. Chapter 68 The Holy Sinful City Chapter 68 The Holy Sinful City. Felix left the stadium under the thunderous cheers of the audience over having such a dark horse as their champion. The audience never hated cheering for the underdogs, even if they lost a bet on the process. He immediately took a cab towards the gambling den to transfer the coins to his bank account. 15 minutes later, he exited the den with an even wider grin than he entered with before. Without further ado, he started his investment plan by heading to the teleportation company, planning to pay a visit to the Oblivion Film Studio, the production company responsible for producing the movie Human Melodies. He didn't want to waste any more time since only 1 month was left before the official release of the movie. Therefore, his investment opportunities on the movie had already shrunk to a large degree, leaving him only with marketing and advertisements. But that was enough for him, as he knew that the more spotlights were on the movie, the bigger the reception would be. In turn, the words would spread quicker about this hidden gem, making it a blockbuster movie much faster than in his previous life, when it took at least a month before it truly drew the attention of everyone in the Alexander's kingdom. This way he would return his investment capital plus a windfall of profits after it goes viral everywhere much earlier than expected. After a while, he reached the teleportation company and paid the fees to pass the queue this time. He walked inside the device and clicked on the destination he planned to head to. The studio was in a different city after all. 2 hours later, Felix sat in a coffee shop, wearing a business suit, and drinking bloodish thick coffee that had a soul-capturing aroma. Felix took a small sip with closed eyes in contentment, then said composedly to a bearded man sitting in front of him, "Sir, I know that your movie had some difficulties during the production period. He began mentioning some of them, using a finger for each problem. Investors pulling out. Actors losing faith during the filming. Cutscenes leaked by your own staff. And much more. Felix closed his spread-out fingers into a tight fist and said passionately, "But you managed to pull through all of them. Sure, it was a difficult process that drained all of your budget. But still, you did it." Felix opened his tight fist and left only one finger extending upward while adding in temptation. "But you only have one more step to take. Just one. That is to advertise your work that might turn out to be the masterpiece of the year to everyone to see. I am not talking about the normal advertisement of releasing only one trailer online and praying to draw some interest." He shook his finger and continued, "No, sir. I am talking about a kingdom-wide advertisement that will feature your movie trailer or poster in every notable website, every screen in the Supremacy games, and every billboard in those neon streets. I am talking about pumping 300 million SC into pure advertisement for over 1 week continuously until everyone in the kingdom must watch it to soothe their curiosity." Felix suddenly stood up and put both of his hands on the table and smiled confidently. "That's what I am willing to offer you for only 40 of shares in your movie. You spent 2 hours harassing my staff to get me here. So you can say this preposterous offer." The man scratched his gray beard in irritation and asked, "Are you out of your damn mind? I honestly do not see any absurdity in my offer. It is as sincere as it can get." Felix took a quick sip to fuel his throat for the upcoming negotiation, then said unhurriedly, "Mr. Cosby, you do realize that I am taking a huge risk by gambling on your movie after only seeing a few scenes that were leaked. I am putting my entire fortune on your movie's success, so it is only fair I can expect some good returns. Don't you think?" he asked. Mr. Cosby neither agreed nor disagreed with his claim. He simply said his own piece. "But do you honestly think that 40 of shares on a movie that I spent my blood and sweat producing are only worth 300 million SC? Aren't you looking down on me too much, Mr. Felix?" he questioned. Felix calmly, without a hint of anger or humiliation in his expression. As he claimed, Felix chuckled softly while pointing at himself in derision. "Do you honestly believe that I am dumb enough, stupid to such a degree, to invest in a movie without investigating everything about you and your staff?" He laid his question without expecting an answer. He simply continued his mocking while shaking his head. No, no, no. My dear Mr. Cosby, I already did my due diligence and found everything there is about your movie, from the good to the bad. And believe me, there's more bad than good on my list." His eyes turned rigid instantly and added, "If you think that my price is wrong or low, then you are the one who is looking down at my capabilities, Mr. Cosby, as my offer is perfect for what I have written on my list." Felix, without waiting for Mr. Cosby to ask about it, immediately displayed holographic list mid-air that only he and the producer could see. The moment Mr. Cosby saw those scandals that he put a large amount of money and manpower to bury, his composed expression couldn't help but break, as his pupils enlarged for a few seconds. But he quickly blinked and his pupils were back to normal like nothing happened. Felix did not miss such a hint. After all, everything that he wrote in the list was merely pieces of what he remembered about the scandals between actors and staff within the movie crew. He was simply fishing for weaknesses that might keep his shares as close as possible to his offer. And the producer just handed him the ammo after his suspicious reaction. Felix immediately went on offense after he got what he wanted. "Now can you tell me whether my offer was plausible or not? I am putting my money, my reputation, my everything in a movie that is filled with problems both ways, outside and inside. If it was not for the beautiful scenes that captured my attention, I would not even dare to put a dime in your irresponsible crew." His aggressive approach was smoothly replaced by a softer one. "But I am still willing to follow my investment instinct and take a gamble on this one. So Mr. Cosby, one last time, are you willing to cooperate with me and accept my fair offer? Or are you willing to throw the dice all by yourself, without a single coin in your budget to market your movie?" Felix asked calmly. Meanwhile, his heart was pumping faster and faster from nervousness. A few minutes later of drinking coffee silently, Mr. Cosby stood up from the table while fixing his suit. Felix's heart immediately sank. as he thought that his aggressive approach before might have offended the producer. Fortunately, a sentence from Mr. Cosby managed to calm his heart a bit. "Make it 35 and I will think about it." "I apologize, but that's impossible." He shook his head and clarified. "The best offer I can give you is 39, and that's only because I loved your other works. Otherwise, you won't even get that one removed, since my offers are always fair and within reason to avoid those kinds of long-winded negotiations." "All right. I will think about it with my crew." Mr. Cosby sighed over not being able to successfully cleave more percentages. But one was still quite a lot, considering that 40 had 300 million SE worth. "You will hear from me a week before the movie release." Mr. Cosby smiled and offered a handshake, satisfied about how things turned out. Felix shook the producer's hand after the first part of the deal was done. He then paid for the coffee and left the shop. Now, the only thing left was to wait patiently for them to call him. Unless there were variables, such as other investors intervening after seeing that someone heavily pumped funds on a movie they labeled as unprofitable. This was Mr. Cosby's reason for not agreeing at once. He wanted to delay the deal's conclusion as much as possible, since the more variables resurfaced in that period, the lower the shares Felix was going to hold. Felix understood what was on Mr. Cosby's mind, as he didn't even hide it from him. However, Felix had his own plans to reduce those variables to the limit, if not completely uproot them. Anyone who had thoughts of competing against him for the shares would have to think twice about it. After leaving the cafe shop, Felix wandered around the dense neon streets with hands in his pockets for about 10 minutes now. "Handsome, why don't you come and play big bother? Our establishment has everything that you desire," Felix mused while walking near a bunch of escorts that were calling him flirtatiously to enter their establishment for some taste. Yet, he merely shook his head in rejection with a polite smile. This is already his 5th catcalling since he entered the center of entertainment in Alexander's UVR territory. The Holy Sinful City. A strange name, but an understandable one, as this city was known for being the holy ground of all entertainment platforms. Movies, series, games, animations, shows, streams, and other more interesting platforms. Anyone who desired to be an actor, gamer, designer, movie director, streamer, and any other career that included entertainment must come here to seek opportunities. Meanwhile, the sinful part in the name entailed the enjoyment of those entertainment establishments by the customers, from casinos, red districts, game centers, cinemas, conventions, and many more that would make anyone's head spinning just from their bright neon light and never-ending crowd noises. This city was the perfect combination of Hollywood, Akihabara, and Las Vegas all together to form one massive entertainment giant that never sleeps. Thus, the nickname Neon Streets. Felix walked only 100 meters before he got cackled again to come inside and play. But this time, he pondered seriously whether to enter or not, as he truly did not get laid for over a long time. For a playboy like him who slept with plenty of girls in his previous life, it was truly quite humiliating. But to do it with escorts or go hunt for girls in bars this night, currently, he had no idea what should he do. Fuck it, I am not that desperate to pay for sex yet. Let's go for some hunting. I hope I did not get rusty. He immediately rejected the offer and entered a bar near him, hoping for a nightstand to celebrate his investment deal. 1 hour later he was kicked off the bar with bruises and blood all over his face. He threw some insults at the 2 bodyguards who threw him outside and walked away from the entrance, making grumbling noises under his breath. "How do the FCK would I have known that she is your wife?" He spat some blood in irritation. "Wear a ring at least, you seductive BTCH. Sadly, Felix's hunting mission ended quite early after hitting on the wrong woman at the wrong time, thus concluding his night with bruises on his face and unfulfilled desire. Chapter 69 Affinity Enhancement. Chapter 69 Affinity Enhancement. The next day, Felix went for the second shopping spree. In order to obtain all the necessary resources needed for the upcoming integrations, using the 180 million SE that wasn't invested. First, he bought the 1,000 discounted medium and high-grade stones from Fuzzia shop. he finally had enough capital to begin his affinity enhancement, and he had no reason to delay anymore, especially after he tested with Asna the required duration and amount needed for both of those stones to help him reach 100 from 59, which was a staggering 100. Medium stone for a year of continuous daily absorption. Meanwhile, the high-grade stone would take him merely a 1-month duration of absorption, but he would need 10 stones that cost at least 20 each, and that's only if he managed to find them in such a large amount. Their rarity was no joke after all, so in total, if he planned to only use medium stones, he would need to pay 100 million to reach the peak. But if he wanted to lower the duration of absorption by using high stones, it would cost him 200 million or more, since he wouldn't be able to find them always with that price, especially since he planned to buy a huge amount of them. That's why the deal with Fuzz's shop was quite good to him, since it was hard to secure 1,000 high-grade stone all at once. And even with a 10 discount, after Felix bought them, he went to Mr. Pig's resourceful shop to order 20 bottles each of double percentage potions, rejuvenation potions, and lastly pain relief potions. Felix was probably the only human who needed to use the pain relief potion after awakening, since they were only useful to lower the duration to the minimum during the awakening process. But in the following integrations, it was completely useless for others, because the duration of each following integration was merely 5 minutes, so there was no point in buying them anymore. But in the case of Felix, who had triple the duration even when he used 4 potions during the awakening, it only meant one thing, and that was the integration would always have 15 minutes duration, a massive contrast to 5 minutes. But he couldn't complain much about it. He was the one who chose this difficult path, and he would make sure to walk through it to the end. He only hoped that the returns would justify the hardship. After completing his order, he directly headed to Luby's bloodline shop, planning to buy the cheapest tier 5 bloodline he could find, hoping to luck out on some J.R. Mungander bloodline essence within it. Although 30 of the price was always going to be wasted whether he found the J.R. Mungander essence or not. Still, at least when he found some, the pain of reselling the potion cheaper could be somewhat tolerated. On the other hand, if he found none, it would be the same as throwing 30 of the price down the drain after reselling it. Nothing hurt Felix more than that. A pure waste of hard-earned money, but he could only grit his teeth and do it. Other note: earning money through gambling is hard-earned for Felix apparently. XD. And so, he left the shop after paying 120 million SC for a rare tier 5 bloodline, and this was even with a 5 discount. This just showed that no matter how many coins Felix made, it would always be insufficient to support him. After all, the prices of high-tier and higher-ranked beasts were beyond imaginary, and Felix had to target only the best if he wanted to have high chances of finding the J.R. Mungander bloodline. 3 days later, the fatty worm delivered Felix items to his room and left in a haste. Like being around Felix was an insult to his existence, Felix never bothered or cared about this fatty opinion or behavior. The only thing that mattered to him was to have his stuff delivered safely without delay. Felix quickly put all of the items that were laying on the ground in his spatial card. Afterward, he sat on the carpet while leaving only the high-grade stones. He didn't plan to use the medium-grade stones for his affinity enhancement, but keep them as a tool for recovering his elemental energy in the future. After all, elemental stones were primarily used for recovery. Asna, wake up, please. It's time to start the affinity enhancement. Felix called politely without acting spiteful like he always does. As his immunity training was still not finished, he really didn't want the same to happen as last time when he woke her up for the second integration. That day his immunity training shenanigan was almost discovered by Asna after she called him sweetie with a seductive tone to let her continue sleeping. Felix almost had his heart burst after imagining her calling him like that while sleeping seductively with her breathtaking beauty. Fortunately, Asna was too sleepy to pay attention to his reaction or read his thoughts. That's why Felix decided to keep minimum contact with her and call her only when it was necessary. Just like in this case. Asna, I know that you are hearing me. Wake up already to get this over with. Felix repeatedly called for her, yet still no answer. Finally not able to handle it, He began cursing like usual. "You old witch. Do you only respond to curses and sticks like a donkey, or what?" he added in vexation while rubbing his eyebrows. "Can't you just listen for once without having me insulting you?" Asna murmured softly while covering herself tightly with the blanket. "Put your hands on the stones. Let me see if I can absorb them while asleep." Felix didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this new level of laziness, but he still did as he was told and put a stone on his hand. A moment later, he saw a dark green mist of energy enters through the pores of his hands rapidly. After seeing so, he didn't let a single peep about her lazy way of absorbing the stones. Awake or asleep, he didn't give a crap. As long as she gets the job done, he wouldn't mind her sleeping for eternity. Shortly after, the entire stone turned dark and broke into small pieces, marking the successful absorption. However, Felix felt nothing, like there was a black hole inside his body sucking all the energy, leaving him none. "Keep them coming," Asna requested softly while drooling with a foolish smile. One can only wonder what she was dreaming about. Felix kept holding one stone after another, and each time he finished absorbing one, only cracked black stone was left behind. This process lasted for over an hour until all high-grade stones he bought were absorbed by Asna. Felix stared at the heap of cracked stones that were laying in front of him in anguish. 18 million SC worth of materials just got devoured within an hour, but his pained expression instantly got replaced with contentment, as pure elemental energy that he never experienced before caressed his body gently, like a mother-warm embrace. Felix asked with his eyes closed in utter euphoria. "What's going on, Asna? Why do I feel like my body is being caressed gently by the universe?" Asna did not explain fully all the details. She merely gave him the shortest explanation ever with a soft murmur. "Absorb. Purify. Enhance." Felix did not lash out at her, as at this point, the only thing that he was focusing on was enjoying this pleasure that beat anything he felt before. Unfortunately, the intensity of it got weaker and weaker by time, until his body returned to its original state. Felix opened his eyes with a hint of regret after it was over. He knew that there must be a limit to how much he could enhance his affinity on a daily basis. Otherwise, Asna would not have given him duration during the process. He could have simply absorbed everything within an hour and reached a peak. The only thing he could not figure out was why so. He was currently between two reasons. 1. It was due to a digestion period, since the body couldn't keep absorbing such a heavenly pure energy continuously without consequences. 2. Asna had a limit to the amount of energy she could purify on a daily basis. Thus, he could only get fed after she reached her full capacity. "Fuck. Why does the second theory sounds more like breastfeeding?" he exclaimed in exasperation at the close similarity between them. Well, getting breastfed by Asna might not be that bad. The instant that thought appeared in his mind, he automatically began his well-trained defensive protocol. Red sheep. Blue sheep. Everyone is sheep. Me sheep. He sheep. 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 He kept mentioning sheep over and over and over again, to bury that thought deep within, so Asna wouldn't be able to find it later when she gets bored and start reading his memories. After all, if she wanted to find that thought exactly, she had to listen to him mentioning sheep for over 10 minutes continuously. Felix used this protocol every time his thoughts had a relation to Asna's beauty, and so far he was still not found. After seeing that he said more than enough, Felix stopped and slapped both of his cheeks to regain his focus. He then exiled all of those thoughts that might expose him to Asna. After doing so, his thinking returned optimal again and began to ponder deeply about the unlikeness of the second theory being correct. After all, Asna could literally absorb and purify energy while asleep without a single effort or a problem. So, it was only within reason that she wasn't going to have any difficulties afterward. On the other hand, the first theory sounded more plausible, as humans' bodies couldn't handle the purest elemental energy in the universe, just like other races that were born to eat it for lunch. This meant his body was the one limiting him. Regardless, he could only sigh dejectedly over this unsolvable situation, and absorb the energy that Asna was going to hand him each day obediently. Shortly after, he retrieved the mountain of broken stones in his spatial card and called for the queen to scan him. hoping to see if there was any improvement in his affinity rating. So, with crossed fingers, he read his results that were being displayed on a hologram. Race human gender male element affinity poison. Illusion affinity rating poison 60. 5 illusion 12. Immediately after seeing his affinity rating, he could only smile foolishly after finally taking a successful first step towards 100. Chapter 70. The Third Integration. Chapter 70. The Third Integration. 8 days quickly passed by. Felix spent the majority of time in his room either absorbing the daily dose of enhancement from Asna or scouting for auctions in the UVR that he could attend with his pathetic social status in order to buy either high-energy natural treasures or high-grade stones. Luckily he did find some, and bought a large number of high-grade stones that would allow him to carry on his enhancement after the first batch was devoured by Asna and him. Now that his integration cooldown had passed, he was about to start the third integration. Felix already had everything prepared. From potions to bloodline, the only thing he was missing was checking if the rare tier 5 bloodline he bought had the Jair Monk Ender bloodline within or not. So without any further delays, he took a deep breath, sitting in his room, and injected a large needle that was filled with half of the bottle content in his heart. Yet he still didn't stop. He removed the empty needle from his heart and put it on the half-full bottle, planning on injecting the remaining 50 as well. He wanted to split the bloodlines apart first and integrate every percentage of the Jair Monkender that Asna found all at once. But that's only if she managed to find any in the first place. This strategy might be on the risky side since Felix would have to deal with quite a hefty sum of pain waves. Nonetheless, it would help him minimize the number of integrations he needed in the future. At least, until he lowered the cooldown duration to the minimum by his affinity enhancement. At that point, he wouldn't need to torture himself as he planned on doing now. You can begin. With crossed fingers, he instructed Asna to begin checking on the Jair Monk Ander bloodline. Asna didn't wait for him to order her around, as she was already reading the memories of the bloodline immediately after it entered his bloodstream. A couple of seconds later, she exclaimed in astonishment, "You lucky bastard. This one has 10 of Jair Mungender inside," as well as some useful memories of the primogenitor. Excited and thrilled at hearing such godsend news, Felix tightened his fists while laughing out loud. He truly hit the jackpot on this one. He believed that he would come out empty-handed this time, or at least find measly 2 or 3. After all, the ancestral bloodline was not within every poisonous beast in the universe, but only within a selected few hide-eared beasts. So for Felix to obtain a whopping 10 all at once from merely one tier 5 bloodline was truly a win he needed desperately. As Noah, Olivia, and some of his cousins had already started their second integration or were about to, it was quite a joke honestly that he had awakened a month or so earlier than them, but was still struggling to reach lesser purity. But it's all good now. With this 10 plus the 5 he already had, he would reach 15 and unlock the first passive ability of Jair Mungander. This was the moment that would decide whether his choice of choosing this demanding path was a good move or not. Asna interrupted his excitement with a hurried voice. "Stop laughing, you moron, and start drinking the potions." She already finished separating the bloodlines, and the only thing left was for Felix to finish his preparation. Felix instantly drank them, with a hint of terror in his eyes after being reminded that he was literally going to integrate with 10 all at once. Heck, Felix never planned on integrating with such a large amount at once. He wasn't a psycho or masochist. He honestly believed that if he lucked out on the Jair Mungander bloodline, it would be 6 or 7 max. Truly, his strategy fucked him over, as now he was going to deal with 5 waves of hellish pain that would last for 15 minutes. I take it back, Asna, please, split the percentage. Desperate, and quite scared, Felix quickly drank potion by potion, while begging in between for Asna to help him out and reduce the percentage to at least 5. He was confident in handling that amount, but 10 he honestly wasn't that optimistic. Although the pain degree would be much less than what he experienced during the awakening since it was his body's very first time. Still, 5 waves all at once was enough to break him apart. Hee. Why ask when you know my answer? Asna laughed deviously, uncaring about Felix's pitiful begging. Well, FCKU. Then he cursed her hatefully and ignored her all at once. He closed his eyes and began taking deep breaths in and out, while shaking his shoulders, hoping to somewhat remove the stiffness he was feeling. A minute later, he opened them with fierce gaze, then bravely exclaimed out loud within the room, "Bring it on!" Before his voice resounded far in the room, it got quickly replaced by a long wail, resembling a woman cry during giving birth. Arg's bravery and courage meant jack shit in front of such agony. This was the reason why Asna woke up without any complaints. How could she miss such a hilarious scene of Felix crying like a little btch with tears flooding his cheeks and sweat pouring heavily from his pores? Like a water fountain, she kept pointing at him with a shaky finger, while laughing hysterically in his mind. Ah, such a bliss. How I wish this bastard can reach 100 affinity faster and go through this hell every day without a cooldown. She wished sincerely with folded hands in a praying position. Asna truly loved to relish in his misery. But what else could she do besides that and sleep after all? She clearly abhorred watching him enjoy living his life through his eyes. It could be easily concluded from the way she spent 6 months watching movies and series, without giving a single glance at Felix's direction. Not to mention the long periods of sleep each day without bothering to wake up. Felix thought it was because she was either lazy or removing her binge-watching fatigue. But honestly, she already recovered from her exhaustion a while ago. The only reason she still kept sleeping was simply because there was nothing to wake up for in Felix's consciousness. Every time she woke up, she only saw gray mist around her. And if she lifted her head, the sight of Felix enjoying his life greeted her, while she was trapped inside indefinitely. So her only enjoyment currently was to watch Felix, who had something she desperately wanted but couldn't have, get tortured like this. Despite her sadistic personality, she still understood that Felix mustn't die no matter what. After all, he was her only ticket to freedom. Thus, each time she saw that he was on the verge of giving up and fainting, she did her job and cheered him on with her angelic sweet voice, boosting him up to remain conscious for a few minutes. As the process was getting closer and closer to its end, Asna stopped laughing all at once and focused only on cheering him on. Worrying slightly that he might not make it, she saw that he completely lay on the floor with hazy, unfocused eyes and shallow breaths like he was on his deathbed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. 15 minutes of one of the deadliest and torturous experiences Felix had gone through was finally over. However, he still had fallen unconscious in the end. Thankfully, it happened 1 second after the process finished. "Hello, Felix, can you hear me? If you don't wake up, I will browse through your sex memories." Asna kept calling for him out loud, trying to wake him up. But he truly passed out without any response. "I hope this bastard did not fall in a coma," she thought worriedly while examining his heartbeats and brain activity. If he ended up in a coma, he might lay on the floor for a couple of days before his disappearance raised some warning flags. The elders were used to him not getting out of his room for a couple of days in a row, since they assumed that he spent most of his time in the UVR. Asna knew so as well. Thus her worry was understandable. Fortunately, after checking on his vitals, she easily figured out that his condition wasn't serious to put him in a coma. At most, he would sleep for 30 hours before waking up. "Let's not do that ever again," she sighed in relief at such a close shave, then returned to her bed, planning to continue her slumber until he wakes her up again. An entire day had passed before Felix's body finally showed some reaction. His eyelids quivered lightly, entailing that his eyes were responding. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes groggily with a feeling that his entire body did not belong to him. He tried to move a finger, but it took him an extremely long time and effort to do so. After seeing this, he knew that he needed to drink the rejuvenation potion ASAP, but it was an impossible endeavor in his condition since his entire body was numb from all the pain he went through. So he requested in his mind, "Queen AI, send a message to Olivia, telling her to hurry to my room for assistance, and add that she brings with her a backup room key." "As you wish, Sir Felix." Bang. 4 minutes later, the door of the room was slammed open barbarically. Olivia, who almost broke the door in half by her leg, rushed inside swiftly, like a little rabbit. "Felix, "What's happened to you?" she immediately asked with a panicked voice after seeing his messed up condition, and the puddle of sweat underneath him soaking the carpet. Felix did not respond, as he wasn't even capable of opening his mouth. He just requested the Queen to convey what he wanted to say. So, the Queen repeated everything he told her precisely with her usual monotone voice. "Feed me the potion that's on my right, please. I can't move my body." Although she was puzzled by the whole situation, Olivia still did as she was told, and fed him the potion gently. After drinking it, Felix's numb body began to regain some sensation, making him twitch from time to time, due to the tingling feeling coursing through him. Yet, it was clear that one potion was not enough to fully return his body to peak form after that raging storm left his flesh and bones mashed like pastry. So he kept asking for Olivia to keep them coming. After consuming more than 4 bottles at once, his body was finally showing true signs of true recovery. Minutes passed by slowly, as Olivia watched Felix in bewilderment, regaining feeling in his fingers and toes, then his limbs, until finally standing up straight, making his recovered joints crack by themselves. Few relieved, he let out a long sigh and stretched his body thoroughly. After seeing Felix crack his joints comfortably, Olivia asked worriedly, "Do you feel better?" Satisfied by Olivia's timely assistance, Felix stared at her gently and wanted to pat her like always, but his hand froze after seeing the growing lily flower on her head. He smiled wryly and merely touched it softly in appreciation of her help. "It's all thanks to you." He suddenly tapped on his bracelet and withdrew a large box that contained 100 or more medium plant element stones that he bought in the market. "This is some elemental stones to help you recover your energy later on. Accept it as thank you gift, please," Felix explained with a warm smile to the dumbfounded Olivia, who saw a large box suddenly appear out of nowhere. However, immediately after hearing the term thank you gift, she tried to bolt towards the door, planning to escape. Felix, who was already aware of her shenanigans, instantly blocked her way with unquestionable gaze. "You will take it no matter what. Don't waste my money. You are the only plant user in the family. But you already know I don't like accepting those gifts." She sulked with her hands fiddling with the corners of her dress. "I am happy to help without anything in return. But I am not. Now help me by accepting my gift." Felix broke through her defensive maneuver with ease. After hearing the term help, Olivia started to think deeply with a constipated face, whether to accept his gift or not. This was a huge dilemma for her. She was not a fan of accepting gifts, but she couldn't deny a request of help, no matter how insignificant it was. Too bad. Felix was in a rush to check on the passive he unlocked. Thus he didn't have time to wait for her until she made a decision. So, he lifted her and the box like they weighed nothing, and placed them in front of the door. He then closed it, while chuckling at Olivia's absent-minded expression. Slam! The sound of the door closing broke Olivia out of her daze. She immediately began banging the door with her palm after realizing what had just happened. "Open up, you bully!" she huffed in anger and threatened him. "I will leave the box in front of the door. I don't care. I am not accepting your gift regardless." Felix acted deaf to everything she said. After a while, she gave up and walked away with an unhappy pout. But, a few seconds later, she returned and took the box shyly, carrying it on her small shoulder like an ant carrying a piece of rice. If only she knew that Felix had hidden a couple of potions at the bottom of the box, she would have definitely left it in its place. Alas, now that she took it, there was no way that she would return it to Felix. Returning a gift was beyond impolite and on the border of being an insult. One should either accept a gift politely or firmly reject it. Felix didn't mention his true gift that was hidden, just to avoid fighting it out with Olivia's stubborn no thank you gift policy. Chapter 71 Unlocking 2 Passives. Chapter 71 Unlocking 2 Passives. After Felix sent Olivia away, he immediately went to take a shower first and change his dirty clothes. 15 minutes later, he stepped outside naked with only a short towel covering his nether region. After a while, he got dressed properly and sat on the side of his bed with his eyes closed in deep concentration. Felix was currently reading the newly unlocked information after reaching 15 in integration. This information might only display the name of the ability he unlocked, or sometimes It might even introduce all the details about it. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes with a dumbstruck expression on his face, not daring to believe what he just read. What the fuck? How could I obtain 2 passives at once? He exclaimed out loud while standing suddenly from the bed after seeing that he unlocked 2 passives from the passive pool. This had never happened before to anyone, not even for a 6th stage bloodliner. Everyone was bound to have only one ability picked from the ability pools after completing each 15 of integration until they reached 99 with a total of 6 abilities. 3 passives, 3 actives. But Felix somehow picked 2 passive at once just from reaching 15 a single time. This is big. This is so fucking huge. Felix gripped his fists tightly in excitement over the meaning of being able to pick 2 abilities each 15. He understood pretty clearly that if he was able to unlock 2 abilities in each 15, it meant that in every stage of his bloodline path, he would have a total of 12 abilities, double the amount of everyone's 6 passives and 6 active abilities. A number only a peak 6th stage bloodliner managed to get after a hellish journey in his bloodline path. But still, Felix might be able to share the same number of abilities as them. It didn't mean that he had the same strength as them. Heck, he would be flattened into pastry by one slap from a bloodliner of such strength. After all, each replacement stage boosted the body, the mental, and the energy tank immensely, to the point a peak 6th stage bloodliner was able to resist a 4th stage most powerful attack merely by his physical or mental defenses. It didn't matter if the attack was elemental, physical, or mental. Such a gap in integration was closed easily by abilities. Nevertheless, Felix having 12 abilities in the purification stage, where his peers only had 6 abilities, was truly pure bullying. However, all of this was merely a hypothesis of Felix after seeing that he obtained 2 abilities at once. It could be just a one-time thing, or he simply got lucky and picked 2 passives instead of 1. So he self-controlled his excitement and lowered it down a notch. He then started pondering deeply on the cause of this anomaly. Honestly, it was pretty obvious that it must have been the primogenitor bloodline doing. After all, he controlled the poison element like a limb. How could he have a limit to the number of abilities, or such bullshit that only commoners like Felix had? It made no sense for a being at the peak of the universe to have such limitations to his strength. This signified that Felix, who merged with its bloodline, should have either the limitation removed, or at least reduced, just like in this case. After analyzing the reason of the anomaly, Felix dropped the matter entirely, since only after reaching the lesser purity would he knows if what he concluded was correct or false. Let's take a look at those passives. I hope Lady Luck smile on me and pick something worthy of this bloodline. Felix prayed for good luck with closed eyes, trying to continue reading the information from where he left. A few moments later, he opened his eyes with creases on his forehead, frowning over the passives names that he just read. Super Strength is a pretty standard passive that is known for being one of the best ones in the passive pool. But what the hell is poison immunity? Does it mean I will have complete immunity to all types of poison? Confused and somewhat elated, he scratched his chin and reread the names of the passives he just unlocked. Super Strength and Poison Immunity. He totally ignored the first one, as it was a fairly known ability that could be unlocked from the majority of beasts. However, the second one truly messed up his head, as he never heard of it before. There was no such thing as poison immunity, but merely mild poison resistance, or at best peak poison resistance. As for immunities, that was only possible for a specific type of poison. For example, paralyze immunity, dizziness immunity, or even headache immunity. But to have total immunity to all types of poisons in the whole wide universe, his mind just couldn't comprehend. How was that possible? Fuck it. There is only one way to find out. He clicked on his spatial card inventory, then tapped on the double-headed viper poison gland that he bought before to test the limit of his poison resistance. He assumed that he would unlock it if he merged with the Onomamba bloodline, because it was common knowledge that the first passive ability was almost always a resistance immunity, or a defensive passive. Rarely someone would unlock an offensive one from the passive pool at the very start. But now he planned to test the total immunity claim by using the famous viper poison gland that could instantly kill a commoner with a single touch or a whiff. Felix did not drink the gland or bath in it. He simply brought a bucket from the bathroom and popped a tiny hole on the gland skin, pouring the contents slowly in the bucket. After doing so, he retrieved the gland to his spatial card, not daring to throw it in the trash, lest it kills a servant by accidentally touching it. Felix stared at the purplish poison in the bucket with an eager expression. There was not a hint of nervousness or fear in his eyes. After all, he spent the majority of his past life playing with all types of poisons and toxic objects. So without hesitation, he submerged his hand in the bucket for a couple of seconds. Yet, he felt absolutely nothing on his skin, just like his hand was in a bucket filled with warm water and not deadly poison. Thrilled, his lips couldn't help but spread wider and wider until it created a creepy grin on his face. Hee. For me to feel warmness instead of pain while touching this deadly poison, it only means that I truly obtained immunity, Felix murmured lightly while lifting his hand from the bucket slowly after the successful test. But he kept it above the bucket to drip from the poison, as he didn't want his carpet to have some drops on it. The last thing he wanted was for his room to have a deadly poison smell. After a while, he cleaned his hand thoroughly with his shirt, then lifted the bucket in front of his mouth and drank a mouthful unworried about the consequences. FCK me, how can poison be this delicious? He cleaned his mouth with the same shirt while burping in enjoyment. Did this passive mess with my tasting buds? He wondered in bewilderment after not expecting it to taste that good. He knew that drinking poison wouldn't harm him, but merely give him stomachache in a worse scenario. However, to actually taste like a cold cola during summer was truly a surprise for him. After successfully testing his new immunity, he retrieved the bucket and the shirt within his spatial card, not leaving anything in the room that had any relation to poison. Just this passive alone made all my efforts and coins that I wasted worth it. Not to mention having extra passive, he said with a heartful laugh after seeing the pleasant returns of chasing after this unknown demanding bloodline path. This only made his resolve to continue threading on it more firm. It's time to test the super strength passive. Hopefully, I obtained a good boost. He lay on the bed with a smile and requested the queen to log him in. Chapter 72 Testing the Passive Abilities. Chapter 72 Testing the Passive Abilities. He decided to test his ability in the UVR, and not do it in the family gym since he knew that the equipment wouldn't be able to handle his newly enhanced strength or provide an accurate measurement. However, in the UVR there was a building called the Ability Measurement Center, specifically made to test the bloodliner's abilities. It didn't matter how unique or strong the ability was. The center could definitely provide necessary help to obtain a precise measurement of it. 15 minutes later, Felix was inside the building, standing on a large floor packed with all types of humans waiting for their turn to enter the measurement rooms, in order to test whatever ability in their possession. Felix didn't want to wait hours until his turn arrives, so he paid the VIP fees and went upstairs to use the best rooms in the center. After paying a hefty fine, he took the elevator and entered the room that was designated for him. Immediately after stepping inside, an AI monotonous voice resounded clearly in the room. Dear sir, what types of abilities you want to test? Physical, elemental, or mental? Physical, please. He answered. As you wish, sir. The moment the AI finished speaking, the entire room morphed into a wide room with a massive area to move in freely. Then, all sorts of testing and precise measuring machines were erected all around the place. Some measured the weight, strength, power, firmness, agility, endurance, and more, while others measured sharpness, penetration, and destruction caused by either a morphing passive ability that could turn an arm in a cleaver, or a hand morphed into a hammer, and more of such physical offensive abilities. After all, just because an element was needed to merge with a bloodline, it didn't mean that a bloodliner wouldn't unlock the physical abilities of the beast he used. Everything was on the table when it came to picking abilities from the massive abilities pool. Felix did not bother looking at the majority of those machines. He simply walked towards the punching measurement machine and took a deep breath, then punched with all of his strength. holding absolutely nothing. The machine did not budge or make loud noises. It merely did its job silently and calculated the punch force. Felix lifted his head and glanced at the final calculation that showcased a whopping 2,100 BF. How can this be real? He exclaimed in disbelief, not daring to believe that he broke through the 2K mark from just one passive after all. 2,100 BF meant he had the same physical strength as a second-stage bloodliner. This was the measurement unit used in the UVR for the human bloodline system. BF meant bloodline force, while each 1,000 BF signified one replacement stage. So for Felix to have a whopping 2,100 BF before even reaching the lesser purity, it made him a beast wearing human skin. In his current integration level, he's supposed to have only 150 BF. If he told anyone that he actually received a 1950 BF boost from super strength passive, they would probably roll their eyes in his direction, totally ignoring his bullshit. 1950 BF, what a joke. The largest ever recorded super strength passive boost was merely 900 BF. That was even from a legendary tier 7 bloodline. Felix knew so as well. Thus he kept clutching his fist, then releasing it over and over again, not daring to believe that his pale thin hand was holding such a fearsome force that could slap a commoner to death. After a few moments, he got his shit together and decided to continue his testing. He did a standard 3 punches using only 50 of his power, yet the final result was 3 different calculations. Felix sighed after seeing this, as he knew that his control was quite bad and needed to be worked upon. Otherwise, he would keep wasting his energy while throwing punches imprecisely like a monkey. Even worse, harm the people who were close to him if he lacked control for a split second. Commoners and bloodliners never hang around much in real life due to this. After finishing his punching test, he decided to measure his leg force, as well as his defense. He walked towards a machine that had 5 kicking pads installed on it, each with a specific height to test any leg techniques he wanted. But Felix focused only on the middle pad, totally ignoring the others, as he absolutely had no idea how to fight in melee form using martial techniques. His style of fighting was a more elemental range-based than physical melee-based. That's why he was not excited much after finding out that he obtained a physical type passive before. But that's all changed after seeing the gigantic boost he received, which could overwhelm anyone by pure brutal strength without relying on techniques. Felix kicked pad using all of his force, then retreated back, waiting for the results to appear. A few seconds later, a staggering 2,800 BF was shown on the screen. Not bad. Satisfied, he nodded his head with a content smile on his face. He wasn't surprised by the number, as he knew that a full-blown kick was always stronger than a punch. However, punches were roughly 6 times stronger when one had a proper technique in punching. In a nutshell, punch was better than kicks in a fight, but kicks were much more powerful in terms of power. Thus, balancing their advantages and disadvantages, Felix did not linger more in front of the machine, but directly walked towards the defensive platform that had all kind of ways to test a bloodliner defense and resistances. Felix did not try them all, but chose only 4 machines: 1 for skin defense against heavy attacks, such as punches, legs, and flat weapons. 2nd for skin defense against sharp weapons or abilities. 3rd, for mental defenses against mental type abilities, such as mind control. Lastly, 1 used for poison resistance testing. Felix chose the last machine merely to see his body reaction against different types of poisons, and not to see if he had total immunity, since the viper gland was enough for him to make that decision, based on his long experience dealing with poison and toxins. After an hour or so, he finished testing all of them and realized that his defenses increased immensely, as now he could resist a full-blown attack of a bloodliner in the purification realm just by his physical defenses. However, for the 1st stage and 2nd stage bloodliners, he had to be careful against them, since one sneaky attack on his vitals could actually heavily wound him. Those were just physically based attacks. As for defenses against mental type abilities, Felix was absolutely naked before them. The passive didn't cover for his mental strength as well. That was a whole other passive. Meanwhile, The poison immunity turned to be just like he expected, as not a single poison inducement managed to affect him. The only difference he found was that each poison had a different flavor. Some tasted like orange juice, some like barbecue sauce. Hell, he even began to worry about how he was going to identify if he got poisoned or not by someone when everything tasted so delicious. After this round of testing, Felix decided to return back to the punching machine and start training controlling his strength before he gets kicked out of the room. He didn't pay for VIP treatment, just not take advantage of it. 1 hour later, he logged out from the UVR satisfied by the whole experience and the passive abilities that he unlocked, which would definitely make him bully low scrubs within the Supremacy game. Chapter 73 1 day before the movie release. Chapter 73 1 day before the movie release. Time quickly passed, as the day of the movie release was fast approaching. Felix got contacted by the studio exactly 8 days before the movie official release to sign on the contract. Of course, there was some push and pull by him and the studio lawyer over the contract condition and details. But Felix never reduced his 39 share offer no matter what the lawyer said or threatened. He was this headstrong about it because he already received news from a staff he bribed heavily, that the investors who got interested in competing with him pulled out, after realizing that he was merely an amateur investor without reputation. So they retreated, not daring to take the risk with him anymore, especially after being mailed secretly by someone about some scandals during the filming. Felix was of course the one who did this, to turn them off even more about taking a bite from his pie. He was never worried about them releasing those scandals to defame the movie because there was no concrete evidence about those scandals, and fans only believed in hard proofs and not rumors in the UVR, the place where scams and lies were running rampage everywhere. Thus, Felix managed to sign the contract successfully without losing his shares, and he had to reluctantly hand over the 300 million SC to the studio, so it could use fully to market and advertise Human Melodies for an entire week widely in Alexander's Kingdom UVR territory. 1 day before the movie release, Felix was currently roaming again the resources market for high-grade stones after devouring all the batches that he bought. But sadly, every shop he knocked on and asked about them, he was sent away with a headshake, entailing that the stock was empty. Felix was not the only one who wanted those stones, but every other third stage or above bloodliner needed them to recover their energy, as the capacity of their tank gets larger after their bodies get enhanced in each replacement. Hence, low and medium grade stones had absolutely no effect on them or were too cumbersome to absorb. I guess I sucked this city completely dry from those stones, he sighed in dejection, as he left the shop with slumped shoulders. Suddenly a loud feminine advertisement was played above his head in a large screen that was placed on a building. Human Melodies will be available live in each cinema tomorrow at 8 p.m. Don't miss this chance to be the first to watch the newest form of filming and acting combined to create a unique piece of art. After the message was played for probably the 1000th times, it was accompanied by a well-made trailer of the movie. Felix lifted his head in anguish, as every time he saw it or heard it he felt like his money was thrown at the faces of the streetwalkers to be simply ignored. Just like now where no one gave a crap about the movie or its content. Maybe there might be some individuals curious enough to listen to it, but still, the majority only minded their own business and kept on walking. Felix's slumped shoulders almost touched the ground after getting smacked by the reality that his 300 million had just been completely milked dry from every coin in it. I hope things will go as planned tomorrow, and everyone loves the movie like before. Otherwise, I am royally FCK'd. Felix was not bullshitting by saying this, as he was truly almost broke after using more than 30 million to secure whatever heist stones he found in the Alexander Kingdom cities, leaving him only with 111 million, after selling the filtered Tier 5 bloodline. But that was soon used to buy another Tier 5 bloodline from Luby to be used for the 4th integration. Unfortunately, this time he came empty-handed without getting a single drop of the Jair Munkander bloodline, thus ending up wasting 33 million for nothing. Now he currently owned only 78 million, which was not a lot, Considering that Tier 5 bloodline had a price range of 110 to 400 million. This price wasn't even including the legendary rank, as it had its own different incalculable value. As for the high-grade stones, he already brought drought in the Alexander Kingdom by himself. After buying more than 4,000 stones from all of the stores and public auctions, leaving every third-stage bloodliner dissatisfied. Sigh. I truly do not want to buy from other kingdoms and empires. But what other solution do I have? Felix logged out disheartened after being cornered to only having one option, and that was to shop from far places. In the earlier days of the UVR where it was open for everyone to go wherever they please, this was merely a simple thing to do. But after the arrival of the greedy humans, and turning everything upside down by their vicious monetization plans, shopping from another territory became an impossibility with all the heavy tariffs one must pay for the customs enforcers to have a product reach his place. A small delivery that would cost normally only 200 yen would have 20 of its price as tax. And for Felix, who planned to buy a shit load of stones, the weight of the delivery would also be calculated, adding extra taxes above the basic tax. This made the entire delivery at least double its price by the time it reached Felix. This was why he always avoided buying outside of Alexander Kingdom. But now he had no other choice except to do so. Or else, he could just relocate his residence to another kingdom to remove those taxes. Felix stood up from the bed and went to take a shower since there would be a meeting upstairs to inform the juniors on their current weekly results. 10 minutes later, he arrived on the 35th floor and saw that everyone was already waiting there. After seeing that Felix finally arrived, Abraham started the meeting with his palm striking the podium out loud. Henry, you little shit. How dare you waste a precious integration attempt by merely using two to merge with, he scolded. Do you think we shit potions for you to waste like that? Before Henry could retort, he got smacked in his neck by his father. You told me you used 6 when I was with you. How dare you lie to me in my face? His father grabbed him by the collar and shoved him in the wall with bloodshot eyes. Felix stared at the scene while yawning in boredom. He was already used to such scenes, as the same happened in the majority of the past meetings. Juniors lying about their used percentages after realizing that the pain would come in stronger waves for each added percentage. Felix did not pay attention to those cousins who would get stuck forever in the purification stage, but focused on Noah, who almost reached 15, and Olivia, who was slowly catching up. As for Kenny, he was still at 7, due to his average 51 affinity, making his cooldown period quite long. After a while, the farce finally concluded after the parents took away Henry to accept his punishment. Abraham did not scold anyone again, but instead praised them warmly. Good job, children. You are slowly improving yourselves. If you kept going like this, reaching a lesser purity will be piece of cake. His vision focused on Olivia and Noah and continued with encouragement, especially those two, who will definitely reach 15 and be the first to unlock a passive ability during their 4th integration. He started clapping for them, and everyone followed after. Every week the junior with the best results receive applause as a form of encouragement. So, it became a habit to follow clapping without being told so. Noah accepted their applause expressionlessly as always, while Olivia dug her head downward with flushed cheeks. Meanwhile, Felix, who was dozing off, was awakened by the loud clapping and irritation. Get me out of here already, please. He rubbed his temples, totally annoyed by those mandatory meaningless weekly gatherings. Chapter 74 Human Melodies. Chapter 74 Human Melodies. The next day evening, only 15 minutes were left before the movie starts. Felix was already inside the movie world of Human Melodies, sitting with over 500 other viewers. They were talking loudly in anticipation about this movie that was heavily marketed during the past week. What do you think about their claim of the new unique filming method? Honestly, I believe it just a ruse to attract more attention. I think so as well. You guys are idiots if you thought that they wasted a shit ton of coins to market their movie by using a ruse. No one is that retarded to destroy their movie and reputation like that. True. Exactly what I was planning to say. I merely hope that their new way of filming deserves those maddening ticket prices. Fuck, don't remind me of it. Sigh. 200 SE for a ticket is indeed too expensive. But I believe the prices will go down later on. Yeah, the train hype is currently carrying this movie, but it will stop at some point. Felix listened to their endless chatter for a bit, then clicked mute on his remote control. Instantly, peace submerged the movie world. Felix laid in a relaxed position in his chair while hugging a popcorn container in one arm and a large drink with a straw in the other hand. He ate a handful of popcorn while lifting his head to see the large timer in the air that was counting backward. 59 seconds, 58, 57, 3, 2, 1. The movie world instantly brightened up a little bit, as the plot had started with an army of beasts of all types and shapes, rushing forward madly at a human outpost on a faraway planet from Earth. The commanders of the post placed their orders down to prepare for the impact, but everyone in the audience gasped out loud after hearing that the commands all rhymed at the end of each sentence musically. Even when the tone of the commander was without emotions, a soldier who had a plasma gun on his arm kept shaking in fear after seeing the thousands of beasts coming at them, howling and roaring. Why am I even here? Where I could have been lying near my wife without having this fear. Why are we even getting invaded when the only sin that we had created was to exist and live peacefully, without harming anyone's lives evilly? For us to be bullied to this degree, it only means our plans have been comprised by he. The soldier spoke with bone-chilling hatred about the person who betrayed his race and joined the other side. You chose to be a pet than to be killed. A moronic decision, I say, to send your skin to be eaten and grilled. The beasts that you submitted to will never ever let you go, for they thirst for our blood and flesh, more than a drunken thirst for a bottle of scotch. You made the wrong decision, and we the pitiful soldiers are forced to face this bestial collision. That was the last spoken word of the soldier after getting his head penetrated by a beam of light coming from a threed beast. The viewers all screamed out loud after seeing the scene happening right in their faces without the ability to intervene. Meanwhile, Felix only kept watching the movie go on with enjoyment. This was probably the 5th time he watched it, but who would blame him? This movie was a gem thrown in the heap of shit with other average movies that had no budget to market it. The investors pulled out because they believed that this style of filming would not bring them too much profit due to its niche nature. But what they didn't know was that the entire human population was already sick and tired of the same filmed and edited movies by the AI, which took absolutely no effort or time for the makers to create it. Anyone with a half-assed script could apply to create a movie nowadays, without checking if the script was worth it or not. This resulted in movies appearing extremely similar in plots and dialogues, whether it was produced by a large company or merely two dreamers planning to earn big. But for human melodies that had every line rhymes with emotions that sent goosebumps through every viewer's skin, it was truly a breath of fresh air that everyone needed. One could only applaud at the massive effort it took to make this movie. A movie about a true story that happened during the middle of the war between humans and beasts, where a trader traded the information about an important outpost that was built to research beast bloodlines and how to harness them. It was one of the few remaining ones that could actually save the human race from extinction. Unfortunately, the trader sold them out, turning the entire outpost into a living hell. Everyone died except one researcher who used every second in his possession to send the research data to another facility after seeing that the situation was hopeless and grim. But by doing so, he risked exposing their data to intelligent beasts that had the ability to interpret and read the radio waves with ease. Luckily, that didn't happen, as by the time the outpost was attacked, reinforcement had met with those beasts outside the planet and killed them before the data could be collected. This was the entire plot of Human Melodies, but with more vivid details and rhymes. After 3 hours of the movie, the credits scene rolled out under the heartful cries and sniffs of the audience, followed by heavy clapping and whistling to express their enjoyment over this masterpiece that could be nominated as the best movie of the year in the Alexander Kingdom. Felix clapped slowly as well for a while and left the movie world with a smile after seeing the audience's reaction that he wanted. It seems like I will earn much more than I anticipated, he said with a smirk after realizing that the 1 billion returns that the movie earned in his previous life was about to double or even triple after it goes viral. The producers really managed to earn big after relying on a primitive filming style that was used millions of years before. After all, humans in the Milky Way existed for more than that. and it was impossible for this technique not to be used before. Felix stopped walking at once after a sudden realization hit him hard. That it was impossible for the producers to dig data on filming styles that had millions of years of history. But it was completely another story if they dig within the public data of the Queen AI about them. And as far as he remembered, the world leaders sold all of their planet data to the Queen after joining the SGA. The Queen took the useful information for herself and threw the unnecessary data in the public data for everyone to browse. Such as movie techniques that Earthlings used for their filming. This led to one simple conclusion. The producers dubbed the musical style of filming that Earthlings used for movies such as Les Miserables, and imitated it in human melodies. That's why the movie started production only after the Earthlings joined the SGA. I guess Earthlings still have some potential to put a mark in the UVR. They just have to find a way in. Felix chuckled lightly at this conclusion and started walking again, away from the noisy cinema that had thousands of people lining up to enter and watch this imitation from acclaimed primitive planet. Chapter 75. 3 months later. Chapter 75. 3 months later. 3 months quickly passed by after the movie release. Felix claimed that the profit would double or triple turned to be completely true, as the movie went insanely viral within a couple of days after its release. Every news channel, show platforms, and even streamers spoke about it and recommended it for their viewers to spectate it as well. This led to a viewership explosion that pushed the movie to be ranked number 1 in the weekly box office for a continuous period of a month, raking tons of profits while doing so. After that, it gradually began to decline in the ranks until it reached rank 7 in this month. No matter how amazing a movie was, it would always fall off the trend slowly as newcomers take the interest of viewers away. But remaining within the top 10 for 3 months straight, that's an already huge achievement that was not done for a long while now. But still, this movie was only released within the Alexander Kingdom and did not manage to penetrate the markets of other kingdoms and empires. However, that was enough for Felix to have his bank account filled with $1.5 billion and still continue to increase gradually for now. Felix wouldn't bother with the lack of coins, as that amount was enough to sustain him for quite a while and let him completely focus on his bloodline path, without getting annoyed about earning coins each time to support him. Felix was currently in the capital city of the neighbor kingdom Coronia, browsing through the market streets to buy whatever he needed for the last push in both his affinity enhancement that reached 94, and his bloodline integration that only needed 5 to reach lesser purity. He already emptied Luby's shop from hightier poisonous serpent types bloodlines, and he did not dare to buy other poisonous species to try his luck. He would rather buy from other kingdoms with extra tax than roll the dice on a spider bloodline having a serpent ancestral bloodline. As for the high-grade stones, he truly struggled to buy them from other kingdoms, since each shop that sold them always prioritized their regulars customers over foreigners. So, the only thing he could do to buy them was to slap the sellers with his large Donger bank account until they agreed. This strategy worked like a charm, but still cost him at least 40, even to 50. For each stone. This was not even considering the taxes he had to pay for them to arrive in his place. But all of this struggling would soon end, as he only needs 6 more and he would reach 100. At that point, he would stop bothering about his affinity and focus on other things. Felix spent at least 1 hour going from a shop to a shop. Yet they either had no stock left or simply ignored him after seeing that he was a foreigner from another kingdom. It was pretty obvious, as there was a large tag above his head that says "I am a foreigner." That tag cannot be removed no matter what, as it was the only way to separate visiting foreigners from permanent residents. The only way that could allow one to avoid having it in the first place was by using a VIP premium teleportation device, made specifically for reputable individuals. Sadly, Felix didn't reach yet that reputation bar to get access to using those devices, even though he was quite rich. However, he was still allowed to customize the tag as he pleased. Hence, Felix walked on the streets with a tag that was having a middle finger at both of its sides pointing in every direction. No one was spared. 0 FCKS given by Felix towards the furious reaction of the people around him or the sellers he met. He knew that he would get ripped off either way, so why not do it with style after a while? He got tired from wandering around and entered a coffee shop to take a break. Immediately after stepping inside, everyone left the shop with an angry expression after seeing the middle finger pointing at them constantly. No one could drink in peace in such a condition. In this way, Felix had the entire coffee shop to himself. After drinking peacefully for a couple of minutes, Felix paid for the coffee and left to start another round of browsing. 10 minutes later, inside a well-decorated shop, Felix was bargaining out loud with the shop owner while having his hand gripping the seller collar. Meanwhile, the seller was no pushover, as he was also doing the same to Felix. "You are going to fucking sell it to me with 40. Or else, I will beat the shit out of you." Felix raised his hand in a punching gesture, threatening him with bloodshot eyes. This was the first shop in a while that was willing to sell him high-grade stones, but the seller was asking for an outrageous price of 60. A piece. Felix knew that he would get ripped off, but not to this degree. His brain was not full of shit to accept this deal. Hence, this led to the current state of Felix about to really beat the owner without mercy. "Over my dead body if you want, buy those stones with my price. Go back to your backwater kingdom and get them." The owner merely scoffed at Felix's threatening attempt. "Then fucking die." Felix immediately began beating the dumbfounded shop owner after the peaceful negotiation fell through. He truly kept to his word. "You bastard. Stop or I will call the enforcers to arrest you," the shop owner cried out loud, while curled up like a defensive ball, protecting all of his sensitive vitals. One look and anyone could guess that he had experience getting beating up. Felix instantly stopped beating him and escaped the shop after hearing about the enforcers that could block his account from accessing the UVR for a week minimum if he gets caught. There was no way he would overstay his welcome after so. "That's right, you better run." The seller exited his shop, carrying a broom with a puffed-out chest. All of the people who saw foreigner escape from his shop began to clap their hands in praise over the seller's effort of exiling the foreigners from buying their resources. Heck, there wasn't even enough to go around for them. Yet, even foreigners were lusting to get a piece of their pie. Thus, any shop owner who refused to deal with foreigners earns a good reputation within the city. Felix teleported to another kingdom's capital city after he bought absolutely nothing from Coronia capital city. He stepped outside the teleportation company while praying in his head. "Please be the one. Please be the one." Felix already visited 3 kingdoms before, and this was the 4th one now. He already secured an epic tier 5 bloodline with 280 million SC. The only thing left was the stones. Fortunately for him, this time he managed to meet a seller that wasn't greedy or gave a shit about his foreign identity, as he sold him all the stones that Felix wanted for merely 35 million SC. Quite cheap considering that he always spent 40k plus each time. After finally securing the stones, Felix sighed in relief and logged out to take a break and make an order for his items to reach him from the Wormhole Company. He already had everything prepared to reach lesser purity. The only thing he needed was the stones. Now that he bought them, he could make an order for everything to reach at once by Fatty. He couldn't waste Fatty's free shipping contract by ordering one by one. He only had 10 free attempts left from the original 17 attempts. Chapter 76 Reaching Lesser Purity. Chapter 76 Reaching Lesser Purity. After 3 days, the fatty blue worm brought Felix his delivery and left swiftly. Felix immediately took the bloodline first and called Asna to prepare for the integration. He was impatient to start. After setting all of the potions necessary near him, he took the large needle and injected half the bottle in his heart, followed by the remaining half. Asna already became proficient in reading memories and filtration. Thus it took merely a couple of seconds before she found that the epic tier 5 he bought had a 12 of the Jair monk and her bloodline. Haha. Felix laughed in elation after finally hearing some good news. He was truly about to lose his shit after failing 3 times to find a single drop of the ancestral bloodline within the previous bottles during the last 3 months. Due to this, he got surpassed by the hardworking Noah and Olivia, who already reached lesser purity a month before, while others were quite close to it. Felix struggling to reach the lesser purity raised some suspicious bells in the elders' minds. After all, Felix's affinity was not bad, but actually the third DBest one in the family. So for him to not reach lesser purity, even after reaching the end of the training camp, was truly strange in their opinion. But they did not question him or scold him. They simply left him be and do as he pleased. The only thing they knew was that, if he didn't reach lesser purity next week by the end of the camp, he would get ganged up by them and beaten up for wasting the legendary bloodline potential. Fortunately, that wouldn't be a problem anymore after obtaining 12 all at once. Felix requested Asna to only use exactly 6 to merge with, leaving 6 for later. He had no reason to torture himself anymore by adding as much as possible to lower the integration periods, because he currently had a 94 affinity rating, which meant he could integrate every few days without waiting too much. Asna did as he asked and watched with a bored expression Felix grit his teeth with bloodshot eyes, enduring all of the pain without screaming anymore like a little girl. This greatly saddens her, as she felt like another fun part of her already dreadful life was removed. 15 minutes later, Felix did not pass out this time from the pain, but still, he lay on the ground with shallow breaths. After a while, he moved his hands with difficulty and grabbed the rejuvenation potion. After drinking 2 of those, he stood up and did his stretching routine to relieve his joints, then went to take a shower. 10 minutes later, he sat on the floor in a meditation position composedly. Let's begin. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, diving deep within his memories to read the newly obtained information that he just unlocked. It was time to see if he would unlock 2 abilities like before, or merely 1 ability like everyone else. After a few seconds, Felix opened his eyes and grinned widely, showing his crystal white teeth. He blinked for a few moments without saying anything, just bathing in the euphoria of knowing that all of his efforts, struggles, and millions of SC thrown down the drain were damn worth it after seeing the 2 active abilities that he unlocked. Poisonous Aura and Poison Balm. He said the names with clear agitation in his voice, as he knew that there were a few abilities that had only poison on it, without the classification of the type of poison used. For example, in normal situations, the Poisonous Aura should be a weakness, paralyze, or dizziness inducement aura, and this was the same in the case of Poison Balm. But when the abilities only had poison without classification, it signified the horrifying truth that Felix could use all types of poison in his aura and balms. This was the same as having hundreds of abilities and only 2 active abilities. It merely depended on Felix's way of using them. That's why he was glad he continued treading on this path that kept rewarding his effort each time he reached a milestone. Truly the primogenitor bloodline, the ruler and controller of poison element, did not disappoint at all. Felix suddenly logged in the UVR, impatient to test them in the ability measurement center. After a while, he reached the center and paid for the VIP room like before. After entering, he was greeted by the same monotone AI. Dear sir, what types of abilities you want to test? Physical, elemental, or mental? Elemental, please. Felix answered. Which element do you desire to test? Poison element. As you wish, sir. Immediately after, the entire room got wider like before, but this time it got split into 4 areas. The first one for testing offensive poison abilities. The second one was for testing defensive poison abilities. The third one was for testing environment adaptation abilities. Lastly, an area for testing the details of the poison used, such as the toxicity level, the period it took for the poison to take effect, or such information. Felix went for the offensive area, as both of his abilities were attacking types. The moment he stepped inside, the AI asked him, how many training dummies do you need? 10 for now, and put them a meter away from each other until the last dummy is 10 meters away from me. As you wish, sir. Shortly after, 10 silver dummies were created in front of Felix in a straight line. Do you want them to have AI or remain stationary? She asked. Stationary for now. After Felix answered the last question, he shook his muscles to relax and exhaled a long breath, then called softly, Poisonous Aura. The moment he activated the ability, his dreadful slits thinned until only a single line could be seen. Then, without a warning, a dark purplish mist emerged furiously from all of his body pores until it reached the 8th dummy and stopped spreading further. However, it remained active in an 8-meter radius around Felix. Just as Felix wanted to analyze his ability, His vision got muddled, like he was about to faint. Felix knew what happened and deactivated his ability swiftly, not daring to continue having it on. What the FCK, how could it consume all of my energy in mere seconds? He breathed ruggedly with frowned eyebrows. However, his doubts were soon cleared after hearing the AI scanning details. Dummy number 1. 2. 38 were poisoned by 87 types of poisons. Do you want me to name them, sir? Speechless. Felix stopped breathing at once after hearing the massive number of inducements he threw all at once. He thought that his poisonous aura was going to have utmost 15 inducements or so. That's because he read that there were some legendary bloodlines that allowed the user to switch between either 3 inducements or even 5 inducements max. So, he believed that his bloodline should at least have 15 inducements since his bloodline belonged to the primogenitor. Yet, it turned out that his thinking was still limited to what he read, as he actually had a whopping 87 types of poison. No wonder his energy did not last for a mere 3 seconds. After all, his tank capacity was still quite pathetic to use this ability to its full potential. Am I actually allowed to use any inducement I want? His eyes couldn't help but brighten up at such a thought. He knew before that it might actually be possible. But Felix was quite a pessimistic person. Thus, unless he saw it with his own eyes, he would not dare to believe it. But now, what else could he say? 87 inducement was enough to clear his doubts. However, there was one minor doubt still stuck on his mind, and that was the current shown number of inducements. Was it limited due to his body strength and energy tank? Or that was just the total number in his possession? He knew that in the universe there were a lot more poisons than the mentioned number. Whatever. 87 inducements or billion. It wouldn't matter much if I wasn't able to use them properly. Felix smiled wryly and requested the AI to bring his energy back to full capacity for the second round. He understood pretty clearly that he shouldn't be thinking about lusting for more inducements, but to actually master using the ones that he currently had. Otherwise, Asna would beat him up for not giving justice to the primogenitor bloodline. The AI did as told, and soon Felix was back in shape again. Alright, let's try this again. But this time I will only use Paralyze Inducement Aura. Full of anticipation, Felix eyed at the dummies in front of him and called out loud. Paralyze Aura activate. Chapter 77 Testing the active abilities. Chapter 77 Testing the active abilities. Paralyze Aura activate. Instantly, the same mist was released from Felix's body. But this time it was not dark purple, but light yellow, looking almost transparent, surrounding Felix in an 8-meter diameter. Felix dragged his fingers slowly in the mist with intoxication on his face. He felt that everything within the mist was under his surveillance and vision. This was his aura, his domain, that anyone who stepped inside would be under his mercy. Satisfied, he smiled and focused his eyes on a screen that was on the silver dummy's chest, showing the details of his paralyze effect. Interesting. The entire body gets immobilized after taking one whiff of the mist. He raised an eyebrow in surprise and added, the effects last only 5 seconds after leaving the aura. Understandable. It was quite obvious that his poison wouldn't actually have a permanent effect after taking only one whiff. However, those inside his aura would be constantly under effect, so if someone even dared to step inside it, Felix would make sure to keep him inside for eternity. Soon after, he moved on and continued reading the rest of the details with interest. The poison does not differentiate between friend and foe. Typical. Felix merely gave a side note on this detail and left it be. He knew that all abilities were also the same. After all, this wasn't a video game, where one could enter a hailstorm created by his ally, just to exit from it unharmed. Only morons would dare to pull that shit, or people with blind trust to their allies' elemental control. I guess that's it. After seeing that no further details were written, he began walking forward. And as he expected, the mist followed around him wherever he went like a spherical shield. Pleased, he nodded his head lightly, as he preferred it this way and not to remain stationary, like a summoning ability. Otherwise, the prey that entered his aura could easily escape it. Let's do a limit test. He stopped walking and sat on the ground, doing nothing at all. He wanted to see how long could his aura remain active until his energy runs out. After a while, He started to feel dizzy and deactivated his ability. He then asked the AI for the duration. It's been 12 minutes and 45 seconds since the moment you activated your ability, sir. The AI responded. Not bad actually. Felix was quite pleased with 12 minutes. As this duration might sound short. But actually, it was even after continuous activation while in real battles. He could activate it for a few seconds for the effect to take place then deactivate it. This way his energy consumption would be minimized to the limit. Not to mention, this duration was actually double what he should have got. Since before, he had only a 59 affinity rating. That meant his abilities, powers, effects, duration and such, should be only half what he just got. In other words, 6 minutes to 7 minutes max. However, now that he got a whopping 94 affinity rating, and on the verge of reaching 100, Felix was going to enjoy double the strengths of his abilities. One of them was the increased radius of his aura. If it wasn't for his high affinity rating, his aura was supposed to stop at 4 meters only. Yet now, he actually had 8 meters all at once. If it wasn't for such clear benefits and bonuses, Felix wouldn't have chased everywhere just to secure a 100 affinity rating, and the elders of his family wouldn't have been so excited after seeing that Noah had 70. Affinity rating wasn't only useful to reduce the cooldown of integration, but also empower the abilities to new heights. Alright, let's try switching inducement after activation. He quickly began the next experiment after the AI got him to peak form again. He snapped his finger and the light yellow mist surrounded him again. He then called out loud, switched to sleepiness, or the mist that was around him rapidly got sucked inside his body, then released again. However, this time, it was a pure white mist, resembling a cloud of fog, blocking everyone's vision, whether those outside or inside the domain, except for Felix, of course, who could see everything clearly. I see. The mist must return to my body for each switch, and not change while already in the air. Felix guessed as much, since it wouldn't make sense for the poison to change to another without re-entering his body. If that happened, it meant that the poison was added to the previous one and not replaced. Soon after, he read the details of the effect on the dummy and found out that everything was the same, except for the debuff intended. As before, it was paralyzed for 5 sec. Now it slept for 5 sec. They might be dummies, but they had the bodies of humans. Thus, every effect on them was the same as on the human body. After seeing those results, he moved to energy endurance and found that the duration was the same as well. Alright, it seems that all poisons are going to have the same details. He scratched his chin. Still, more experiments are needed to make sure. He deactivated the ability while thinking of the next experiment. There is still the combined inducements detail that needs to be worked upon as well, but I will leave those for later. For now, let's move on to the next ability. Eager, Felix walked away from the dummies, trying to put a substantial distance between each other. After reaching 15 meters, he stopped and activated Poison Balm. Immediately, 2 balls that had the size of a baby's head were created swiftly on both of his hands and kept revolving above them, not touching his palms. One was dark green, while the other was dark purple. Before Felix managed to throw them out, he dropped on the ground exhausted. Fuck. The consumption for them is even worse than poisonous aura. Irritated, he asked for the AI to return his energy. After a couple of seconds, Felix stood up while sighing over having 2 overpowered abilities, but still having to limit their usage due to his weak body that couldn't handle their full power. There was a lot of work to be done in order to understand how to merge inducements, and which inducements should be merged to get the best possible outcome without sacrificing too many energy points. However, for now, Felix should only focus on mastering using one inducement properly. As for merging, he should leave that for later. 20 minutes later, Felix finished testing his balm's advantages and weaknesses. He found out that the details of his inducement debuffs were still the same. The only difference was that he was able to throw the balms as projectiles and control their explosion timing. Plus, his energy only allowed him to throw 50 balms or so before he got sucked dry. Lastly, the most interesting difference was that he could add different inducements for each balm on a hand. In other words, He could throw 2 types of poisons at once. Felix was quite pleased by having 2 AoE abilities. One could be used for pure offense, while the other had a variety of usages. He just needed to find them out. This was exactly what he tried to do for the next 2 hours of training in the room. He fought with 10 AI dummies that were set on hard difficulty. Felix did not fare well against their various abilities and elements. By merely using his 2 newly acquired abilities that he had no experience using before. Hence, he got bashed for 2 hours straight until he got kicked out of the room. Nonetheless, he left overjoyed, since he learned quite a few good inducements combinations. If only the VIP room was not so damn expensive to use, he would have spent days training in it. Unfortunately, that's not a solid plan for the future even if he currently owned $1 billion SE or more. The measurement center was for testing, not training. That one had its own center that Felix planned to visit later on. For now, he got other plans to make. 4 hours later, Felix logged out of the UVR, after successfully purchasing the VR pod that was a must for any Supremacy game player, and a house within the capital city Androxa. Now that he had the necessary strength to join the SG, there was no need to wait until he reached the greater purity anymore. His abilities were enough to destroy any bronze or silver player. However, for now, he needed to get dressed and head towards the 35th floor. As the last combat battle in the training camp was about to happen, Felix never participated in those battles that were recurring weekly in the 3rd stage of the camp, by relying on the excuse that he did not reach lesser purity yet. But now that he had, he must fight this one and win beautifully to get the elders off his back. Otherwise, he would truly get beat up. And he was afraid about them breaking a bone after hitting his enhanced body. It's time to bully my cute cousins, he smirked while leaving his room. Chapter 78 Training Camp Battles. Chapter 78 Training Camp Battles. The 35th meeting floor. Felix was chatting with Olivia while waiting for the elders to arrive and start the battles. A couple of minutes later, they arrived one by one, dressing formally, walking towards the stage without batting an eye to the juniors. Felix and the others stopped chatting at once and got in their position. They then bowed their head respectfully to the elders. Abraham took the microphone from the podium and greeted as well with a smile. Good evening, children. Today is the day of the weekly battle. But this one is going to be the last. And also the true decider of who will be the captain of our Maxwell team. He paused for a few seconds to see if anyone was interested in this position. Sadly, he found that only 2 or 3 had a spark in their eyes. As for the important juniors like Noah, Olivia, Felix, and even Kenny, none of them cared for such a position, as it didn't have any merits but only trouble and annoyance. In their eyes, being the team captain was the same as being the class monitor. Dejected and annoyed by their lackluster reaction, Abraham sighed and continued his speech. Just like before, the battle will be 1v1 in the UVR, so fight to your heart content without worry. He then turned his sight to Felix, who was dozing off, and asked suddenly with narrowed eyes, "Felix, are you going to join them this time?" Felix broke off his daze and responded casually, "Don't worry, Elder, I will take part as well." "Oh, did you reach lesser purity?" Robert asked thunderously near the elders, almost bleeding their ears. Felix nodded his head in confirmation. "Finally, you little shit. It's about time. Noah is almost about to reach 45 and unlock the second passive." He smiled with his eyes narrowed dangerously. "You better catch up, son." Felix smiled wryly and glanced at Noah, who was standing in the middle of the group composedly like a street light pole. Felix's path and Noah's path were completely different, as Noah's could easily surpass him in integration percentages. But so what? Felix might be slow due to the difficulty of finding the Jair Mungander bloodline, but still, he would always be ahead of him in terms of strength. Regardless, reaching 45 without even relying on double percentage potion, Noah was honestly quite hardworking. As to reach that percentage, he was probably integrating with 8 or even 10 each time. If he had those potions, he probably would have already reached the origin purity by now. Unfortunately, each potion cost at least 200k SC, and the family definitely couldn't afford to get some for him. Even Felix, when he gifted Olivia potions, he only gave her rejuvenation potions and beauty potions. he didn't gift her double percentage potion, as its effect was quite obvious, and the elders were sure to grill Olivia where she got them. In other words, he would get invited for another cup of tea. This was one of the reasons he wanted to ditch the family and return to his island, leaving their supervision. At that point, he could do what he pleased without being on their radar constantly. The battles are going to be the same as always, 1v1. Whoever won all of his battles will be the captain. If the winner does not want to be the captain, then you can simply come and tell us. Abraham smiled warmly and added, but our answer will always be no. So don't bother yourself. Felix grumbled under his breath, since that was exactly what was he planning on doing. Win beautifully, then ditch the responsibility. The elders added this clause because of Noah, who they thought would clutch the win, since Olivia wasn't participating in the battles due to her supportive abilities, while Kenny never won a battle against Noah before. Meanwhile, Felix had just unlocked his active ability without practicing it like Noah did for the past 2 months. As for the others, Sarah and Jackson had just reached the lesser purity like Felix, while the rest were merely here to add numbers since none of them had reached the lesser purity yet, because they didn't integrate too many percentages each phase, not confident in handling the increased pain. So in a sense, the elders already decided that Noah was the strongest in the team, and rightfully should be the captain, but they knew he would reject the offer, due to his personality, hence the clear condition that the offer was non-rejectable. Unfortunately for the elders, their plan went upside down when the battles began, and Felix started to thrash his cousins one by one by throwing merely a single paralyze bomb, then rushed to knock them out with a light jaw punch. The moment he stepped inside the arena, no one touched his clothes or managed to activate their abilities properly. The elders just watched speechlessly at this merciless beatdown. Or in this case, pure bullying. He used the same strategy for all of them except for Kenny, as he went an extra mile to hurt him badly. Yet, no one saw anything weird about it since Kenny really had a punchable face. After a while, only Felix and Noah were left in the finals. Felix gave him a bit of face and let him activate his ability. Noah did not waste time and instantly activated Ice Mace, an ability that allowed him to create a large mace made of crystallized ice. The majority of cryogenic Yeti bloodline abilities were either ice-made melee form ones or physical morphing abilities. That's why Noah was currently not holding the mace in his hand, but used his energy to keep it hovering slightly above it since his body couldn't handle its weight. Felix sighed in pity after seeing this, as this was the true meaning of using a bloodline that didn't fit your style at all. The elders merely bought the cheapest rare-ranked bloodlines they could find without caring about those nitty-gritty details that could lower the strength of a bloodliner by at least 30. Noah dashed forward while dragging the heavy mace behind him like a berserker. If only his facial expression wasn't stoic as always, he would truly resemble one. Felix did not flinch at this sight. He merely snapped his finger and an acid green-colored balm was created behind his back and stayed hovering there without Noah's knowledge. Noah did not think that Felix was looking down on him after not seeing any balms in his hand. Rather, he raised his vigilance even further and held his breath, trying to avoid absorbing Felix's poison. He didn't know if it took effect by skin touch or direct absorption, but he had nothing to lose by holding his breath. In his mind, it's an instant win if reached Felix without eating his paralyze bomb. Sadly, things did not go as planned for him, as the moment he tried to swing his heavy mace, planning to bash Felix's face, poof, a sudden explosion engulfed him and Felix, covering both of them in an acid green mist. The only difference was that Felix was completely fine, while Noah's skin began to melt gradually, forcing him to let out a pained groan and drop the mace to the ground. Before he was tortured even further, Felix kicked him out of the balm radius and followed swiftly by a punch to the chin, knocking him out cold. Good fight. Felix clapped his hands twice with a smile and withdrew himself from the Mermaid Arena in Abraham's UVR room. He knew that Noah was smart enough to realize that his paralyze balm relied on either absorption or skin contact. Noah could do nothing about skin contact, but for absorption, he could totally hold his breaths and avoid getting poisoned. Thus, Felix didn't rely on paralyze inducement, but acid inducement, a poisonous substance that was effective by skin contact. Unfortunately, its effects were quite painful, as a small exposure to its dose and the skin would be melted, while a large exposure could even turn a person into a liquid goo. That's why Felix kicked Noah away, as he didn't want to torture him without any reason. He might not die inside Abraham's UVR room, but it sure would hurt like hell. Immediately after Felix reached the elders and his cousins, they kept staring at him wide-eyed, having no idea what the FCK had just happened. Noah that brutalized those juniors for weeks lost without landing a single hit. What kind of sick joke was this? But this was the reality. Felix was truly just here to bully them. Nothing more, nothing less. Even Noah was still a combat child in Felix's eyes. Those past months of training and battling each other meant absolutely nothing in front of Felix's decades of experience in his previous life. So, they never had a chance against him. Hell, Felix could win by relying only on his super strength passive. However, he planned to hide it, and show only his poison immunity, or in their eyes his peak poison resistance. He couldn't tell them that he awakened 2 passives at 15. Thus one passive had to remain hidden. His super strength was easier to hide, as he could control his strength input. On the other hand, his poison immunity was a must-have, since if he didn't have it, his skin would have been melted as well by the bomb explosion. Just because everyone used elements, it did not mean that getting harmed by their abilities wasn't an option. Heck, the only reason defensive passives, like elemental resistances, were always being unlocked first, was to somewhat offset getting hurt by one's own abilities. Felix, can you please explain the active ability that you unlock? Charlotte asked curiously after seeing Felix bash every junior with light yellow bombs, then switch to acid green one suddenly. Well, I unlocked poison bombs. This ability allows me to create bombs with 5 types of different poisons. He coughed to hide his bullshit and continued. What I used now to fight was only paralyze bombs and acid bombs. I can switch to other inducements as well. Like this. He snapped his finger, and a light yellow bomb got created on top of his hand. He then said switch, and the color of the bomb changed to acid green. He said switch again, and the color turned pink. Suddenly he threw it towards Kenny, exploding near his face. Speechless, everyone watched Kenny remove his clothes with flushed cheeks and hazy eyes like he just ate 3 aphrodisiac pills. However, after 5 seconds his eyes regained clarity, and wore his clothes back without a hint of anger or humiliation. He merely smiled warmly and said, I am happy to be your test subject. Felix chuckled lightly and didn't bother replying to this traitorous snake. Chapter 79 Returning to the Island. Chapter 79 Returning to the Island. A legendary rank bloodline truly did not disappoint. The elders' minds had only this thought after seeing Felix's demonstration on Kenny. Each color represents a different effect, as you have noticed. So I suggest for you guys to memorize all of my 5 inducements, to be able to predict the debuffs instantly during our team battles. Felix did not wait for the elders to keep questioning him about his ability details. He decided to take control of the conversation and guide them through his lies. Robert supported his grandson sternly. He is right. All of you needs memorize them, and most importantly not spread his ability details to anyone, not even your parents. The fewer people know about our hidden cards, the more slots we will be able to clutch. So behave yourselves. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. No one was dumb enough here to expose Felix to their competitors, since in the eyes of the juniors, the stronger Felix was the better chances they would have to get chosen for the US national team. Good. Now let's conclude this battle by a round of applause in celebration for the coronation of your captain. Felix, Abraham said warmly while clapping his hands. The juniors followed after him and clapped their hands boomingly. Felix indifferently took it in, while waiting patiently for them to finish so he could say his piece. After a while, they gradually stopped and Felix immediately said, not letting the elders excuse them, Elders, I will write a list for my inducement effects plus their color, so you can hand it later to my cousins to memorize. He paused for a second and said what he really wanted. I am planning to head back to the island. I still have tons of unfinished work to be managed there, so I can't remain here anymore. just as the elders wanted to reject his proposition. They heard Felix promise them, "Don't worry. I will return when the national team battle begins 3 months later." Abraham sighed and asked, "Why are you leaving in such a rush if it is just about the island? We can send our people to supervise everything without bothering yourself." Felix shook his head lightly. "No, I need to be there personally since I plan to turn the island into my home." While we are still on the subject, can you tell me when are we going to sign the 51 shares transfer contract? He scratched his nose as he asked bashfully. The elders rolled their eyes at his shameless request right after he planned to ditch the training camp. But they still honored their word and informed him that the contract was already made. It had been only waiting for Felix to sign. This clearly showed the trust they had in Felix from the beginning to perform well in the camp. Felix bowed his head lightly in appreciation for indirectly accepting his leave of absence. He knew that the camp period was supposed to end 7 days from now. But after showcasing his ability that had multiple strategies revolved around it, it meant that the camp should have its duration increased by a month or two until a good synergy between him and his cousins was built. However, Felix had no time for that bullshit. He simply wanted to rush to the island and enter the VR pod to start his training and climbing the ranks of the Supremacy games. It was time to enter the Major League and start putting his mark in the universe. 2 days later, Felix said his goodbyes to everyone and stepped inside the jet while carrying his luggage, planning to directly fly towards the Sky Pearl Island. His training camp journey had officially ended after achieving everything he arrived here for and more. He obtained the AP bracelet. He cured his grandfather's fragile heart, plus gave him extra centuries to live, and he saved Olivia's life from death in the awakening process. In addition, he earned some favors from the parents of the children he indirectly saved. Finally, he signed the contract that gave him full control over the island management, so he had no reason to remain anymore. Now, Felix was returning to the island after 6 months of absence, hoping that the remodeling was going smoothly. After 3 hours of flight, the outline of the island appeared through the jet window. Felix logged out from the UVR after being informed by the Queen AI that he was about to arrive. After a while, he put his seat belt on, in preparation for landing. A few seconds later the jet glided down slowly until it touched the airport runway asphalt. It kept slowing down until it stopped smoothly without any hiccups. "Young master, you can step outside now," the pilot announced. "Thank you for the ride, Mr. Morris." Felix thanked the pilot politely while removing his seat belt. He then stood up and took the luggage that was above him and stepped out of the jet. If it was up to Felix, he would have put all of his stuff inside the spatial card, but that would appear strange to everyone else, and questions would start to rain on him, so he could only take some clothes with him to avoid that situation entirely. After he exited the jet, his eyes made contact with hundreds of workers doing their job properly. Some were driving the construction vehicles, and some were giving clear orders while supervising everything with clarity. Felix smiled in praise at this scene. As he walked down the staircase, he was wearing a formal black suit with a black tie. His green hair was messy and short, as he cut it again yesterday, not pleased by its long length. His violet serpent-like eyes were hidden behind black sunglasses. "Welcome back, young Master Felix. I hope you had a pleasant flight." Layla and Jack bowed their head and greeted Felix politely. They didn't react too much to his appearance because they had already seen it before during a Skype conversation, so they were already quite familiar with his new looks. "Thank you for coming here to welcome me," Felix replied with a chuckle while giving them each a quick hug. After doing so, he handed his luggage to Jack and trod forward with his hands folded behind his back. "Update me on each building progress. Keep it short," he requested from Layla. Layla followed after him while reading from a small note she prepared just for this question. First, the seaport and the hospital remodeling had finished completely last month. All of the faulty equipment was replaced with brand new ones. She paused for a second to hear Felix's response. "Good. Carry on, please." Layla flipped the page after noticing that Felix did not ask about the details she wrote on them. She then continued on her report. "As for the residential area and the airport, Our analytics predicted that we will finish their construction remodeling in 4 months if we kept going at this pace. Felix did not reply, as he was staring in fascination at the newly remodeled interior of the airport. Everything that he saw in Eddie's design was in its place, from the baggage carousel that was inside an artificial waterfall, which was fixed using a unique method to not spill a single drop on the luggage, to flower gardens that were designed as pearl shapes in a wide area. If someone saw those flower gardens from the floors above, they could easily notice that they were placed in specific positions to make a large SQY word. This combination signified the name of the island Sky Pearl. Felix wanted to use this design even if he kicked Eddie away, simply because of those beautiful aesthetics. Those were but merely 2 of the many ones. He stopped looking around and asked Layla suddenly, "What happened to Eddie? Did he leave after refusing the punishment?" Layla shook her head and giggled slightly after remembering what Eddie said to her. "He told me that even if you beat him up he will not leave, because he thinks that this is the best design he made so far, and he wants to see through its end." Amused, Felix chuckled lightly and said, "No wonder he lusted for the best resources. He plans to turn his airport into one of the best. Whatever, let him do as he pleases as long as he knows his limit. Now tell me about the hotel. Did Abigail start remodeling it yet?" "Yes. But she just started last month after the hospital finished. So nothing much changed yet." "Alright. I will go take a look at other buildings later. For now, I will head to my suite. In 2 hours both of you pay me a visit. I need to show you something." "Understood," he instructed them while entering his ride home. "Yes, young master," they answered while bowing their heads. Just as Felix wanted to close the door, he heard them thank him again for the gifts he sent before. Felix merely waved his hand with a mild smile on his face. "Don't mention it." Chapter 80 Activating the VR Pod. Chapter 80 Activating the VR Pod. Felix reached the hotel in only 10 minutes by using the newly constructed highway that connected the airport and the hotel. The chief constructors decided to first build solid paths in the island to facilitate the movement of their vehicles, since it was impossible to rush the construction within 2 years if the paths connecting the island were uneven. Felix gave the green light for the chiefs to do as they please after he left. Honestly, it was the best decision he made, simply because he knew absolutely nothing about construction. It was always better to let the professional do their jobs than to arrogantly give retarded orders just because he was the boss. This was the result of Felix leaving his hand out of everything. 2 buildings were done, 2 others were on the way, and the last one had just begun construction. Felix immediately went to his suite without bothering anyone from doing their job. Good thing he wore sunglasses hiding his eyes, as every lady he met on the way gave him a second glance, appreciating his handsome appearance. But that was it. None of them left their workstation to hit on him since Felix was emitting an obvious "don't approach me" vibe. After entering his bedroom, he removed his clothes and straightway took a quick shower. A few minutes later, he wore a new pair of clothes and left the suite, planning to scout the building's situations to get it over with as soon as possible. After all, he was about to enter the UVR and remain inside for a quite long time. Felix drove by himself towards the seaport to check on how the remodel turned out. 12 minutes later, he parked near the dock and exited the Jeep. Immediately after seeing the new seaport, he could only nod his head in praise, even though nothing major changed from the design itself. Nonetheless, all of the equipment now looked brand new and clean with red and yellow luster on them after the paint job Barry did. The entire seaport now only needed employees and workers to handle its operations. Alright, now the residential area and the hospital. Felix didn't spend even 2 minutes in the seaport before re-entering the Jeep and driving rapidly in the direction of those buildings. After 5 minutes he arrived at the center of the island that turned into a large residential area able to host tens of thousands of employees and their families. Felix did not step outside of the Jeep, but merely spectated everything from the window of his car while driving by. Even though the design was quite standard, it still had all of the foundations needed for a residential area, such as school, gyms, grocery shops, parks, pools, and more. The only thing missing was college, but he couldn't do much about it. At the end of the day, this was just an island. and not a single professor would stay away from the academic scene to teach in the middle of nowhere. However, Felix already had within the employment contract that students would have all of their travel expenses from the island to the college free of charge. Felix specifically wanted for all of his employees to feel complete on this island without lacking anything, making his island a paradise for families. Shortly after, he parked near the hospital and entered a clean-looking glass building. He surveilled each room and found that everything was proper just like a large hospital. The only complaint he had was about the bad shapes of the medical equipment and how outdated they were. Since I already obtained the transfer contract, I can start replacing those equipments with brand new ones. I can't have my VIPs insult my island due to them. Felix made a mental note while walking further down the hospital. Soon he reached the elevator and clicked on the top floor where the VIP rooms were supposed to be. 10 minutes later, he left the hospital completely satisfied. Everything he saw was perfect, except for the equipment. But that was not Abigail's fault. She did her job wonderfully. Now it was his turn to upgrade the hospital. Without further ado, he called his Aunt Mary and informed her about the current situation. "Don't worry, dear Felix, I will call Layla to give me all the details of the equipment needed after, so I will send you a fine," she said calmly. "All right, thank you, Auntie. I will leave the payment for Layla to handle as well. Goodbye, dear. And thank you for your gift again. You made me happy after seeing all of my friends' envious looks." She giggled like a girl in her teenage days. She truly seemed overjoyed by the everlasting youth potion. "As long as you are happy, Auntie. Talk to you later." Felix hanged up, smiling. 1 hour later, the blue fatty worm brought Felix his VR pod and left while throwing some insults at Felix for no reason. Felix touched the large silver metallic pod gently, and felt the smoothness of its material. He then clicked a blue button at the side, and the glass door slid to the side, revealing the comfortable interior. He stepped in and lay down for a few seconds, then stood up in satisfaction. Good, the measurements are correct. He turned slightly to the left and clicked another button. This time a small window of glass brightened up, showing 60 blue tubes of nutrition. Felix opened the window and lifted one of them. "One will last me for a week, which means I can stay inside the UVR for 60 weeks straight without worry about my health," he murmured. Although he could stay that long inside the UVR, Felix never planned on doing so, since he needed to keep integrating his bloodline from time to time. But that was only if he possessed the required Jair Monk Ender bloodline. Otherwise, he could stay as much as possible inside until he found some. After a few minutes of checking the condition of the pod, Felix was quite satisfied by what he saw. He exited the pod and lifted it up like a feather, planning to install it in his bedroom. A few minutes later, he finished its installation and called for Layla and Jack to come to his room. Both of them were already near the hotel, so they didn't take much time to arrive. Felix brought them to his bedroom and showed them the pod. He then began explaining how he planned to spend those 3 months in the hotel. "This is a VR pod that I bought. I will use it to spend the majority of my time inside, so don't allow anyone to enter and bother me. I will call you whenever I am out." "Understood, yes, young Master Felix." They bowed their heads, trying their best to hide that a hint of envy after seeing the famous VR pod that could allow one to live as long as possible inside the UVR. But they didn't dare greet over it or disobey Felix, especially now after they spent a huge amount of effort to get into his good shoes. Felix excused them with a wave of a hand and removed all of his clothes. He then stepped inside the pod and lay peacefully. "Queen, please activates all of the pod systems." "How long do you plan to stay inside, Sir Felix?" "It depends on the situation." "All right, sir. The systems are on. You can start whenever you like." "Good. Begin at once." Immediately after, a needle connected with the tube penetrated his left arm and started injecting the blue nutrition moderately. Since Felix was using the best of the best nutrients, he wouldn't need to urinate or defecates for the entire duration. Felix bought the best merely to avoid relying on the other unspeakable tubes under his rear, which were prepared for the broke poor users. Like Felix in his previous life, he never wanted to experience that horror again. Chapter 81, The Training Center. Chapter 81, The Training Center. Felix spawned in his newly bought standard house that had 2 floors and 1 basement. Felix spent a quite large sum on buying this house since it was within the inner circle of the capital city, where all of the centers, markets, and companies were concentrated. He would rather spend more coins on getting this one than to buy a cheap house on the outskirts of the city and spend more time traveling to reach the inner circle. Felix scanned the basic decor of the house and left it as it is without changing or adding anything. He preferred keeping things simple. He then stepped outside and locked the door shut, planning to head towards the Supremacy Games Administration office. Anyone who wanted to start his climb in the SG platform must first sign a strict contract in this office. A contract that presented all the rules, terms, conditions, rewards, and more of such. During the participation in the games, a fully conclusive contract that had been modified over and over again for 1,000,000 years until a solid version without a single loophole had been created. This was how the players die in real life if they died in a game the moment Felix signs. His life would be bound to the SG rules. Hence, if he died in a game, his consciousness which was connected to the Queen would be crushed by her without mercy. No one could escape this fate. Not even the son of a race leader. The alliance kept going smoothly only due to those strict rules that were being enforced by the Queen AI. After a while, Felix got out of the hovering cab and stood in front of the unique-looking administration office. It was made of a two-structure building. The first one designed in this shape completely made out of white glass. Meanwhile the other structure was composed of black glass in the shape of. Those were two letters from the common universal language and they meant SG and English respectively. In other words, they were abbreviations for Supremacy Games. Felix entered the shaped building, as this one was responsible for all the paperwork of the Alexander Kingdom SG branch. He passed through the line of participants who were queuing to join the deadly games, hoping to change their poor fate and strike rich. After all, if they won a single game they could wish for richness, and it would be fulfilled, as long as it was within reason. Felix stood in front of the receptionist and asked politely for the fastest appointment. Sir, the earliest free appointment is 6 hours from now. Do you want to reserve it? She asked professionally with a light smile. Yes, please. I will pay upfront for the services. Felix put his bracelet in the scanning device, and 100 was deducted from his bank account. This was merely the payment for signing the contract. Nothing more, nothing less. This fee was added later to limit the newbies' large numbers surge. Thank you, sir, for your cooperation. Do you wish to wait in the normal lounge or the VIP lounge? She asked. Neither. I am leaving. Goodbye. Felix immediately turned his back and left the building swiftly. He was not stupid to waste 6 hours doing nothing but paying for their expensive drinks and food. He would rather go to the training center and spend those 6 hours practicing his abilities and creating new methods of using them more efficiently. That was exactly what he did. After 20 minutes, the hovering cab stopped in front of the training center, which appeared just like a large-scale gym that had 80 floors with see-through glass windows, showing bloodliners either sparring with each other or practicing on machines, somewhat resembling the ones Felix used on the measurement center. Felix changed his formal clothes to a training outfit with a snap of a finger and walked to the training center. Sir, mind considering to join my club? It has rooms that have dummies AI with medium difficulty. Plus, our leader is a renowned first-stage bloodliner. Handsome. Join my Diamond of Hearts club instead. It was founded by a group of beauties. Trust me, you will never feel lazy in their presence. I can promise you a date if you choose to join my limitless club. Please consider. Immediately after he stepped inside, he was surrendered by 3 cute girls chirping rapidly, each relying on their own techniques to steal his attention from their competitors. Felix looked at their hazy puppy eyes and firmly rejected their recruitment. No thank you. Without waiting for the second round of harassment, he wiggled away from their clutches, heading towards the elevator. Tisk! Impudent bastard. One of them left in irritation to hunt for other prey. Meanwhile, the girl who promised him a date pulled a mirror from her AP bracelet and touched her face gently while murmuring, "How can he resist my cuteness? I wasted 200 on modifying my face. Hee. Your face is so fake. Only a blind person would actually fall for you. Maybe you should stop promising them dates. You were creeping the newcomers away. The last girl that was beside her sneered and walked away, trying to seek another newbie. Seema ubtch, I had enough of your insults. The girl did not back down, but took it a step further and threw the mirror at Seema's head. Bam! Ouch! Seema yelped in pain after the mirror made clear contact with her scalp, causing a small wound to open up right above her forehead. Blood drops began to slide slowly from the wound down her flushed red cheeks. You slut, you asked for it. Seema yelled furiously, and jumped on the girl, grabbing her hair viciously. Of course, her hair wasn't spared as well from being pulled and dragged around. Instantly, their fight turned into a hot catfight for the bloodliners on the first floor, and the streetwalkers outside to spectate. No one broke them apart or bothered to report this to the management team. They merely gawked in enjoyment with lewd expressions at the two girls ripping each other clothes with their sharp nails. Felix, who indirectly started this, was nowhere to be found on the first floor, as he already took the elevator and reached the 21st floor. This time, only two males asked him if he wanted to join their clubs politely. Felix rejected them with a head shake, and they left him alone in peace after. Sigh. The competition for newcomers is really as fierce as ever. Felix sighed in frustration over having to deal with the upcoming tens of requirement offers, as he knew that in the training center, there were about 35 clubs or so ruling those 80 floors. In the earlier days, there were actually 80 clubs, each ruling one floor, but they were later either annexed and devoured by stronger clubs or merged with other ones to defend their training territory. This was how the training center was being operated now. The strong get more floors to train in and practice, while the weak could only get kicked out of the center due to lack of space. After all, there was only one training center in the entire capital city, and it could not hold every bloodliner who wished to train peacefully. This was not like other companies or centers, where one just needed to wait in line for his turn, but a place where a bloodliner needs to earn his entry ticket by fighting his way through the floors, and the higher he climbs, the better the training equipment, rooms, and AI dummies he would find. Felix stopped at the 21st floor because he was positive he could win against a bloodliner here and take his place rightfully, without having to pass a club trails to secure a spot. Even though those clubs were ruling the floors, they were not working in a dictatorship system, where either you join them or scram. In fact, they operate on one rule: you want to train on a floor, simply challenge one and take his spot, or pass our trails and secure one. Felix was planning on taking the challenge route. Confident, he cracked his knuckles forcefully while walking inside the noisy training floor. Who wants to be a good lad and give me his spot? He smirked, as he taunted everyone who was in his plain sight. Chapter 82 Training Spot Challenge. Chapter 82 Training Spot Challenge. Unfortunately, no one paid Felix any attention to his challenge. They simply carried on their training, or chatting out loud with laughs and giggles thrown here and there. The reaction was quite understandable, as in each day there were at least 10 bloodliners coming to challenge them. Were they supposed to act shocked and surprised each time someone made an entry? No one had the time or effort for that. It was much better to ignore the challenger and remain low-key to not be chosen and annoyed. Thus, Felix stood in front of the entrance with his eyelids twitching like a retard. His existence was utterly ignored. Without wasting a single second, he turned around and swiftly took the elevator to the 22nd floor. He did not have the face to remain there after his failed entrance. Better try with a new floor. The moment he entered the elevator, the noisy 21st floor went quiet for a few seconds. Then out of nowhere, celebration cries were resounding thunderously. FCK. It really worked, Jun, you genius bastard. This idea of yours is really gonna help us lower the challenges to the limit. A young man with a red rooster hairstyle proclaimed excitedly. The hell, it actually turned out that they were relying on a technique to control the challenges and not because they were numb to taunts. True. No one will dare remain on our floor after they get shunned and ignored like this. You guys give me too much credit. I am simply tired of the constant challenges. Fuck. They always pick me for some reason. Jun sighed in vexation. Everyone rolled their eyes in annoyance at his ignorance. After all, he was a 145 man with the face of a 12 years kid, Who wouldn't assume that he was the weakest based on his appearance, but Jun didn't want to change or modify his persona. Because he always said that he was more comfortable like this. Which was honestly quite creepy. Alright, we will do a few more experiments, and if all is well, we will hide it from other clubs to not take advantage of it. A large man with a bushy beard and flat wooden hammer on his shoulder suggested. Yes, leader. From now on we will only accept club applications, and challenges shall be ignored. A beautiful red-haired lady with long red sharp nails added coldly. AFF, everyone called out loud, affirming the leader's decision. Clubs were using a voting system to decide every decision that affected them, since they were merely a group of random bloodliners protecting their training spots. Nothing more, nothing less. The leader could not order them around like they were in an army. Every important decision must be voted on. Even after entering the elevator, bewilderment was still clouding Felix's face. He couldn't believe that his taunt, which never failed him before, did not manage to capture anyone's attention. Something weird is going on that floor. It's impossible for arrogant self-centered bloodliners, who can't handle a single insult, to simply vanish. Tiring, the elevator stopped and the door opened up slowly. Whatever. Let's try it again. If it still does not work, it simply means the horrifying truth that arrogant pricks are extinct in this timeline. Felix shivered at that dreadful idea. After all, who was he going to bully and plunder if there was no one to offend him? Fortunately for him, the moment he stepped inside the packed floor and repeated his taunt, the expected pin-drop silence engulfed the floor. Whoosh! Suddenly, everyone turned their heads at the same time to see who dared to challenge them with such a ballsy claim. Felix was overjoyed after seeing their murderous gazes. That's it, my taunt is still as efficient as ever. He quickly added a side taunt to anger them even further. No one, never mind then. Might as well head upward. Your equipment is trash anyway. Felix turned around, planning to walk towards the elevator. But before he took one step, a sudden roar assaulted his ears. Where the FCK do you think you are going after belittling my floor like this? You came to challenge? Then you better take your pick fast before I break the rules and throw you out of the window. A humongous man, resembling a giant with broad shoulders, bald head, and only one pierced ear, threatened Felix with his booming voice. That's right, you better listen to the leader of Fire Saga Club, lest you find yourself on the ground floor broken like a doll. A monka-like bloodliner with brown hair covering his entire body, and long bushy playful tail, urged Felix mockingly while hanging from the ceiling. I see. Well, I pick you then. I don't want to train while having your ugly face around me constantly. Felix fired a jab unexpectedly at the dumbfounded monkey, who only wanted to kiss his boss' ass a little. He did not know that Felix only needed one person to speak, so he could target him. Haha. Anyone who insults Monkey Lee is a friend of mine. If you manage to kick this bootlicking monkey from this floor, I will buy you a drink. Handsome. A gorgeous woman with long wavy pink hair in a ponytail hairstyle promised Felix with an alluring smile. The leader gave her a side glance, but said nothing. FCK. Not fair, Nora. I spent months asking you for a date and you always ignored me. So why would you promise this weakling? A good-looking man cried unjustly. Can you beat Monkey Lee? Nora asked scornfully. Cough. Never mind. Might as well hit on Melody, the man murmured under his breath, totally ignoring Nora after hearing her ultimatum. Felix glanced at Nora with interest and thought, what a bonus. Might as well warm the newly bought bed tonight. Tonight at Paniclam, at the Widow restaurant, meet me there. Nonchalant. He gave her merely a side glance and continued eyeing the monkey dangling from the ceiling. Huh. Confident. Aren't you? You should focus on Monkey Lee first. He is the second strongest one on the floor after the leader. Nora giggled charmingly with a hand covering her mouth. The leader merely kept watching everything unfold silently, not interfering in the slightest. However, his eyes had a hint of gloom at the sight of Nora acting this way. Boy, I will make you regret picking me. Monkey Lee gave Felix an ice-cold gaze and suddenly began jumping from a machine to another, heading towards a specific direction. Follow me, we will use my room as the arena. Without further ado, Felix chased after him, and soon after, he was followed by everyone on the floor. Those who were spectating and even those who were training in their room came as well after hearing about Nora's promise, and a newbie challenging the second strongest bloodliner in their club. A few seconds later, Felix reached the monkey room and found that the door was already wide open. So, he stepped inside with extra vigilance, knowing that the moment he enters the room the challenge would officially begin. Whoosh, just like he assumed. A massive tail, lashing at him speedily from his right direction, welcomed him immediately after stepping inside the room. Without a single shred of panic in his face, Felix crouched down with his head bent downwards, dodging the tail by a hair skin. Crack. The bushy tail destroyed the wall after it missed its target. Such a heavy attack could have broken Felix's bones if it landed on him, or at least wound him badly. Felix took advantage of Monkey Lee's inability to instantly recall his tail. By gripping it forcefully with his right hand, he swiftly stood up and threw Monkey Lee slightly in the air, while simultaneously preparing a 180-degree full-power round kick, aiming to strike Monkey Lee's head after gravity pulls him down. Nuo thwog, a skull-crushing sound echoed in the room after Felix, 800 BF kick made direct contact with the horrified face of Monkey Lee. Yet, that wasn't all. As Felix's kick was so strong, it forcefully sent Monkey Lee flying away, almost breaking the sound barrier. Boom! His body smashed right into the ceiling of the room, creating a monkey figure within it. The room was extremely wide, as it was almost the same as the one in the measurement center. Thus, Monkey Lee's body was thrown quite far distance. Irked, Felix dusted his hand from the bushy tail strands with black lines on his forehead. Can't he buy strands fixation and save us from this revulsion? He questioned in irritation. But no one answered him. Those who were rushing here, hoping to watch either a great battle or one-sided threshing for Monkey Lee, stood frozen in their place, not knowing how to react to the heart-wrenching sound of Lee's skull being fractured into small pieces and the following sound of his body colliding with the wall. They didn't see what exactly happened inside the room since the battle didn't last for even 2 seconds. It was too fast. It broke their senses and stunned them speechless. Was the one buried in the ceiling really Monkey Lee, the second strongest member of their club? Or their eyes were playing tricks on them? They wondered to themselves. Faffed. Monkey Lee's body fell from the ceiling and smashed into the ground, lying there unmoving. After seeing his messed up bloodied face, they felt a tide of varied emotions assault their minds. Disbelief, fear, excitement, and adoration. Each bloodliner had a different expression, as they kept switching sight between Monkey Lee's body and Felix, who didn't stop cleaning his hands from the tail's hair for even a second. He truly didn't give a crap about the raging chaos he caused on those bloodliners' minds. Chapter 83 1 vs. 100 AI dumb as Chapter 83 1 vs. 100 AI dumb as they didn't know what integration percentage or stage Felix was on to destroy Monkey Lee in such a swift and brutal manner. However, they knew that Monkey Lee was a lesser purity first stage bloodliner, and for him to lose from a single strike, they felt that Felix was at least a peak first stage bloodliner or higher. This somewhat explained their varied expressions, as some of them couldn't understand why such a strong bloodliner was doing on their floor, whereas real play should be at least on the 36th floor or so. Meanwhile, some didn't bother thinking about so in the slightest. In fact, their exciting expression entailed that Felix was probably going to get harassed by them to join their Fire Saga club and protect their floor from their rivals' aggression. How could they miss inviting such a strong bloodliner that came by himself to their doorstep? While others weaker than him never bat an eye to their recruitment, one could only wonder how would they react if they found out that Felix was merely at lesser purity. Satisfied by Felix showing, Nora smiled pleasantly while walking towards him with enticing steps. Handsome, wear something nice tonight. She touched his AP bracelet and continued whispering softly in his ears. I have added my chat ID inside your contacts. Make sure to call me later. She then left through the hungry pack of wolves that always desired her, but never tasted her before. After all, she was the third strongest bloodliner on this floor, with integration reaching almost the lesser purity of the first stage. And for them to lust for her without having the strength to even beat her properly, it was quite shameful honestly. Felix glanced at her perky rear and thought, I hope Asna doesn't wake up tonight and CCK block me. Not waiting for the rest to hammer him with questions and inquires, Felix went towards Monkey Lee's corpse, planning to throw him outside his room, so when he revives 24H later it wouldn't be near him. Although dying wasn't possible in the cities and public hubs, the training center was a different matter entirely. Here, everyone was at risk of getting killed by anyone. Thus, if one wasn't confident in his strength, it was better to herd up with a club to receive protection. Otherwise, no one would give a crap if he got slaughtered during his training by a bloodliner that was having a bad day. Dying outside of the Supremacy games might not result in real death, but still, one had to wait for 24H before reviving, not to mention having to a heavy fine to revive successfully. Thus, dying within the UVR wasn't really an outcome any Tom, Dick, and Harry could afford. Close the door AI, he ordered. The room AI followed his orders obediently and closed it shut in everyone's faces. The moment Felix won the challenge, the room became automatically his. Sir Felix, which subscription plan do you wish to have with us? Monthly or yearly, she asked. Yearly please. That would cost you 200. Yes. Good. It's cheaper than monthly, considering 20 per month. Felix signed the holographic contract and paid for the subscription fee. In his previous life, he used to pay monthly, since he was not confident in his strength to defend his room from challenges. But now that he brutalized Monkey, the second strongest one on the floor, the news would spread quickly, which meant only a few were going to dare and challenge him, unless they were at the second stage of replacement. But Felix wasn't worried about them at all, since they were mostly concentrated on the upper floors, where better equipment and rooms exist. It was not like Felix feared contesting with them or such. He merely wanted to avoid constant harassment, as he knew that competition in the upper floors was beyond wild. One should at least expect 5 challenges a day. Sometimes, it reached even 10 a day for now. Felix wasn't interested in that at all. He only wanted to train his abilities in SG environments to remove his rustiness. Did you connect the room to my AP bracelet, he asked. It was already done, sir. Felix thanked her, and tapped on his bracelet, projecting a hologram interface that showcased 100 different types of environments, old game maps, and even real places, like cities, famous mountains, deserts, and oceans. Inside the training room, Felix could modify or add anything as he pleased, either turning it into a 20 square kilometer desert or bustling city filled with AI dummies that resembled humans. This was the reason entering the training center was necessary for any bloodliner. After all, having the ability to create any scenario one wanted to train in was too good to not fight for. After 10 minutes of constant modification, the entire environment of the room changed into a jungle with towering trees of different types, rivers long and wide splitting the jungle into 4 areas, and swamps hidden deep within the jungle. Felix didn't really put much thought into the map creation. He simply took an already made one and added some modifications to it. Please add 100 AI dummies with hard difficulty and put them randomly around the map, Felix ordered while stretching on top of a tree branch. Yes, sir. Do you want your location to be transmitted every 10 minutes? Or just leave it as it is? Do so please. And stop the training after 5 hours. Now begin. He said the last command while jumping from tree to tree rapidly with ease. He didn't use the ground, as he wanted to stay on the high grounds in order to facilitate his scouting and also hiding. A couple of minutes later, he found 2 AI dummies standing alertly with their backs against each other. Felix did not ambush immediately, but camouflaged himself by hiding behind the tree's leaves, wanting to surveil their action first. However, his expression turned dark instantly after seeing one of them had a finger on his left temple, a clear sign of activating a mental type ability. He didn't know which one it was, and he wasn't planning on staying in his position to find out. Each mental ability had a fearsome effect, either on the user or on the target. Hence, before the dummy got to activate it, he got interrupted by his ally, who pushed him away from an incoming light yellow bomb. Felix snapped his finger and covered himself in sleepiness white mist. trying to block the vision of the dummies. He jumped from the tree, free-falling while throwing 2 light yellow bombs at his target midair. The dummies on the ground rolled forward reflexively, dodging the incoming bombs without even lifting their heads. Poof poof, the bombs exploded behind them, leaving a cloud of light yellow mist. Yet, before the mist drifted away by the wind, Felix sent 4 more bombs, 2 from their right and 2 from their left. He already reached the ground and was only 12 meters or so away from them. The dummies' retreat paths were completely blocked. Behind them were 2 clouds of mist still in the air, and 4 more bombs were coming from both directions, leaving them only to step forward and approach Felix aura. Yet the dummies' expression remained composed as ever without faltering. They simply stayed in their position, eyeing the incoming bombs indifferently. Few moments before the bombs made contact with them, a sphere made of a tree green leaves protected them entirely without a single opening for the poison to seep through. The bombs exploded on the sphere, leaving a large cloud of mist surrendering them. Felix's attack was utterly negated by 1 defensive active ability leaves sphere. Nonetheless, Felix smirked at this sight and dashed closer until he entered the 8 meters radius. He then snapped his finger and the white ore withdrew rapidly through his pores, switching instantly to a light yellow mist, bursting from his body until it engulfed him and the 2 dummies inside. Still, he didn't stop, since the sphere was blocking the inducement from affecting them. So, he did the unexpected and grabbed a large rock, launching it at the sphere with his behemoth strength. Whoosh, the rock flew straight into the sphere, penetrating it from the front, and exited from the back without a single ounce of resistance. A rock thrown with 2,100 BF was not a joke. Felix's unexpected move rewarded him more than he asked for, as the mental type AI dummy who was within the sphere got interrupted again from activating his ability if Felix used acid aura instead. The sphere might not have been corroded that swiftly, thus giving that dummy the few seconds he needed to activate his ability. For abilities that took time to activate, they were mostly ultimate abilities, the strongest of the bunch. Checkmate. Felix smirked as he saw light yellow mist enter the sphere. Afterward, it was an easy effort to kill them while paralyzed. The paralyze inducement might have a light yellow color, but it was in fact almost transparent. If one didn't pay close attention, they wouldn't even notice if they were inside Felix's aura or not. Sadly, that's exactly what happened to the dummies, as one was too focused on trying to reactivate his ability while the other was focusing on reinforcing the sphere. After a successful hunt, Felix immediately left the area, since the battle noise had probably alerted all dummies which were near them. Plus his location would soon be transmitted to everyone, so he needed to be constantly on the move to avoid getting surrendered from everywhere. Felix never had the thought of fighting 100 all at once. That was just plain stupid and arrogant. No matter what difficulty the AIs were at, or how strong and unique his bloodline was, one active ability that he had no defense against could get him killed easily within the 100 of AIs. After all, they just needed to freeze him for 1 second, then bombard him with all of their offensive abilities. Felix was positive that his physical defense wasn't enough to protect him from that salvo. That's why one should always look for the safest path to victory and not the most dashing. After 5 hours of constant training within the jungle, Felix managed to kill 54 dummies out of 100, which was a huge achievement considering the short duration he had. Plus those 100 dummies were all targeting him and not in a free-for-all battle style. But Felix still felt that he could have done better and killed all of them for merely 3 hours if he had the same shape in his previous life. A step by step. No need to rush. I will soon remove this rust and reach my peak form again, Felix said calmly while walking towards the door. Planning to end his training for the day, his appointment with the administration office was almost due. Sir Felix, do you wish to save those modifications or return the room into its basic form again? The AI asked. Keep it like this, I still have not finished training in this format yet, he answered and stepped outside. As you command. The AI closed the door behind him, leaving the jungle that had bloody bodies all over the place untouched. Chapter 84 Signing the SG Contract. Chapter 84 Signing the SG Contract. Immediately after leaving the room, Felix was met with sneaky glances and peeks. or outright direct stares. He ignored those emotional looks that everyone was giving him and went straight to the elevator. The further he walked away from them, the louder their gossip got, to the point they were talking out loud by the time he entered the elevator. "Does anyone know his name?" a flamboyant-haired man asked the group he was in. Unfortunately, everyone shook their heads, having no idea who, why, and where did Felix come from. They assumed that he was either a visitor from another city in the kingdom, wanting to spend some time training here, or he just moved in and planned to remain here for a long time. Their assumption was based on the fact that Felix was a peak first-stage bloodliner, and for him to have such strength, yet never showed up before in the training center, only made them reach those two conclusions. That being said, they didn't care where he came from and for how long he planned on staying on their floor. The only thing that mattered to them was having him join their club to receive extra protection when a club challenges them for the floor's rulership. Unfortunately, they had no idea that Felix didn't give a crap about who takes command of the floor. As long as he beat the strongest in a club, he would always have his spot secured without entering those battles. Sigh. I sure do hope that Nora speaks some goodwill about our club, and invite him properly. Hee. I joined this club only due to Nora's beauty, so I doubt he will refuse if she actively recruited him. A tough-looking man with sharp long bones coming from his elbow joints answered with certainty. You too, Minty. I thought I was the only one who joined due to Nora. Someone exclaimed in surprise within the pack. What the hell? Me too. I can't sleep at night without coming to the club at least once to see her, added a tall thin man with a spellbound expression. Cough. I joined because of Melody. A rugged huff came out of a man who was benching 100 kg of weight in each hand. Me because of Becky. Fuck. How I wish I could grow perky but just once. Suddenly every male on the floor followed after this group and started to confess their reasons for joining the club. Sadly for the girls, none of them were proper. The girls left the public training hall and entered their rooms, not wanting to dirty their ears anymore by those shameless bastards. As the men were chatting out loud with lecherous faces, a rigid voice interrupted them. Did none of you guys joined? Because of my strength. Everyone's faces turned instantly black after seeing their silent giant leader cracking his knuckles while standing next to the entrance, clearly blocking their escape. Sigh. You guys are really immoral and despicable to speak about our sisters like this. I abhor being mentioned in the same breath as you. Disappointed, the flamboyant-haired man kept shaking his head as he approached the leader, trying to stand next to him like a faithful dog. Too bad. His plan just made it worse for him, as the giant's hand clutched his head and lifted him from the ground effortlessly. Ouch. Ouch. I.e. my skull is being crushed. Leader, put me down please, he bellowed miserably while his hands were trying their best to free his head. Sadly, his penny strength couldn't nudge a single finger. Do you take me for a fool, Leorio? I was watching you from the beginning, bragging loudly that you touched Melody's ass, daring to even defame your sisters. Now the leader raised Leorio until they were face to face and offered him a warm smile. Let me give something to brag about later. Whoosh. Without warning, he hurled Leorio by his head like a cannonball through the open window. Everyone felt a sudden chill course their spine as they listened to Leorio's screech. Nosediving from the 26th floor, Fafata body fell straight on a moving hovercar, breaking its front glass window entirely and scaring the shit of the driver, who was FaceTiming his wife with his bracelet. What was that flesh clapping sound? Dear, are you cheating on me again and the UVR? And you even dare to FaceTime me while doing so? I will fucking cut your DCK off if you don't log out now. His insecure crazy wife immediately connected the crushing sound to an obscene sound in her mind with absolutely no common sense. The poor man's entire week was ruined wrongly by Leorio's vulgar bragging remark. Aggrieved, he could only try to pacify his wife with watery eyes over this injustice. In the SG administration office, Felix was waiting in the lounge for his appointment patiently. A few minutes later, he was called for earlier than he expected, which only meant that the bloodliner that was inside the room read and signed the contract faster than the anticipated duration. Felix walked unhurriedly towards the elevator and clicked on the 4th floor button. A few seconds later, He stepped inside the floor and knocked on the third room that was on his right side. "Come in, please." An aged voice responded to his knock. Felix opened the door gently, not daring to act without manners in the presence of a SGA's official. Even though this was merely a branch in a human kingdom, Felix still needed to show the correct attitude when dealing with anyone in the SGA governance circle, whether outer or inner, lest he gets refused entry to the games based on some bullshit reason. "Hello, sir. I am here to sign the participation contract." Felix bowed his head slightly and straightaway said his purpose. "Please, take a seat first, son," the elderly offered warmly after seeing Felix's respectful approach. "Thank you, sir." Felix sat down and waited for the elderly to give him the contract. "Here you go." The official sent him a holographic thick contract that would take hours of time to just read it properly. He then added, "You can ask me about anything that you don't understand." Felix thanked him for his offer, but he did not bother to even take a look at the contract. He simply asked the Queen AI to compare this contract with the SGA public contract in the database. After a few seconds, he received a confirmation that everything was exactly the same. So, he signed it without a single ounce of hesitation. He trusted the Queen's judgment more than he trusted his. The official opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something after seeing Felix's rashness, but he closed it and thought to himself, "Whatever, it's even better this way than to waste my time for another 6 hours explaining the same things again." "Welcome to Supremacy Games, son." He stood up with a kind elderly smile and offered Felix a handshake. "Thank you." Felix shook his hand with a smile and left the room after, not wasting the elder's time by flattering him needlessly like the majority of bloodliners who came before him. They always believed that a SGA's official could help them out a little during the games. Too bad. No one had a hand on the games, except for the unbiased Queen. Bribing SGA's official was just giving them free money and gifts. They wouldn't refuse the good gesture, but they sure would bail out if asked to give some leeway during the games. "Good luck in the games. You will need it desperately," the elderly murmured softly while eyeing the closed door. He then called for the receptionist to send the next appointment. One could only wonder if he wished for good luck to all the bloodliners who left his room or not. Felix did not return to his house or training center after leaving the office. Rather, he went to a hovercar dealership to buy one for himself, since it was quite shameful to own a house within the inner circle of the capital without a vehicle in the garage. Plus, he started to get annoyed by riding hovercabs whenever he needed to go somewhere. Therefore, Felix spent the next half an hour browsing and testing cars, each with their own style and price tag. In the end, he purchased a classy thin dark hovercar that was neither cheap nor flamboyant, just a casual ride that offered everything necessary without being looked down upon. The last thing he wanted was for a nouveau rich second-generation kid to ruin his night with Nora by insulting his car. After test driving it around the city for an hour, his rusty driving got better and better until his wild driving skills from his previous life resurfaced again. After having his fun, he stopped and returned to his house to groom himself for the evening. 10 minutes later, Felix was humming happily in the shower. Clearly in a good mood, he was finally going to ease his surpassed desire that was eating him up since the moment he was reborn. He refused to touch himself no matter what. Not because he thought that it was beneath him. Rather, it was because of Asna that could read his memories. He was goddamn certain that she would roast him alive after finding out. Speak of the devil and he shall arrive. Asna, who spent most of her time asleep, woke up by his delightful humming. She smelled his happiness like a hungry shark smelling blood from a mile away. How could he be happy in her presence? The nerve! "Oh my dear, Felix is having a date without waking me up." She pouted. "How can you not wake me up during such a fun event?" Immediately after hearing her damned voice, Felix stopped humming at once with parted lips, not knowing how to respond to her teasing. The only thing he felt inside the warm shower was a coldness. Bone-chilling coldness, like he was standing at the top of a mountain fully nude. He knew his night was about to be ruined. Asna giggled teasingly after seeing Felix's deadpan face like he just heard the most heart-wrenching news in his life. "Why are you upset? I also want to watch how you humans do it." "Can't I do so?" she asked, sulking. "Asna, you have tons of my memories. I did it with hundreds of girls there." You can watch as much as you like, he requested with a pitiful look like a homeless dog. Just leave me alone in this evening. Pretty please, he truly was desperate to get laid for him to beg Asna like this. Felix held his breath, hoping that Asna wasn't in her BTChi mood and accept his request maturely. Unfortunately, that wasn't happening anytime soon. As long as she was stuck in his consciousness, her BTChi mode would always be on. Nope, I want to watch everything live. Who knows, I might even assist you in pleasing her. Asna rejected his proposal with a playful grin. FCKK my life. Felix could only cry out in despair, after realizing that the greatest third wheel in the universe was living right inside of him, and she was hellbent on ruining his night with Nora. Chapter 85 Date at the Widow Restaurant. Chapter 85 Date at the Widow Restaurant. After knowing that Asna was going to leave without a bribe, Felix folded with slumped shoulders. Just tell me what you want, so you can leave me alone. Asna immediately laid out her condition after seeing Felix took a step back. I simply want you to visit me here, she reminded him with a displeased tone. After all, you already can access your consciousness manually. She kept waiting for Felix to pay a visit by himself, but to no avail. He never spoke about it, never bothered thinking about it. She really couldn't handle it anymore. She prepared so many techniques and ways to seduce and harass him, but the jerk never bothered to even come to take a look at her. Felix's heart skipped a beat, but he still answered without a stutter. Oh yes, I totally forgot about manual activation. He gave a forced laugh. I was waiting foolishly until I reach origin purity to enter automatically. Skeptical and a bit wary, Asna raised an eyebrow after noticing something fishy about his response. But she didn't mull over it too much. In her mind, as long as he agreed to enter, she would charm him silly with her beauty the moment his eyes lands on her. Also, she yawned and covered herself with the blanket. Keep your promise tomorrow. Have fun with that ugly duckling. Afterward, she cut the connection off from his mind. Felix sighed in relief after she left. He suddenly lost his eagerness toward his date after comparing Asna's beauty with Nora's. Sign, if I keep this unfair comparison with every woman I meet, I will really stay single forever. He turned off the water and dried himself up using a towel. He then went in front of the mirror and opened a VR store. He clicked on the close button and browsed the multiple different male outfits inside the gallery. Not this one. Definitely not this. He kept scrolling down, while from time to time enlarging a holographic outfit to check closely. But soon he shakes his head and continues to scroll. After testing 6 to 7 outfits, he decided to settle with a semi-formal outfit. He picked a combination from the gallery and snapped his finger. Instantly after, his naked body got covered from bottom to top with his desired outfit. Black leather shoes, slim blue marine pants, and a dark tight shirt outlining his muscles. Without a suit jacket, Felix observed his new look and gave a slight head nod in praise. He then rolled his shirt sleeves to his elbows, exposing his forearms. Now it's perfect. Afterward, he clicked purchase on the menu and closed the VR shop after a successful transfer. Felix glanced at his bracelet and found that he still had 15 minutes left before his date. Thus, he spent it modifying his messy hairstyle into a different one. In the end, he went with a smooth low fade hairstyle. As for the hair color, he switched to his real one, spring green with dark purple tips. 08:55 p.m. in the Widow Restaurant. Felix sat at a dimly lighted table that was in the center of the restaurant, surrounded by tens of tables, each taken by a couple. Nora was sitting right in front of him. She came wearing a tight-fit red dress that highlighted her assets glamorously, plus with her long wavy pink hair and light makeup that brightened her antique ruby eyes and glossy lips. One could easily infer that she came prepared for this date. Felix had to admit that Nora was really attractive when compared to other females, except for Asna of course. However, he did not know if this was merely her disguise that she used to charm males or her real outlook, and he honestly didn't care about it. This was the UVR where people were supposed to unleash their desires that were bound by morals and laws in reality, not a place where one sought true love. If one wanted to identify his gender as a unicorn in the UVR, no one would stop him. This meant people could actually change genders freely. That being said, one needed to first pay a hefty fine to change genders. However, those desperate would pay it in heartbeat, even if they had to take a loan. To sum everything up, if someone tried to seek love in the UVR, he could only blame his own stupidity after getting catfished by a 300-pound male, who paid a fortune to appear as a gentle lowly. Felix raised his glass of wine and took a small sip while admiring Nora's beauty, who was smiling beautifully with her glossy red lips. Nora, I have to say, you truly outshone all of the ladies in the restaurant tonight. He praised her with a chuckle as he pointed out the envious looks girls and men around them kept sending. Amused, Nora took at pique and laughed softly after seeing that he was right. I disagree with you. I think that they are looking at your handsome visage. Not me. She returned his praise with flattery of her own. She then asked him the first question that must be asked on the first date in UVR. On the scale of 1 to 10, how do you rate the resemblance between your real image and your VR persona? I guess 2, maybe even 3. Felix replied casually. Nora yelped in surprise. She assumed that based on Felix's strength he should have a quite good background, so he didn't need to modify his face heavily for safety. Felix chuckled lightly after seeing her surprised Pikachu face. I am simply too scared that I will be harassed constantly by women if I change to my real face, that's all, he said sincerely. Speechless, Nora could only look at his sincere eyes, not knowing how to respond to his shamelessness. How about you? How do you scale yourself? Felix asked her. Of course 1010. This is my real face, Nora answered with an annoyed pout. Felix merely looked at her indifferently and said, Prove it. Nora realized that Felix did not believe her claim, but she didn't worry about it. She gave him a victorious smile while showing him a holographic picture of her real self. Focused, Felix squinted his eyes at the picture. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrow in surprise after seeing her and the giant leader of the club in one picture with a large spaceship in the background. But just to be sure, he asked in his mind, Queen, run a full scan on the picture and see if there are any modifications. A second later, the Queen replied that the picture was real. Felix lifted his head and blinked his eyes at Nora, who was giving him a praise me look, and said while pointing at the giant leader, What's your relationship with this gorilla? Nora gave him a dirty glance and threatened him. Don't call my gentle brother a gorilla, lest he finds out and throws you from the window. I doubt he will be able to. He laughed. Are you saying that you can defeat my brother? Just for your information, he is a league apart from that monkey, she added in vexation. The only reason he is on the 26th floor is because he is worried about leaving me alone. Felix laughed at her after understanding her plight. You probably had a tough time with men due to his overprotection. Nora lowered her head in shame after being found out. No matter how much she tried to act charming and mature, her big brother was always watching her closely. She couldn't even act freely within the UVR. Don't even mention in real life. However, she soon raised her head and said coquettishly, Aren't you afraid of him after all? I sneaked outside for this date, but soon he will find out that I truly met with you, and he will not like it one bit, she added in ridicule after remembering the fate of the last man who took her on a date without his approval. The last man, who was sitting in your position, had his jewels destroyed in the UVR, as well as in the real world. She sneered. What shamed me more was the fact he didn't fight for my hand but knelt and begged for forgiveness. Her coquettish persona instantly changed into an arrogant cold one and asked Felix, while pointing a butter knife at him, Are you going to shame me in front of my brother like the other? Or prove me that you are worthy of my company? Worthy, she truly shouldn't have used this word in the presence of Felix. Alas, it was already too late. Felix did not answer her. He just sighed and stood up after hearing about those details, which honestly ruined his appetite and his desire for her. He took one last sip from the wine glass and put it on the table. He then arrived near the confused Nora and lifted her chin with one finger, making her stare at his face that was in the process of changing to almost resembling his real face. Nora, you disappointed me greatly tonight, he whispered in her ears with an upset tone. I expected a nice evening with each other that may end hopefully with both of us pleased. But here you are talking about your big brother breaking men's balls, and me shaming you in front of him. Spellbound, Nora stared at Felix in enlarged slits. which kept emitting a mesmerizing vibe under the dim light of the table and could only breathe heavily near his face without interrupting him. I'm afraid that your beauty and charm is still inadequate for me to prove myself to your brother or anyone in that case. He gave her a cold smile and ordered, so forget about this night. And don't approach me in the club again, okay? Without waiting to hear her response, Felix turned around and walked away, heading towards the restaurant exit. Each step he took changed his facial visage until he left through the door with his usual above-average look. Nora's hazy eyes never left Felix back, even after he left the restaurant. To this point, no one in the restaurant knew what happened between them to end their evening this early. Nora was one of them as well. She still had no idea how did she offend Felix. However, the way he treated her was a brand new experience in her life. Her overprotective brother and the men who had some balls to approach her only treated her like a princess, especially after seeing that her beauty was real and not fabricated like 90 of the women in the UVR. In their minds, she was a keeper. And for keepers, one must always treat them nicely and fulfill all of their desires. That was exactly how Nora was treated throughout her life. Yet, now a rogue had shown up. A rogue who gave absolutely no crap about her beauty or getting at her good books. A rogue whose face was more charming than her, especially his cold dark violet serpent-like eyes. She saw nothing like them before, and just remembering them made her heartbeats race and her body to heat up. She didn't know why her body was feeling hot, and she wasn't going to stay in the restaurant all by herself to find out. She stood up as well and left the restaurant with flushed red cheeks. The couples didn't know if it was due to her shame, humiliation, or rage at being left alone, but after she left, the waiter swore that her chair was damp a little. Chapter 86 Participating with Anonymous Identity. Chapter 86 Participating with Anonymous Identity. After leaving the restaurant, Felix rode his car and drove back home in irritation over wasting his time with a lost cause. Prove himself, he scoffed as he drove speedily in the main road, heading towards his house. She honestly thought that she was worthy of having him a primogenitor bloodline user. Bow his head to her brother to get his approval for her hand. He laughed in ridicule at her far-fetched fantasy. In his eyes, the only one worthy enough for him to try that hard was a girl that had Asna's beauty and not her shitty personality. As for other females, forget it. They wouldn't even be able to catch up to him, even if he slowed his bloodline advancement. The moment he chose this path, his destiny to find a human woman compatible with him was already doomed. His love interest got limited to only a few races that were worthy of being by his side in his long journey. As for others, to put it heartlessly, they were merely burdens. This was why Felix only searched for a nightstand to ease his desire, but never a full commitment. Plus Felix had literally billions of secrets to hide, so what was he supposed to do? So while being in a relationship, he honestly didn't want to lie every day to his woman. Such a toxic relationship he wanted none of. Might as well hunt in clubs or bars and stop bothering with those princess mentality types, he thought to himself while parking his car in the garage. A few minutes later, Felix sat in the living room with his leg above the other while clicking on a holographic screen in front of him with a serious expression. After a while, he finished and called for the queen. I am done filling in the information form. You can apply for my participation now. Sir Felix, are you certain that you want to apply using an anonymous persona? She asked. Yes, please. I want all of my private information to be blocked from everyone. He nodded his head and said, also, add that I won't accept interviews during the games. As you wish, Sir Felix. A few seconds later, she informed him that his application had been successfully approved by the SGA. I suggest for you to reread the rules, sir, if you planned to join the games now, she advised with good intentions. Thank you, Queen, but I am already familiar with them, so there is no need. He smiled. All right, sir. Good luck on the games. Felix nodded his head and opened his profile interface. He kept scrolling down the basic info until he stopped at a new game button that was at the very bottom of the page. He pressed it and was transferred to a web page that had a big green button in the middle that said Start. Hopefully, my first game is not a puzzle. A bit nervous. His finger shakily approached the button and clicked on it softly. Immediately after, a colorful wheel with tens of game formats ranging from battles, puzzles, sports, tournaments, vehicles, lifestyle competitions, and more of such formats written on it, started to span rapidly in front of him. Focused, Felix crossed his arms while squinting his eyes, trying to spot one format from the blurry multicolored wheel. Sadly, that was merely wishful thinking. So, he stopped bothering and said with anticipation, "Stop instantly." The wheel started to slow down its speed gradually. Ting ting ting. The wheel's needle kept passing one format after the other. Felix leaned closer to the wheel with a hopeful expression. His eyes kept focusing on the needle that was about to stop on battle's format. Yes, yes. Ye. No stoop FCK you desperate. He screamed at the needle that was about to pass the battle format. Sadly, it didn't stop as he wished for, but it kept going for 2 more inches before stopping completely. Ting, congratulations on picking vehicle format. What dog shit luck is this, he huffed in anger after seeing the format he always prayed to pick in his past life due to his trashy bloodline, but rarely obtained. However, now, he hated the mere sight of it, simply because of the many variables that could affect his condition to ace the game. Currently, his strength was adequate to destroy anyone in 1vs1 to even 1vs5. Hence, he preferred those kinds of combat formats that would highlight his strengths. Specifically battles format, not this kind of game that relied on exterior skills than one own's bloodline abilities. After a while, he sighed with a gloomy expression and pressed the start button on the next wheel that was displaying hundreds of different vehicle games. Some he had knowledge of, while some he had absolutely no idea how to play them. Hopeful, he prayed with folded hands for a game he knows and stopped the wheel from rolling any further. Just like before, the wheel slowed down gradually until the needle froze on a game called Hover Cars Death Race without doing anything. A long list of the game's details unfolded before Felix automatically. Game format: vehicle racing. Game name: Hover Cars Death Race. Participants number 40. Still increasing. Race laps number 3. Vehicles types: a standard hover car, can be modified within the game interface. The integration allowed from lesser purity to peak stage 1 of replacement. Ranks allowed bronze and silver. Race map based on Solaria planet. Hidden edition: yes. Prize pool: high grade stones, peak grade stones, beautifying flower, instant recovery potion, purity fountain drop. Rules of the game: 1 abilities allowed. 2 assisting others is allowed. Killing is allowed. 3 the first to finish 3 laps wins the game. 4 game points can be earned by eliminating players. 200 GP each. 5 vehicle placement within the starting line is random. 6 the game doesn't have a time limit. For more information, please open your SG profile interface. Good luck to all participants. Felix read the entire list causally until he saw the purity fountain drop. He raised an eyebrow in surprise and said, "They actually added a gold rank and above reward in bronze and silver. This must be the doing of the surprise edition." Soon, he shrugged his shoulders. Whatever. No matter what they change or add, I must win this game for my placements. He was quite pleased by this game, as at least he had the necessary skills to play it. If it was a different vehicle like a spaceship, he honestly would just give up before the game even began. Good luck was always needed during game choosing. Otherwise, even Felix with nutty bloodline and abilities would be hopeless in lifestyle competitive games. After all, how the FCK was he supposed to win a cooking match off when he couldn't even boil an egg? Although it wouldn't be purely cooking competition since this was the SG platform. But cooking would still have a major role into winning that game. The reason why games were being chosen like some lottery ticket was to keep everything random and fair. Ultimately, this was the individual games. If they allowed players to choose their game, they could also bring with them either goons or friends to join forces against their contenders. It was not like alliances weren't allowed in the games or anything, but those alliances and partnerships were fragile and end mostly every time in betrayal. That was exactly what people wanted to watch. However, allying with real friends was a different matter entirely. Hence, the SGA Rules Committee came up with this method of making the format random and the game random in order to block players with friendly relationships to meet up in the same game. But If it still happened, well, good for them. Their luck must have been godly to do so. Felix swiped the list to the side and clicked on his personal interface to see how his personal details were filled after deciding to go full anonymous. He knew that he couldn't risk others finding out that he was in lesser purity, but with 2 passives and 2 active abilities. Not to mention the primogenitor bloodline he merged with. No one could handle the chaos that would arise after this information went public. Felix reviewed his interface with satisfaction. Picture name, unpaid landlord 6996, age address, integration level rank, unranked, play the 4 placement games to get ranked. The more you win, the higher the rank you will play. Say you be pickles collector, and be pickles collector, and inspired, and lost it, with triggered, lost triggered, and mentioned, and in points collector, and have Felix traveled lightly than any bit. As he chose it specifically to make fun of Asna, who was living in his consciousness like a tenant. He then clicked on current game button and the details that were not mentioned before were presented vividly. Such as the 5 days preparation duration that's given in each game, the time when the game starts, the streaming revenue he would be earning as a player, the history and images of the Solaria planet, and more of such detailed information. After he finished reading the important stuff, he moved on to the vehicle customization interface. Immediately after clicking on it, he was greeted by a hologram displaying a standard white smooth hover car that was rotating slowly above a platform. Felix pinched the car and enlarged it on his holographic screen. He then clicked on the roof, hood, doors, and replaced them with thick defensive counterparts. Afterward, he replaced the bumpers with a fierce-looking serpent jaw that had 2 medium-sized launchers connected with the inside of the car. Felix rotated the car and scanned it thoroughly. Then he decided to add 2 more hidden launchers at the back of the car and stopped his exterior modifications. Next, he clicked on the interior and placed some items that might prove useful later on. But most importantly, he changed the driving operating system to resemble Earthling's one that had 2 pedals, one for acceleration and the other for brakes. He didn't go full manual by adding the clutch and the stick, simply because he would not just be focusing on driving, but even more so on fighting and defending from others. So, an automatic driving system was more fit for this race. Afterward, he stopped the modifications, as no matter how much stuff he added, when the game begins his car would be stripped naked until its design gets rebalanced. Thus, it was better to modify moderately than to lose important parts during the rebalancing period, leaving only useless ones. Felix clicked save and moved to colors and dyes. Without further ado, he chose 60 green, 30 purple, and lastly 10 dark. He then pressed the mix button. A moment later, a random combination of the 3 colors dyed the standard car, turning it into a badass-looking serpent with its frontal jaw witty up and ready to devour anything. Satisfied with this version, Felix didn't continue mixing the colors anymore. He just pressed save and closed the interface while yawning with a hand covering his mouth. After getting everything done, he immediately went to sleep. Tomorrow was a big day for him. He would test drive this car in his training room using a Solaria planet-based environment to practice thoroughly. After all, that's what those 5 days of preparation were for. Chapter 87 Solaria Planet Hellish Environment Chapter 87 Solaria Planet Hellish Environment Next morning, Felix was eating breakfast in his kitchen while having the SG website hologram in front of him. Queen, please input those keywords in the search bar: bronze, silver, Milky Way galaxy, hovercar death race game. He requested while sipping coffee from a mug. A few moments later, the official website page of SG was replaced by a small list that had 6 games. Felix viewed those games and clicked on the one that's about to start 5 days later, which was the one he was at. Immediately after doing so, the public details of the game that were open for everyone were displayed before him. Felix ignored obvious details that he already saw yesterday and focused on the players list. Players list: Fire Torch 4 bronze, mid-year wins, with losses 6. For more details click on the name Magnificent Cent 544 silver. Lodier, wins 3, losses 4. For more details click on the name Holy Trinity 774 unranked. Wins 0, losses 3. For more details click on the name Absolute Vision silver. Mid-tier, Wins 5, losses 3. For more details, click on the name Unpaid Landlord 6 and 996 unranked. Wins 0, losses 0. For more details, click on the name Echo Wave 35478 Bronze Lodier. Wins 0, losses 4. For more details, click on the name Mighty Monka 4555 unranked. Wins 0, losses 2. For more details, click on the name Felix. Found his name buried in the middle of the list and clicked on it. Immediately after, he was transferred to his profile that was open for everyone. After seeing that everything was the same as yesterday, he nodded in satisfaction. One could never be too paranoid in such cases that were tied to life and death situations. So Felix had to double-check to ease his mind. Might as well scout for those that can be a threat in the game. Felix glanced at the time and found that it was still early to head to the training center, so he decided to mark the players that might turn to be variables. Although this game had most players in bronze rank or unranked newbies like Felix, he still had to be careful when dealing with them. One of them might just be a beast in driving and lucked out on this game. Just as expected, his scouting turned to be successful after finding out a contender, who went by the name Easy Wind 1664, had a victory in a vehicle racing format before. Even though the game is not the same, but still I better have my guard against him. Felix closed the holographic screen and cleaned the dishes for his breakfast. Despite not needing to eat or clean the dishes in the UVR, he still preferred doing so, as it gives a better sense of realism. 20 minutes later, he changed into his practice outfit and drove towards the training center. Felix stood in the corner of the elevator indifferently while next to him was surprisingly Nora. She kept sneaking peeks at him each couple of seconds with crimson cheeks. Becky, who was in the elevator with them, kept looking back and forth between Felix and Nora with a finger resting on her lips. Did something happen during last night's date? I need to find out. My gossipy senses are tingling, she thought to herself, as she continued to stare at those two. Abruptly, she walked from her corner and stood in front of Felix. She raised her head slightly, staring at his eyes, and offered a beautiful smile. "What's your name, handsome?" she asked. Felix lowered his head and smiled politely at this short busty girl. "Felix. Nice to meet you, sister." Becky offered her lightened hand for a handshake and introduced herself warmly. "I am Becky Melliford. Nice to meet you as well." Felix shook her hand and nodded politely. Nora peeked at their interaction and felt quite uncomfortable about it, but she could only bury that feeling and act disinterestedly toward them by suspiciously playing with her hair and looking at the elevator ceiling. Becky glimpsed at her actions speechlessly. "Girl, can you step up your act a bit? You are embarrassing yourself." Meanwhile, Felix never bothered to even give Nora a glance. He treated her just like air in the elevator. He was dead serious about what he told her on their date. A few moments later, they reached the 26th floor and stepped inside. "See you later, Becky." Felix waved his hand with a mild smile and walked ahead of them towards his room. Becky chased after him quickly and touched his bracelet. She then went back to Nora, who was staring daggers at her for some reason. Felix heard the notification that a new ID had been added to his UVR chat contacts and continued walking towards his room unbothered. Now was not the time to flirt around, but to focus on his upcoming game. Felix must ace those next 4 placement games to be placed straight away in peak silver tier. If not, he would take a huge amount of time to climb from bronze to silver then gold, since there was a 2 months break period after each game. This rule had been added the moment the participation became a public affair, simply because there were millions of new players joining the games each day, and without this kind of limitation, the platform would destroy itself after not being able to handle the players spamming games every single day. The Queen with her behemoth processing power would still fail to handle all of this data at the same time. Plus, the games would flood the platform, confusing the spectators on which one was good to watch. Most importantly, the Alliance didn't have an infinite number of prizes to reward that massive number, therefore this rule was a must, to keep the stability of the platform. Heck, as we speak, the SGA Rules Committee was looking for a way to increase the duration without offending the hardcore players, who try to climb the ranking ladder as fast as they could. After a couple of hours, Felix had successfully modified his room to have a racing track within the Solaria planet environment. The entire room turned into a furnace with a heat surpassing 58°C. Due to the 3 suns above the room, Felix replicated exactly everything that the Solaria planet was known for in his racing track, ranging from massive suns, cracked land, and deep canyons to deserts and even volcanoes. He did so because the game details only mention the planet and not the exact environment, so he had to improvise and mix everything together to have a complete exercise. Felix wiped his sweaty palms with a towel and entered his car that seemed more like an oven in this hellish heat. The moment he sat on the leather seat, he yelped in pain and jumped outside the car with smoke rising from his ass. FCK. My ass would be cooked before the game even starts. Irritated, he snapped his finger quickly and the burnt marks on his ass cheeks were healed. After doing so, he reopened the customization interface and clicked on the interior of his car. Then he pressed on the standard leather seats and replaced them with heat-absorbing ones. But he did not stop there, as he felt the inside of the car was too stuffy. Thus, he upgraded the air conditioner of the car to ease breathing inside a little. Alright, those minor modifications will probably pass through the rebalancing checkup easily, he said casually while pressing on save. Instantly, the car interior seats were changed to icy blue leather seats. Felix sat on them and his ass was greeted with a coolness that eased his tense expression. He then closed the door and activated the upgraded air conditioner that did not fail his expectations, as the stuffy atmosphere in the car was replaced with warmness. Ah! Such a bliss. Felix exhaled in comfort while wearing the seat belt on. After double-checking everything, he nodded his head in satisfaction and ignited the engine. Momentary after, the car hovered slightly above the ground without letting a single sound. After all, the hovercar was relying on anti-gravity technology to fly, instead of using multiple thrusters at the bottom to uplift it. There were only 2 thrusters, and they were at the back of the car responsible for its acceleration. That being said, the car could only reach a max of 100 meters above the ground. Any higher and the anti-gravity technology would turn null, forcing the car to drop down into its rightful range. Felix clutched the steering wheel that resembled an airplane yoke and pulled it slightly towards him. The hovercar responded simultaneously and uplifted itself higher. Felix smirked while pushing the accelerator to the limit. Whoosh! The sound of wind could be heard as Felix hovercar sped away, leaving only a cloud of brownish dust behind him. Chapter 88 Nora and Asna. Chapter 88 Nora and Asna. Felix spent the next 12 hours continuously running laps around the track. The first lap was warm-up, but after that, he added 50 AI to race with him, just like the number of the players. He wanted to set the AI at the extreme difficulty to make the race hell, but sadly only the upper floors had those kinds of advanced AI dummies, so he had to settle for hard difficulty. However, they still made the race nigh impossible to win for Felix, since all of them ganged up on him the moment the race began. Felix, after taking a beating for the first couple hours without any way to resist the salvo of abilities and vehicles ramming into him, folded and returned the race to a normal setting, which was free for all. His arrogance was quickly curbed and decided to race obediently like expected. Thus, the following hours were spent on finding unique ways to take advantage of the 4 launchers he added to his car by using his abilities. Some worked just fine, while some outright failed and caused him to lose some races. That's how the first day of practicing went. Some wins, some losses. But Felix was never worried about this instability since he still had 4 more days to work things out. Felix left the training center and walked towards his parked car while spinning the key around his finger with a lax attitude. Yet, he soon sighed helplessly after seeing Nora leaning on his car door, blocking him from entering the driver's seat. If only abilities were allowed to be used in public, he would have paralyzed her and drove away. Sadly, he could only stare at her indifferently, waiting for her to understand the situation and leave. Nora flinched slightly from his cold stare and tightened her thighs closely to each other. Felix gazed at her weird behavior and instantly understood her type. He then grinned slightly and thought, I might as well tame her when I'm free. But for now, she can only curb her desire until I deal with my priorities. Felix walked forward step by step until he was face to face with Nora. He stared right in her eyes. Yet, she kept avoiding making eye contact with him. "Are you going to let me enter my car? Or should I call the enforcers to take you away?" Felix threatened her coldly. Nora breathed ruggedly from her parted lips after hearing his cold voice. She wanted to replay, but she couldn't say anything as her thoughts were in a complete mess. What's happening to me? Why do I get aroused each time he treats me badly? Is it just because of him, or was I always like this? Unfortunately for her, Felix didn't have the time to wait until she figured out her true self. He squeezed her cheeks until her red plump lips resembled a blowfish mouth and ordered her frigidly, "Be a good girl and enjoy yourself in the side. Don't block my way." Speechless, he immediately released Nora's cheeks as he saw that her eyes were about to roll back in her head. An unexpected soft moan escaped from Nora's parted lips, as she slid into the floor and sat with her legs twitching from time to time. "Already the hell. I barely did anything." Felix glanced at her quivering legs, intrigued over her sensitivity. In his previous life, he dealt with quite a few girls such as her type, but all of them needed more than what he just did to even get off. "Whatever. I will deal with her after the game," he thought one last time while Princess carrying her to the training center. After putting her near the door of the center, he instructed the Queen to log her out. The Queen AI checked on her condition and found out she would be endangered to assaults if stayed in the UVR in such a condition. So she activated the emergency log out protocol. After seeing her disintegrate into light particles, Felix cleaned his sticky wet hand that accidentally touched her thigh and walked back to his car. The moment he sat on the driver's seat, those distracting thoughts were completely uprooted from his head. The only thing he should be thinking now was how to win the game. Nothing more, nothing less. Unfortunately, that seemed too big of a wish today, as he remembered that another vixen was waiting for his visit today. A vixen, far more dangerous than the obedient Nora. Felix had to have full control of his emotions and body reaction after he sees Asna's otherworldly beauty. Otherwise, you would never hear the end of it. Inside the consciousness lake, Felix stood up while massaging his temples to ease up the dizziness that follows always after entering this place. A couple of seconds later, he began moving towards the Mist Mansion. He did not wait for Asna to force him to enter. Instead, he preferred to do so while she was still asleep, so he could build his immunity one last time before the fateful meeting. After entering through the gate, he saw that the bed was still in the same position. However, Asna was not sleeping on it before he could exclaim at his ruined plan. A sudden hug greeted him from behind. "Ah, people's touch. I never felt it since the moment I was sealed," Asna murmured softly while hugging Felix with her eyes closed in contentment. Felix's heartbeats accelerated a notch, but he quickly suppressed his emotions to the limit to stop them from increasing any further. He then relaxed his stiff muscles and enjoyed her hug as well. For a breathtaking beauty such as Asna to hug him by her will, it was truly a chance not to be passed on. And so, both of them kept in the same position for a couple of minutes, not saying a single word to break this atmosphere. Suddenly, Asna opened her closed eyes, exposing a crafty glint. "Initial step has gone smoothly. Now I just need to turn his head slowly and stare at his eyes, and he will be mine." Asna did exactly as she planned. She first broke off from the hug and held Felix's neck between her long pale fingers. Then, she turned his head gently to face her while having the most charming smile she could muster. However, that was as far as her plan took her, as, immediately after Felix faced her, he crushed her heart and arrogance with merely one sentence that he practiced thousands of times just for this moment. "Meh, I have seen better." Chapter 89 Felix Victory. Yet at what cost? Asna almost spat blood on his face after hearing him disparage her beauty to such a degree. She never expected, not in a million years, to receive such a lackluster reaction to her beauty that she took pride in. She looked at his slight smug smile and wanted nothing more but to bash his face with her elbow. However, she suppressed her anger and continued her plan. If he thought that was all she had in her pocket, he would be dead wrong. She suddenly felt faint and leaned on his body. She laid her head on his chest and started to breathe softly with flushed cheeks. Felix caught her between his arms and said in irritation, "I know what you are doing, Asna. But you can stop now. You won't be able to charm me no matter what. He looked at her quivering eyelashes with a warm smile and said, "After all, your age is 20 million years old or above." Asna instantly froze and his arms like an electric shock coursed through her body after hearing him mention her damned age. But Felix did not stop hitting her where it hurts. As he added with a disheartened tone, "To actually try to seduce a 17-years-old kid while you are as old as the universe. You truly make me look down on you, Asna." He patted her stiff shoulders gently and promised, "Don't worry, this will not affect our partnership. After all, everyone has flaws." After seeing that she wasn't responding to anything, neither his words nor his touch, he carried her stiff body and put her in the bed. He pulled the blanket up until only her deadpan face was left in the open. Afterward, he squatted next to her face and popped her nose affectionately with his finger. "It was good seeing you at last, Asna, even though I expected an old hag. I have to say." He paused for a bit as he saw a small shimmer was still burning in her eyes. He offered the warmest smile he could muster and said, "My expectations were not off the mark." Asna's last shimmer died instantly at his brutal remark. She just continued to lay on the bed motionless with her yellowish eyes darkened. Felix closed her eyelids with 2 fingers like he was doing it to a corpse. Then, he exited the consciousness with a satisfied smirk on his face. In this battle, he emerged victorious over Asna. All of his preparations and defense building was for this moment. He wanted to utterly shatter any future attempts by Asna on him. He didn't want to be teased and harassed each time he visited his consciousness. Hell, if he wasn't this heavy-handed on her, the next time he pays her a visit, Asna would probably welcome him wearing sexy lingerie in her bed to seduce him and manipulate him. God knows how long his rationality would last before his primal instinct takes over and force him to do things he would regret. But now she wouldn't dare do so anymore after being called a grandma who was trying to seduce a kid. Felix wanted to have a normal conversation with her, but that wouldn't happen if she kept doing those shenanigans. So, the only solution was to hit her most prized beauty heartlessly until she would question either his manhood or that her perfect beauty was flawed somehow. Still, mentioning her true age was a salty move he wasn't proud of. Alas, what's done is done. Felix only hoped that it was worth it. 4 days quickly passed by, as Felix spent them wholly on doing only one thing, and that was to practice in his room until he dropped in the ground exhausted. Meanwhile, Nora always tried to strike a conversation by following him everywhere like a puppy. But Felix ignored all of her attempts and even blocked her ID chat after getting spammed with her messages. Nora's extreme methods to approach Felix began to raise some weird rumors on the floor. The men believed that Felix did her and stopped caring about her, while the girls gossiped that Nora fell for Felix, but he was not interested in her. The only one in the club who had a different opinion about this farce was the giant leader, Nora's brother. He believed that his dear sister was bullied by Felix and he must break his jewels to set an example for others in the club. Unfortunately, he never found a good chance to confront Felix without appearing as a bully. After all, he was a peak stage 2 bloodliner, while Felix was assumed to be at peak stage 1 in his opinion. Days went by, and he kept watching his sister following Felix everywhere like his maid without being able to do anything about it. One could only imagine the bolted rage inside of him currently, simply waiting for the day it would explode on Felix without giving a crap about the consequences. That day was approaching, as the only thing left was the fuse to light up the giant. Meanwhile, Asna cut off the connection between them completely and never spoke again. Felix expected as much from her. It would be weird if she didn't throw some kind of tantrum after he brought her to dirt from her high superiority seat. But he didn't care currently if she remained offline since he already reached 100 affinity enhancement long ago. While his bloodline integration had reached a dead end after not finding any Jair Munkender essence in the previous bloodlines he purchased. So, he decided to give her time to cool off until he pays her another visit and see if she was going to have a normal conversation with him or try to charm him again. Felix stood in front of the mirror while changing his current disguise to another one that would be exclusively used for the games. He already spent 3 hours, but still was not satisfied with the results. He was taking this seriously because he knew that it was a totally different matter from having a random face in the UVR. This face would accompany him through his entire journey in the individual games, and the SGA would pay him hefty sums of SC in each game based on his reputation and popularity within the audience. Thus, he must choose an image that would bring him the highest amount of revenue while still not releasing any private information about him. He wasn't planning on going a full-fledged idol like the majority of the SG idol-type players. However, he would be a fool to miss such free money coming his way. He knew that in his bloodline path, every coin mattered. Felix stopped bothering with random creations and decided to search in the VR network engine for a face to replicate slightly. Who is handsome to the point it's deadly and addictive? He imputed this question in the search bar, and immediately got millions of results. He studied the faces of those handsome men, and kept clicking his tongue in wonder at how many potions and treasures they had to eat to appear like this. But still, he didn't find that X factor that would set him apart from the other players. A factor that only a few people had, such as Asna. Abruptly, his eyes shone with delight after imagining Asna's face and comparing it with those men. He found out that their beauty, which they spent billions of coins on, looked dog shit compared to Asna's natural face. Without further ado, he asked out loud in his mind, "Asna, mind letting me use your face as a mold for my disguise yet?" He received no response. He expected as much from her. "If you don't replay back in 3 seconds, I will take it as your approval. 3 2 2 and a half 1 1 and a half 1 and quarter almost 1." With a serious voice, he kept counting backward slowly until he reached 0. Yet Asna still didn't reply. Felix began to feel a little bit spooked about her silence. He felt that based on her character she would definitely use this chance to counterattack his previous claim of saying that he saw a better beauty than her. After all, why bother asking for her face if there were better-looking people than her? Right, but she didn't, which was uncanny to Felix. He checked the time on his AP bracelet and saw that there was still 1 hour before he gets teleported to the game hall. So, he decided to re-enter his consciousness and check on her situation. Inside the consciousness lake, in the mist-made mansion, speechless and bewildered, Felix stared at Asna, who returned to her flame spirit form and was hovering above the bed slightly. He knew that she was going to throw a tantrum, but he never realized it would be this bad. Chapter 90. Entering the game hall, Felix realized that he struck a nerve by his heavy attacks after seeing Asna behave like this. After all, how could a shameless woman like her who ate insults for breakfast get affected by his remarks? "Asna, what's up with you?" Felix asked, a bit worried while approaching her slowly. Asna didn't respond to his question. She merely kept flicking above her bed in utter silence. Felix sat next to her and sighed after seeing that she was thoroughly ignoring his existence. "Asna, I don't know if my insults are the reason for you behaving like this or something else. However, I am sorry if said something I shouldn't." Felix apologized while bowing his head slightly without fanfare. He might be an asshole to her most of the time since that's how their relationship was, bickering and throwing insults at each other casually. But if he really affected her somehow or some way, he was not ashamed to apologize to her. Ultimately, she deserved this much as his partner and tenant. "Alright, I leave you alone for now. I got a game to win." After noticing that nothing much changed even with his apology, he stood up and walked away. "But after the game, I will return to check on you," he added one last time before his form dissolved into mist and returned back in the lake. In front of the mirror, Felix stopped changing his disguise and began browsing for masks in the VR shop. He wanted to use Asna's face as his mold since he was positive that his popularity would exceed everyone else just by his appearance. But he couldn't use it unless he got Asna's permission. So he could only use a mask for the first game temporarily until he fixed his relationship with her. After a while, he chose a black hoodie that covered half his face, showing darkness in the upper half and leaving the lower half exposed. Mainly, just his mouth and chin. If the hoodie didn't have a yellow smirky emoji sticker on its chest, he would have appeared a bit badass. But honestly, who are we kidding? Felix was literally planning to join the game wearing sweatpants, white sneakers, and above all that hoodie. He appeared more like he was heading to the grocery store to buy cigarettes and not join deadly games that he might lose his life in. This will do for now. Felix clicked purchase and closed the shop. Then, he sat in utter silence, trying to calm his mind before he gets teleported inside the game hall. Good evening, contenders. A thin man with one mouth on each side of his cheeks greeted warmly the 50 unique players that were standing under him in a massive well-lighted hall. The hall somewhat resembled the ancient ballrooms, as it had a humongous gorgeous chandelier right in the middle, plenty of paintings hanging on the walls, and most importantly a stage with a podium on it. Felix lifted his head slightly and gazed at this game's MC, who was standing behind the podium, with a hint of surprise. Never thought the four-lipped Marleyan would commentate for us. This game is getting interesting each time. As usual, I will explain the details of this game, as well as provide answers to any questions you have after my explanation. Marleyan did not waste any time as he straightway began his explanation of the rules of the game that were not listed in full detail, or were listed, but need quite a hefty effort to just find them. Let's start with the streaming revenue. Currently, there are 50 participants in this death race. Based on the SGA rules, the revenue will be split 80 for the Alliance and 20 for you. Irked, Marleyan paused his explanation after seeing some newbies make disgruntled noises on this arrangement. On what basis does the Alliance takes 80 all at once, and leave us to fight over their crumbles? That's right, we are the ones risking our lives here, at least give us one each, as basic courtesy. Tisk. If I knew the Alliance was this greedy, I would not have bothered taking part. Felix observed indifferently those newbies making a scene due to their laziness to read the entire SD contract. After all, everything about the SG was within the contract. As long as one took his time to read it carefully, he would avoid those kinds of embarrassing situations. Exactly like this case, as every veteran or smart newbie either laughed mockingly while pointing their fingers or gave a piteous look at those buffoons, who stood dumbstruck after seeing the situation unfolds beyond their script. They believed that the revenue arrangement was truly unfair to the players. Hence, they expected some form of agreement from their peers or at least act indifferently like Felix. Too bad. They had to learn the hard way to respect each contract they sign. Pop 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 pop, a single finger snap from Marleyan exploded their brains to oblivion, killing them both here and in real life. Not a single player got their clothes dirtied by the brain's matter and juices that sprayed everywhere. They knew what was about to happen beforehand. Thus the moment those morons opened up their mouths, they put a quite substantial distance between them. Everything was within the contract. One just needs to read it. Now that we dealt with the normal pests, let's carry on our explanation. Marleyan casually spoke after killing 4 players with cold blood. Yet, no one bothered to call him out on his actions. They simply listened with concentration to him, continuing his explanation from where he left. And this time, no one interrupted him. The 20 will be split based on 3 bases: popularity, victory, and eliminations. Marleyan extended 3 fingers and followed. First, the popularity. The more fans you have within the viewers, whether live or on stream, the more percentages you will earn. He closed 1 finger. Second, the victory. This one is no-brainer. If you won the game, you will get straight away 3 all at once, without counting your popularity increase, of course. He then left only 1 finger and continued a bit enlivened than before. Lastly, eliminations. The more you kill, the more you excite the game for the audience, and anyone who does so will be rewarded with more revenue, so you better fight as brutal as possible. Otherwise, even if you won the game, your revenue won't be that high, Marleyan said while smiling creepily with only his left cheek mouth. Some newbies got extra motivated from his claim, but still, the majority merely rubbed their ears in boredom over this weak attempt to force them to focus on fighting and not emerging as the champion. They were not stupid to give up on victory for mere some revenue, while they could obtain a wish after being crowned as the champion. Honestly, Marleyan didn't even target those veterans who were well aware of his plan, but the unranked newbies, virgins, who were playing for the very first time. He wanted them to seek fights instead of hiding cowardly like the majority of new players do after entering the game. Now, Let's move on to what you should expect in the game. Marlian did not dilly-dally anymore on the revenue explanation and moved on to the nitty-gritty details that Felix and those veterans wanted to hear. As only in this hall, where could they see the game map, the hidden additions, and ask about the things they didn't understand from the listed rules. This was the purpose of the game hall. Chapter 91. The map and the hidden addition. Marlian pressed on a button in his podium, and a large screen descended slowly from behind him. Viewed on the immediately after stopping, Marlian turned it on and displayed a humongous red planet. This is Solaria planet, where your race will be held, he introduced composedly. Now let's take a look at your race track. The vision rapidly zoomed inside the red planet until it stopped above an empty crimson desert that didn't have a single living being above it, or probably even underneath it. This is where you will start the race, and also finish. He pointed a finger at the long line made of black and white squares in the desert. Multiple sighs of relief resounded in the hall after seeing the desert. This only meant that most of them included it in their practice, just like Felix. Unfortunately, the relieved expression did not last for long after Marlian introduced the second area of the race. After exiting the desert, you will enter this canyon. The players' expressions instantly turned unsightly after seeing the narrow paths of the canyon that only allowed a maximum number of 3 cars hovering beside each other. They knew that a massacre would begin before they reached the canyon, since, if they entered it all at once, those at the front would always be free targets to those behind them. Simply because there was no space to maneuver, Marlian ignored their noises and moved on to the third area of the race. The end of the canyon is connected to tunnels leading to the underground. He gave his trademark creepy smile and joked, "Don't worry about visibility. The river of lava underneath will take care of it." No one laughed at his tasteless joke after seeing the river spewing bursts of lava upward, reaching at least 200 meters in height. Their FC King hovercars were only able to reach 100 meters in height. How are we supposed to fly through that, they thought to themselves. This race is getting harder and harder. I doubt many will walk out of it alive, especially the newbies. Felix paid his condolence to the poor newbies who lucked out in this tragic game. Yet, things only kept getting worse and worse as Marlian continued to show the following areas. Starting off by leaving the underground from the mouths of inactive volcanoes. The messed up part was that the majority of them were freaking active, so the players had to find an exit from their first shot. Otherwise, they would get delayed significantly. However, even if they managed to leave the underground smoothly, the only thing that would greet them was a sea of lava they had to pass through successfully to reach the red desert, and then the starting finish line. After, so a lap would be marked as complete. That's the race track. And to win the game you simply have to course 3 laps in it. The MC casually belittled the track hellish areas. Make 3 laps in it. They doubted they would survive the first one. Felix was not despairing as the majority of those players after seeing the track. After all, he had seen much worse before. He was only slightly surprised that the Alliance actually used one of those maps for a bronze game, where newbies' numbers were at best. Moving on to Hidden Edition, without further ado, Marlian pressed a button and suddenly the empty track had aqua-bluish boxes with marks on them hovering randomly in every track area. Felix looked at those boxes speechlessly. Why do they resemble a famous game on my planet? His speculations soon turned to be slightly off the mark by Marlian detailed clarification. Those boxes contain 3 types of results. 1. Abilities that can be used on you or against others. 2. Items from the prize pool. You can even obtain Purity Fountain drop inside one. Yet before he continued to the last result, the players went completely bonkers after hearing about the second result. What the hell, doesn't this means we can just farm items inside the race without bothering about first place? This is exactly what I am going to do. I already know that my driving skills are trash, so it's better to just earn free items. True, I might do the same. Aiku. Silence. Not a single peep was heard anymore after Marlian's shout. They knew that he could pop their brains easily like the 4 dead bodies near them. He just needed to wait until they broke a rule and take care of them. That's why MCs in the SG should always be shown respect in the game they commentate on, as they were also a judge in it. If you let me finish my clarification, you wouldn't be hopping around now like idiots. He eyed them disrespectfully and continued from where he left. The third result is traps. Some of those boxes have within them either negative effects to your vehicle or yourself, as well as bombs that can straightaway explode your car to oblivion. So if you want to farm those boxes and give up on the race, do so at your own risk. The MC concluded his explanation with a warning. I am not touching those for sure. Felix firmly made his decision. In his eyes, solutions that rely on luck never had good endings. So, it's better to race properly while ignoring those boxes that might lead to his death from a single mistake. Felix was not the only one who decided to ignore the existence of the boxes. As the majority of the players' delighted eyes were turned off by the third result, they would rather eliminate their peers and obtain game points to buy items than rely on a mystery box. The only ones who were still slightly excited about them were the losers who never had a chance to win in the first place by depending on their driving skills or bloodline abilities. In a sense, this hidden edition was to give those losers a chance to make things difficult for the veterans when they get hunted for game points later on. But that's only if they didn't die straight away from the first box they pick up. Oh, I get it now. Felix chuckled after realizing why the Purity Fountain drop, a gold rank reward, was in this game. It turned out, it was compensation for the veterans, who now had their game difficulty increased even further. Ultimately, the newbies weren't supposed to pose a threat to their game. However, by adding such a deadly external help, things wouldn't be the same anymore. Now, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Marlian looked at his bracelet and said, You have 15 minutes of QA. Begin. Immediately after, the majority of players lifted their hands in the air like students in a classroom asking for permission to head to the bathroom. Chapter 92. Asking for partnership. Marlian pointed at a woman with short caramel hair, who had a name tag above her head. Miss Fairy, ask away please, he requested. Miss Fairy coughed to clear her dry throat and asked, I wonder if the active and inactive volcanoes will remain the same in every lap or will mix randomly. Of course they will mix in each lap. Otherwise, it will be a meaningless obstacle after everyone memorizes the real exit. Marlian answered calmly. Thank you. That's all I want to know. Miss Fairy nodded her head and retreated to the back of the pack. Next. You, Mr. Absolute Vision, go ahead please. He pointed at a good-looking man with a white bandage, sealing his eyes tightly. One could only wonder why he chose that name while looking like that. Sir Marlian, I have only a small inquiry. He smiled gently and asked, I wonder what we need to do to obtain the game unique title or the MVP title. Immediately after asking, everyone's ears perked up a bit in interest for the upcoming response. Nothing much. To obtain the unique title, you just need to emerge as the champion. He gave a harmless smile and said, without a single player reaching the finish line after you. Startled, the players gasped at the vicious requirement to obtain the game's unique title. It was already a difficult task to finish the race without dying. Don't even mention emerging as the champion and also block others. After all, who had the time to make sure that everyone was eliminated before finishing the race? Were they supposed to wait at the finish line and block anyone from entering? No one was retarded enough to risk losing a sure victory for a title, especially when the title was only a unique title and not the MVP title. In their eyes, that's only a bonus. Their true goal should always be to win and only win. Oh, that got you chickened out already, Marlian sneered. If you can't even handle the requirement for obtaining the unique title, there is no need for you to know about the details of the MVP title then. The players felt a bit triggered by his belittling, but they couldn't say much to refute him. He was absolutely right. The thought of aiming for the unique title was dashed from their minds the moment they heard its extreme requirement. Yet, that title was supposed to be the easiest of the two, while the unique title only allowed the players to have a wearable tag above their heads, allowing them to brag and get some reputation within the UVR. The MVP title was a different story entirely. An MC could only give away one MVP title throughout his entire life. Why? Because it was associated with the SG Hall of Fame that allowed only the best of the best to have their names on it. For any player who received an MVP title by an MC, there was almost a certain chance that he would be recommended to have his name part of that magnificent list. Thus, The conditions to receive that title from the MC were on the border of impossibility. The MCs had to make sure that their lifelong title bestowing goes to the best player they saw. Otherwise, their recommendation letter would be rejected. Meaning, neither the player name nor their names would ever land on the Hall of Fame. After receiving his answer, Mr. Absolute Vision bowed his head slightly and backed away. Soon, another participant asked after getting permission, "Sir, can you tell us what should we expect from the boxes in details such as the abilities we can obtain or the negative effects? If you want to find out, just pick them up later in the race. Don't waste my time here." Marlian shrugged his question off, causing the player to mumble some curses. But one mean look from Marlian instantly quietened him down obediently. "All right, the time is up. You can have 1 hour to speak to each other and team up if you want. I don't care. But after 1 hour you will be teleported inside the track." He gave them a cold glare and warned, "You better respond properly to my questions when I interview you later, or else you will be blacklisted from any future interviews. That's it for now. Good luck and don't create trouble in the hall." Marlian left as sudden as he arrived. The players kept sharing eye contact with each other in total awkward silence. Then, without warning, every unranked newbie got surrendered by the veterans. Felix as well got encircled by 4 players, looking at him like a piece of cheap flesh. "Mr. Landlord, how about a partnership between me and you? I promise that our alliance will take us to the finish line." A man with spider tattoos and piercings all of his face gave Felix a good-natured smile, as he promised him. Yet, his smile only made Felix curl his lips in disgust after seeing that his teeth were black and pierced as well before Felix could shoo him away from his sight and disgusting him any further. A tiger-clawed man did it for him by asking in ridicule, "Huh, then what are you going to eliminate him?" He eyed Felix with a polite smile on his face. "I swear on my mother that if we reached the finish line together, we will compete with a final sprint to decide the champion." He asked with a sincere look, "Doesn't that sound much better? Scram to the side. Compete fairly. Do you think Mr. Landlord has shit for a brain to believe in your lies?" A merciless scold came out of a gorgeous busty lady, who suddenly appeared from behind Felix. Felix turned his head and saw her smiling alluringly while hugging his forearm with one hand, pressuring it against her busty chest. She blinked her eyes seductively towards Felix's face, which had a slight grin on it. "Handsome, how about you pick me?" she asked. "I won't bullshit you that I will allow you to win, but I can promise you an unforgettable night, whether I won or not." She whispered the last part in his ears. However, Felix only stared speechlessly at this woman, who said she wouldn't bullshit him, but still called him handsome without even seeing his face. Wasn't that peak bullshit? Felix did not wait until they start arguing about him. He already let this farce play long enough, and it was time to send those exploiters vultures away. Anyone who goes up the podium and flashes his genitals to everyone will get my partnership. He showed them a playful smile and said, "That's my only condition." "Are you FC King with us?" the tiger-clawed man asked with narrowed eyes, after realizing that he was not gullible to join them. The gorgeous lady furiously removed Felix's hand, which was taking advantage of her chest by groping it silently. He wouldn't be Felix if he didn't take advantage of such a freebie. "Indeed, I am messing with you. Now if you don't scram from my sight at this instant, I will fuck with you for real during the game." Felix's playful smile instantly changed to a cold one as he threatened them frigidly. "Hee hee, I hope they put me next to you during the race, so we can continue our conversation." The tiger-clawed man gave Felix an unfriendly glare while walking away. "See you in the race as well, handsome." He was followed by the busty lady after blowing a kiss at Felix with a vicious glint in her eyes. The others left their own remarks and threats and went hunting for other prey to take advantage of. No one wanted a real alliance or partnership, as everyone was betrayed at some point by his partner, Felix included. This was called individual games for a reason. After all, no matter how many alliance or partnership a player makes, in the end, only one champion was allowed in each game: Tiger Claw, Mystifying Beauty, Wobbly Web, and Guard of Logic. Targets have been chosen. Felix read their tagged names while grinning deviously. while others target gullible newbies to take advantage of. Felix, on the other hand, target the ones he was about to eliminate. Wasn't better to focus on racing while the prey delivers themselves to him without effort? He just needed to insult them a little, and their inflated ego would deal with the rest. He knew that veterans always had that look of pride and superiority when dealing with newbies. Thus, they wouldn't handle being insulted by Felix, who never played a single game in his life. Too bad for them. Felix played games more they could even imagine. Felix scanned everyone's name tags and soon found the player he scouted 4 days before. Easy win. It seems that he is planning to ride solo as well. He eyed a man wearing a white leather jacket with dark sunglasses on, sitting in the hall corner all by himself. Felix rubbed his chin lightly while pondering about an important detail he missed. I should probably buy sunglasses as well. Immediately after, he opened the VR shop under everyone's eyes and bought brown sunglasses. Then, he wore them under his hoodie. Sadly, the darkness was also hiding them. A moment later, the entire hall was filled with VR shops and players buying ones as well. Somehow, everyone forgot that they would be racing under 3 suns. Chapter 93, Interviewing the Players. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you coping up with this heat? Marlian asked through his microphone. He was sitting at a commentary table midair above millions of spectators, who were seated with shallow or no clothes at all under the shade of a humongous umbrella. The umbrella was blocking the scorching sunlight from reaching them, as well as lowering the heat to the bare minimum. Unfortunately, Felix and the players, who were each standing near their hover cars, did not enjoy the same treatment, as the only protection they had were the sunglasses they bought earlier. Thank God for that. I ain't even feeling it on my planet. This heat was called absolute zero when you were going to brag. At least make some sense. UFC King retard. The spectators yelled their responses with red faces and sweaty foreheads, creating a symphony of unrecognizable noises. This was Marlian's true aim, to hear as much noise as possible. It didn't matter what they say. As long as the atmosphere was hyped, it meant he was doing his job well. Now let's begin interviewing our dear players. It seems like some of them are not handling the heat well. He laughed in a mocking manner while pointing his microphone at some players, who were crouching next to their cars, trying to take cover from the suns. Ha 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 ha, what PSs can't even handle such a breeze? The crowd laughed out loud with him after seeing this sight. But the players did not feel ashamed at all, as they remained in the same position. FC King bastards laughing because they are hiding under an umbrella. I dare them to stay 5 seconds in this weather. FCK, I feel my skin is melting. Is it too late to give up racing? Those players either did not practice like Felix in the training center or did not manage to secure a room for themselves, thus having to deal with this 59°C weather for the first time. Felix was also not doing well under the heat since his outfit was truly messing him up badly. But he could only endure it until the 30 minutes of interviews end, so he could enjoy the coolness of his car. Whoosh! Marlian didn't dilly-dally anymore and nosedived speedily until he smashed into the ground. He then began the interview segment with the prettiest girl in the players. He pointed his microphone near her face and asked her with his left side mouth smiling, Madame Pluto, can you share with us your reason for participation? She did a peace sign to the streaming camera at her right and said cutely, it's of course because of the loyal fans that supported me in every game, whether I won or lost. She then blew a kiss to the camera and drew a heart in the air. Give me a FC King break already. We are dying from the heat here and you are making it even worse by your cranny idol performance. Irritated, Felix banged his head with the car roof as he murmured, we love you Pluto. Smile at me. Pluto, have my babies Pluto. Ouch, who the hell slapped my neck? However, only Felix and other players thought so. As for the male audience, they all went into a frenzy, removing their shirts and spinning them above their heads. That's an honorable reason, Madame Pluto. I admire you for it. Marlian's strict and vicious persona from the game hall was no more, as he said with a moved expression, tell us, what do you wish for when you win? I wish for my fans to live forever to accompany me. Madame Pluto pouted. But I know that's too much to ask. So I only want beautifying flower to appear more breathtaking. I am only doing this for my fans. She added the last part while pointing her finger at the camera in a cute manner. Felix almost vomited on the hood of his car after hearing her twist the wish to make it seem like she was doing it for her fans. Should I eliminate her first for ruining my mood? Felix pondered seriously while looking at the short curly-haired girl that appeared just like a doll. Never mind. Others will take care of her. He switched to other players and saw that the majority were already about to lose their shit under this heat plus this constant torture by Pluto. Marlene did not linger anymore next to her after hearing a positive response from the audience. He walked between the different shapes of cars and types to search for a unique player that would hype the game even more. Soon, he saw Felix with his hoodie on, banging his head lightly on the car's roof like a retard. It seemed like his heavy outfit under this heat started to affect his mentality. Marlene's eyes brightened a bit and rushed towards Felix. But suddenly, he stopped after seeing a tag above Felix's head that says no interviews. Tisk. Thinking yourself as a hotshot moron. Later you will beg to be interviewed by us. Marlene didn't bother with Felix anymore after seeing that tag. He merely scoffed and left to interview other players. Before long, the interview segment finished and the players were requested to enter their cars in order to prepare for the start. Yet, before they turned their engines on, some cars got their heavy modifications instantly removed, turning a giant beast into a naked rat. Felix snickered at those morons, who already lost the race before it even began. How were they going to race? When their defensive and offensive parts were removed randomly, some cars even had their entire launchers removed, leaving the owners no tears to shed. Still, they turned on their engines with watery eyes and prayed to survive the game with their lackluster modification. The audience cheered passionately after seeing the 46 cars lift up slowly until they reached 70 meters in height. Then, hovered in their places without moving an inch. Felix's luck was quite bad as he got placed right in the middle of the pack. This would hinder him greatly when he tries to break off and fly solo. Not to mention, two of his targets were placed quite near him. This would make it even worse after they focus their attacks on him during the upcoming chaos. Let's see. If you are going, keep your cocky attitude after I destroy you. Tiger Claw licked his lips as he gazed at Felix's vehicle that was in front of him. Marlene, after seeing that everyone was in their position, began the countdown while asking the audience to count with him. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Goo! The spectators threw their fists in the air while cheering thunderously for the players, who bolted as fast as possible above the red desert. Boom! Yet, before they even reached 500 meters, an adorable pink car with bunny ears got instantly devoured by multiple bloodline abilities, turning it into metal junk mixed with some blood and flesh raining from above. Sadly, Madame Pluto got eliminated first. Rest in peace. Saddened, Marlene sighed as he informed the dumbstruck male audience. No, not my girl. How could she die? We didn't even make babies yet. Ouch! Who the FCK keep slapping my neck? I will butcher you. It was about time to change my idol anyway. Madame Pluto's fans. Some did not receive the news well, while the majority switched to another beautiful female in the players and began cheering for her like nothing ever happened. Loyal fans, that was merely wishful thinking in the Supremacy games. Chapter 94 First Eliminations. That's what you get when you do your act at the wrong time and wrong place. Felix snickered, glancing at the destroyed car of Pluto from his back mirror. After all, if it was in different weather or another game, no one would have bothered with her. But to actually keep annoying them even when they were being fried alive under the scorching suns, she truly was asking for it. She should have acted modestly like other idols in the game with them, and no one would have dealt with her that heavily. Boom! Felix's car shook slightly after a bolt of lightning smashed its roof from above. It's time to focus on my condition and stop bothering with dead people. Felix immediately focused on maneuvering sideways the following lightning bolts that kept showering everyone in 10 meters radius. Haha, eat my bolts, you cocky bastard, Tiger Claw shouted. Grinning, he had his upper body outside the driver window with his hands raised high above, calling for lightning bolts to strike down on Felix's vehicle. Felix glanced at his pursuer with a mocking smile. He snapped his finger and a white mist covered his entire car, making it resemble a speeding cloud that kept leaving a long trail of poison smoke behind it. What the hell is Thai? Before Tiger Claw could even figure out what he was hit with, His eyelids dropped slowly until they were closed for good. Then, he lost his balance and fell from his vehicle into the crimson desert. Thought if his entire upper body was not outside the car, he would have only slept for 5 seconds then wake up. But sadly, he wanted to act dashing and summon the lightning bolts with animation, where he could have done it with a finger snap or just a thought. The other players immediately dodged Felix's long white mist after seeing the fate of Tiger Claw. They did not dare remain behind him anymore. Was that poison? If I recalled properly, only sleepiness aura has such an effect. Guard of Logic, who was on the right side of Felix during the start of the race, wondered out loud. Soon, he turned his wheel left, trying to put some distance from Felix. He lost his motivation to attack anymore. If Tiger Claw didn't get eliminated so fast, they would have allied together to target Felix. Yet, the F-Seeker lost before he even dealt any damage to Felix's car. Could one get any more unreliable? Trying to retreat after provoking me, Felix said with a smirk, while rolling down his left window. Then, he created one light yellow bomb and held it in his hand. If Guard of Logic saw what Felix was doing, he would have raised his window to shield himself. Too bad. The white mist was blocking everyone's vision, including his. Poof, and so he was smacked in the face unexpectedly with one yellowish bomb that was thrown by Felix using his super strength passive. It was so fast. Guard of Logic didn't even know what he was hit with before absorbing the paralyze inducement through his nose. Scared out of his wits by the sudden assault, he wanted to press the acceleration button on his dashboard to speed away from Felix. Yet, his hand was frozen on the wheel, unresponsive to his wishes and orders. It was clutching the wheels so tightly. Green veins were protruding from it. What's happening to me? Why can't I move my body? He screamed in his mind. Utterly frightened, the poor thing couldn't even express himself out loud, as the paralyze inducement affected everything, even his mouth. The only thing that was unaffected was his mentality and thought process. The most up-to-date novels are published on Lightnovel World. Calm, he soon realized that there was nothing to afraid of, as he could still activate his abilities. After all, they only needed a thought. Nothing more, nothing less. Unfortunately, his realization was quite late by a second. Bye-bye. Felix didn't waste his inducement duration as he threw 2 more acid green bombs at Guard of Logic's open window. Poof poof weedied. Not able to even close them off. Guard of Logic face was smacked by one bomb while the other hit his car's dashboard immediately after the mist made contact with his skin. It started to corrode rapidly like he was thrown into a pool filled with acid. Sadly, he could only wince in pain without the right to even scream his anguish away. His face skin, clothes that he wore, and even the car interior, were being melted. Tsk electric sparks started to break here and there inside the car. After its dashboard, the main controlling unit was fried by the acidic mist. The most up-to-date novels are published on Lightnovel World. Calm, all of this happened in the span of 2 seconds while he was still paralyzed. However, the 5 seconds duration of the inducement finally ended, freeing his body from its effects. FCK Yagu Lansrolled. The first thing that came out of his lips was an unrecognizable curse. It turned out that the acid reached even his vocal cords and ruined them as well. Whoosh, as expected, his car nosedived into the desert after having its controls completely frayed. Yet Guard of Logic wasn't even paying attention to so. His bloodshed-ruined eyes were focused only on one target. That was Felix's car as it sped away, chasing after the rest of the pack. Boom! A huge orange mushroom cloud rose behind Felix's car. Till his death, Guard of Logic didn't manage to activate a single ability. What a beautiful play by Mr. Landlord. Managing to eliminate 2 players at once. Thrilled, Marlene praised Felix with his right cheek mouth. It seemed like the left cheek mouth was for conversations while the right one was for commentary. Without getting asked to do his job, he immediately showcased the highlight of Felix's outplay on the large screen to those who were paying attention to other players. So clean he wasn't even pressured by them. Holy shit. How can he use 2 different types of poison in one ability? I believe that's the doing of legendary bloodline after all. There is a wide chasm between epic rank beasts and legendary ones. True. That could only be it. He must either have a huge background or lucky as hell to win it in the lottery. PFFFFFF lottery. I can't believe people still actually trust in those scammers. Why are you laughing, moron? Since he is hiding his identity while having a legendary bloodline, it only means he chanced upon it. I second that. What a lucky bastard. Every part of the stadium had different conversations by the audience after seeing that magnificent display of merely two abilities combined to easily get rid of two players. After the play finished rolling, Marleyan replaced it with another one. This one was displaying three players getting instantly eliminated by Mr. Absolute Vision. Astonished, the spectators watched three players' cars crash into each other due to losing their eyesight for more than 30 seconds. If they weren't grouped inside a huge pack, getting blinded or not, it wouldn't matter much, since the car was stable enough to fly in a straight line. Too bad. Mr. Absolute Vision took advantage of the chaos that was happening currently to easily egg himself some free game points. No wonder he chose that name. Who would dare see in his presence only his vision is absolute? Marleyan commentated passionately on the highlight. Meanwhile, Felix kept accelerating through the pack, dodging abilities and counterattacking whenever an opportunity presented itself. But the majority of his attacks did not end well, since he already turned off the aura that was concealing him. It was consuming his energy each second. He would be a fool to keep it active for that long. This led to his bombs getting spotted beforehand and dodged successfully. Hell, can't you leave me alone and focus on another one? Felix was quite vexed by their multiple attempts to break him down each time he passed someone. Well, he only had himself to blame, since the majority of the players were driving in twos or threes, protecting each other and attacking anyone who surpassed them. Felix, who kept accelerating, passing one by one solo, was provoking them continuously. Thus, it was only a natural outcome that he gets focused on by the majority of the alliances. Anyone who wanted to leave the pack unscratched must survive their salvo first. Let's see how my new unlocked ability fares against the slippery worm. Wobbly Web, the man with spider tattoos on his face from before, kept smiling like a devil with his black teeth. His devilish smile was understandable, as his eyes were currently on Felix's car that was ahead of him, maneuvering up and down the rain of abilities thrown at it. Shortly after, two thin tubes came out from his car headlamp positions, one at the right, the other at the left. Two long silky strings were launched from them, targeting Felix's car. Even though it was constantly on the move, it still got latched by those webs from behind. My webs can be controlled remotely by my mind. How can I miss you? Wobbly Web smirked and activated his newly obtained ability, Spiderling's Army. Go show him what true poison is. He ordered a bunch of small red spiders that were being constantly created from his hand, then dropped on the silky web. After latching on it, they started to crawl rapidly towards the end of the string that was connected to the back window of Felix's car. You should have accepted my partnership willingly without insulting me. Eager and somewhat crazed, Wobbly Web said while running his tongue on his pierced teeth. He probably thought that he looked dashing while doing so. But honestly, if the camera was on him now, the majority of the spectators would have vomited in disgust. After a couple of seconds, all of those red spiderlings made it safely to the other side. They had the size of a toe, thus it wasn't really hard for them to get access to the interior of Felix's car. Just his open windows were more than enough. Wobbly Web waited until all of them got into their position before ordering out loud, "My babies poison him to death." Chapter 95, Conserving Energy. Oh, what do we have here? It seems like landlord is in a pinch. Marleyan instantly noticed Wobbly Web's ambush and switched the camera focus from those at the lead to them. Creeped out, the crowd drew a deep breath at the sight of thousands of small red spiderlings crawling all over Felix's car and entering inside from every hole and opening they found. He is doomed. What kind of FC Ket-up ability is that? Who can defend against such an army while driving? Sigh. That legendary bloodline is truly wasted on him. That's the peak ability of Queen Harvest Spider. That's an epic rank tier 1 bloodline. I guess his luck has been totally consumed when he won that bloodline. Suddenly, their chatter quietened down a bit as they watched mouth agape. The spiderlings they were just glorifying gets engulfed in an acid green mist. Then, magically disappear after the mist was removed. Felix's car kept accelerating forward as nothing happened. Marlene, the spectators, and more, so Wobbly Webb stared at Felix's sparkling clean car with a dumbfounded expressions. Are my eyes playing a trick on me, or did I just watch an epic rank peak ability get dealt with the same way as spraying gas at Fly's brother? You are missing the point here. His aura switched to another poison like his balms. Can he do that with all of his abilities? The spectator then added with a slight tremble on his voice. And how many poisons can he switch to? Everyone near the man felt a shiver in their skin as they imagined the immense possibilities of this overpowered bloodline. That's it, I am focusing only on Landlord from now on. Let's see how many poison inducements he can use. I am with you. Count me as well. Tisk. I bet he would use at max 5 inducement like the known legendary bloodlines. Just like a domino effect. The crowd bit by bit began switching their vision from known veterans to Felix after realizing how unique his bloodline was. Some spectators knew of such an ability to switch inducements since a few legendary poison bloodlines had it as well. However, the maximum number of inducements they could use never went beyond 5. They knew that Felix's bloodline would be just the same as them. Nothing to boast about. Yet, they still switched their focus from the lead to him. They were somewhat curious about what 5 inducements he unlocked. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, Felix was laughing his ass out inside the car while watching a small cute spider on top of his hand. It was biting him viciously, trying to penetrate his skin and spew poison inside. Yet, Felix's defenses were too strong for its little fangs. Trying to poison this daddy errant, you simply asked to be slapped in the face. Felix chuckled one last time and smacked the spider away like a fly. He glanced at Wobbly's car that was speeding away from him in retreat and sneered. You lucky this was a race format. Felix ignored him and continued his acceleration to catch up. If this was a different game mode, Felix wouldn't hesitate for even a second before hunting him down in retaliation. However, this was sadly a race. And in a race, he should only have one thing in mind, and that was to reach the finish line first and foremost. Hence, he couldn't waste any more time dealing with those pests. As his rank was currently 15 from 34 players that were left, a whopping 12 players were eliminated in the very first minutes of the race. This just showed how dangerous it was to remain within the pack. Good thing, the players now somewhat spread out in the wide desert. There wasn't really a track to limit their flying space or such. One could literally go wherever he wanted. However, to reach the second area of the track, then third, and the fourth, one must always fly in a straight line and minimize any type of delay. This meant those players who spread out, going either left or right, chickened out after seeing players get eliminated constantly. Felix and the rest of the players, who kept on flying in a straight line, weren't really complaining about it. Oh, mystery box. After flying for a while solo, Felix's eyes caught the tail of 3 cars ahead of him. They were rushing towards a quite large blue box that had a question mark on it while revolving slowly on itself. They were trying to be the first to obtain it or hinder their competitors from doing so. Just because the veterans decided not to rely on those boxes, it didn't mean they would let those losers get hold of them. After all, who knows if they managed to get an ability that could turn things around. It seems the silver car is going to it. Felix observed from distance and slowed his speed a bit to not catch up to them. 3 players fighting was already a crowd. No need to add himself to the mix. Boom, scared shitless. Felix instantly closed his eyes and changed his direction reflexively after he saw a massive explosion originating from the blue box. Marlene was definitely not bullshitting us, Felix thought with cold sweat in his back. He didn't think that the bombs inside the boxes were strong enough to destroy everyone in the vicinity. Heck, if he didn't slow down, the force would have definitely cracked his front window. This scene just further reinforced his decision of not touching those mystery boxes. More like mystery scams, he murmured while dodging some alloy scrubs raining from above. The only ones who enjoyed the fireworks were Marlene, who was hyping it even further, and the spectators who paid to see exactly those brutal deaths. After 10 minutes of continuous flying, Felix finally saw the Great Canyon that had thin cracks in it. Those were actually the narrow paths they were supposed to pass through to reach the underground tunnels. Felix pushed the acceleration pedal harder and wheezed towards one of them. Hopefully, this one is in a straight line, he wished quietly while entering the crack. Unfortunately, the path turned into a crooked one with multiple turns and narrow chocks that could be entered only by flying horizontally. The path couldn't get any more messed up. FCK irked and irritated. Felix began slowing down his speed in order to weave his way in those steep turns. Each time he reached one, he would drift through them successfully. Good thing his driving skills were not too shabby, letting him have a smooth journey even inside this crooked path. Phew out of nowhere. 3 wind blades approached Felix's car from behind rapidly. Their loud sound was enough to let Felix know that he was being attacked. And smooth my ass. Talk about jinxing it. Just good? More trouble. Without even glancing at the back mirror, Felix moved sideways, managing to dodge only one blade. He noticed them quite late to maneuver all of them. Slice. The back of his car got cut up, but only slightly, leaving shallow marks behind. The car's defensive counterparts Felix used could take a beating of this degree. Tisk. No wonder this bastard didn't modify his offense too much. Inside a thin silver car that had blue clouds paintings on it, a pale handsome man with long diamond-like earrings clicked his tongue in criticism. His name tag was Wind Cloud. Whatever. No matter how hard his car defenses are, it won't survive my wind blades forever, he said, grinning. He kept summoning long wind blades from his hand and placing them above a wide curvy platform that was under his seat. That platform was connected to his car's frontal bumper. Honestly, it shouldn't be called as such, since it appeared more like a curvy open mouth. Felix had 2 medium-sized launchers, while this dude had a launcher stretching from left to right. Each player modified his car to fit their bloodline's abilities perfectly. Immediately after placing 3 blades stacking on each other, he clicked a button and they got projected swiftly from the opening towards Felix's car that was drifting stylishly. However, this time none of them managed to land on Felix's car, as it suddenly plunged down rapidly like it was pulled down by gravity. Works every time. Felix chuckled and turned the engine back on after his successful maneuver. What the FCK, that's illegal. Furious and somewhat shocked, Wind Cloud slapped his car wheel after seeing Felix's unique way of dodging. However, only he thought so. As for the crowd who were focusing their vision on Felix, they cheered and clapped their hands thunderously. They might have only focused on him due to his unique bloodline, but after spectating his driving skills, they were hooked by him. Awed and thrilled, they chanted his name while watching him dodge every wind blade thrown at him by either his drifts or spins. Nothing touched his car after the first blade. Felix kept on driving without making a single counterattack. He saw that the bastard had his car's windows closed, so the poison wouldn't affect him at all. If he wanted to use his sleepiness aura as a blinding technique, it would consume quite a lot of energy. His energy tank only had 70 left after his previous battles, so he needed to minimize his consumption as the race still had 2 more laps. Plus, each hover car had an automatic navigation system. Thus, even if he used his aura and blinded him, he could just activate automatic driving and he wouldn't have anything to worry about. Still, his speed would be reduced drastically. Felix didn't want him to leave his sight after attacking his car to such a degree. He wanted to kill the bastard right now and right here. Shortly after, the path they were driving through became straight and leading downward gradually. Oh, it seems I am about to reach the tunnels. Felix smirked. I might get rid of this pest in there. He accelerated downward at his top speed. The path was straight now. There was no need to worry about steep curves anymore. Soon, he was followed by the sliver car, sticking to him like glue whenever he went. Felix glanced at the back mirror and saw that no more blades were coming at him. Out of gas already, he sneered at this moron who wasted all of his energy for what a mere 200 game point. If he eliminated him, he was obviously either an eager newbie or a trash veteran, who still did not understand the concept of pacing his energy based on the game. Felix had 70 left and was still acting stingy with it, simply because he had no idea what was going to happen in the rest of the race. Instead of using his abilities recklessly, He would rather first use his brain and find the easiest and cheapest way possible to finish a task. Elemental energy in the games was a finite source that couldn't be replanted in the majority of the games. After a while of driving downward in this kind of stalemate, the tunnels leading to the underground appeared in Felix's eyesight. Felix's eyes brightened up immediately after seeing the tunnel's entrance that only allowed one vehicle to pass through with some difficulty. It was more like a choke than an entrance. Time to get rid of him. He grinned while creating 2 white bombs in his hand. Then, he put them each in a tube that was connected to his back row launchers. He left them inside the tubes and pushed the acceleration pedal to the limit, bolting inside the choke first. Wind Cloud, who was planning on slowing down his speed to pass the choke safely, decided to do the exact opposite after seeing Felix's car put a significant distance between them. Better luck in your next life. Felix laughed wickedly and punched the launch button with the side of his fist. Whoosh! Poof! Poof! The white bombs got launched swiftly towards the choke. One exploded exactly on the choke, while the other exploded 4 meters before it. The spectators stood from their seats in excitement at the choke that was completely blocked of sight by clouds of white mist. Even they couldn't see its exact position. Don't even mention Wind Cloud, who was speeding towards it. Nuwa mortified. Wind Cloud screamed at the top of his lung while pulling the wheel to himself, hoping to slow down his speed for even a bit. Sadly, his car still entered the white cloud, blocking his vision from the choke's exact location. Everyone knew, even himself, that his fate was decided the moment his vision was blocked. Entering the choke while seeing it in plain sight was already a difficult task. Don't even mention doing it completely blind. Boom! The silver car completely missed the choke and collided with the wall to its right. Felix drove forward with a relief smile after hearing the anticipated sound of the explosion. Another 200 GP was in the bag. Chapter 96. Destroying an alliance. Landlord did it again. Only 2 bombs to get rid of a player. This newbie keeps making a joke out of veterans. Is anyone going to stop him? Marlian automatically put the highlight on the large screen while shouting at the top of his voice. The spectators were cheering before he even commentated, as they were watching Felix live humiliate his pursuer with 1 bomb. Questions began to arise in the VIP rooms within the stadium. Whether he was even a newbie. The VIP spectators were more knowledgeable than commoners. Thus, they could see what the commoners couldn't. At this instant, the way Felix was playing was showing an experience that could only be obtained after playing a hefty sum of games. Knowing how to pace and conserve energy. Not chasing after eliminations. Not making rash decisions. The list goes on and on. All of those details were not supposed to be on an unranked player. Unranked players were supposed to be dumb, scared, nervous, and have no idea what the FCK they were doing. After all, they were participating in Supremacy games for the very first time. It was common sense that the first game and even the second were always the hardest. More than 99 of unranked newbies lost their first games. It was bound to happen to the best of the bloodliners. Even the current top-ranked players lost their first games due to the lack of experience. Yet, Felix, a supposed newbie, was literally making the veterans in the game appear like they were the newbies. This sight baffled the VIP spectators, making them switch their focus to him, planning to watch him during the entire game. Above the normal seating, in one of the VIP rooms, such a clear contrast. Wind Cloud used a total of 31 wind blades yet still didn't even damage his car, said an elderly woman with long gray hair to another elder that was sitting beside her. Indeed. Meanwhile, Landlord relied only on the exterior environment to his advantage to save energy. The other elder rubbed his golden beard slightly and added with a smile. It's clear that he is confident of his chances in emerging as the champion. How about we invite him to the clan? She asked suddenly. Well, he is a poison user and even with a legendary bloodline. He pondered while looking at Felix's car sidestepping the lava bursts from the river. Soon, he nodded his head and decided. Alright, if he managed to win the race, we will extend an invitation to join as an outer member of the clan. Well, I do believe he deserves to be an inner member. The elderly woman gave a mild smile and added, but the clan sent you to scout for talents, not me. So it's your choice. We will see that later. For now, Let's observe how he deals with those he caught up to, he said, smiling. Felix slowed his speed slightly, trying to keep his distance away from 3 hover cars in front of him. They were driving near each other in a triangle formation without fighting. Tisk. 3-member alliance. Exactly what I needed. Felix rubbed his eyebrows in irritation. He was having a tough time finding a way to deal with them perfectly without wasting his energy or taking too much damage. Especially without getting delayed any further. He didn't want to entangle himself in the fight. It was not worth it. A couple of minutes quickly passed by, and Felix merely kept observing the surroundings and the players ahead of him for any loophole to take advantage of. Suddenly, the leftmost car had its window pulled down just slightly. Smoke was coming from that opening. The player was definitely smoking a cigarette. It wasn't against the rules or anything. Felix was glad that it wasn't. His eyes glowed with delight as he finally saw the opportunity he needed. Hee. If I used that inducement, I won't need to do anything. With an evil wide grin, Felix snapped his finger and a bloodish red balm was created on top of his hand. Then, he put it at a tube connected to his front launchers and waited patiently. Fush! A sudden lava pillar rose from the river near the Alliance formation, forcing them to split apart in panic. Now Felix immediately pressed the launch button while aiming at the car with its window lowered. Whoosh! The bomb rapidly headed towards it unnoticed by anyone due to the lava pillar and its red color. It camouflaged itself neatly with the atmosphere's bright red light. Poof! Strike ecstatic. Felix celebrated with a fist pump after seeing his bomb explode near the window of the car. Although the majority of the mist was left outside of the car, still a small part made it in. Felix didn't care if 1 or 99 of mist got in. As long as the player inside the car took a whiff, he would be poisoned without resistance. Showtime. He rubbed his hands together while eyeing the assaulted car in anticipation. He even slowed down his speed to avoid their detection. He wanted nothing to mess up with his plan. That pillar scared me to death. Relieved. A chubby man wiped his sweaty forehead with his sleeve. After doing so, he hastily pressed his AP bracelet screen. Ultra Craze. Warshock, are you guys alright? He asked. I am good, Mighty Monka. I dodged successfully. A stuffy voice came from Mighty Monka's bracelet. Good. How about you, Warshock? No one responded to him. He looked at his window and found that Warshock's car was fine. So, he was quite confused about not receiving confirmation. You motherfucker, however. His confusion was soon replaced with rage after seeing 2 sides cannons suddenly pop out of Warshock's car doors. They were pointing straight at his enraged face. He quickly tried to dodge by pulling the wheel to himself, trying to uplift his car. Unfortunately, he was too near to be missed or given enough time to pull that off. Boom boom! 2 spiky golden cannonballs crashed into his car. One shattered his window and hit him right in the head, while the other penetrated his car door, easily landing on his chest. The distance between them was so close. The cannonball's penetration power was beyond massive. Mighty Monka sat unmoving with 2 spiky balls stuck on his body. His eyes were losing their luster gradually. Yet, he had only one thought in his mind even when felt that his death was approaching. Why now exactly? Why now? He knew that betraying each other was imminent, but he assumed that wouldn't happen until at least they reached the last lap. Otherwise, the entire alliance was meaningless. Too bad. He didn't know that there was a serpent stalking them all along, planning just for this moment. Warshock, you fucking retard, why did you have to ruin our alliance now after all the effort we had to go through to build our trust? Beyond livid, Ultra Craze roared with bloodshot eyes. Who could blame him though everything was going smoothly? They eliminated those who targeted them and ignored those who left them alone. The only thing they focused on was to reach the finish line first. But now everything was ruined by a single attack from Warshock. There was nowhere in hell that Ultra Craze would carry his partnership with him after seeing his other allies' fate. Wait, I swear it was not me. He attacked me first. I was simply protecting myself. Warshock did not even realize he was poisoned, as he frantically tried to defend himself. He wasn't lying though. He really saw that Mighty Monka was pointing at him with a finger, sizzling with electricity. He saw the same gesture before when Mighty Monka was dealing with a player. That player, who was assaulted by that electric finger, got paralyzed for 10 seconds straight before getting finished off by Ultra Craze's behemoth car. Terrified that he was going to be dealt with in the same manner as that player, he decided to attack first. "You bastard. I was planning to leave you, but you dare look down on my IQ like this." Ultra Craze immediately slammed his heavy fortified car against the squishy car of Warshock. Ultimately, for him to have those kinds of massive cannons installed in his car, it only signified that he gave up on installing defensive parts. His car's standard parts didn't have a chance against Ultra Craze's behemoth car. Crash Warshock's car didn't survive even the first collision as it dove down towards the river lava rapidly. He was smashed from above by Ultra Craze's car front bumper, which seemed like a flat metallic silver Hummer. FCK. FCK. FCK stop, it was really not me, scared out of his wits. Warshock kept cursing out loud while pulling the wheel to himself, trying to stabilize his car from falling any lower. Whoosh, thankfully, he managed to do so right as he reached a few meters above the lava river. Bastards, they must have allied against me without my knowledge. But why did they act now? Warshock slapped the wheel in anger and confusion over the entire situation. He was just as bewildered as Mighty Monka. However, before his thoughts started to wander, his car roof was smashed by a spherical Hummer, bending it in a weird shape. Ultra Craze stood above Warshock's car, wearing a belt that had a long chain connected to his car. He huffed through his mouth as he lifted that hammer high above his head like he was about to deliver judgment. Smash! He brought it down without a single ounce of hesitation. "This is for looking down on my IQ," he shouted while lifting his hammer again. "Stop, you will get us both killed." Frightened and shocked, Warshock removed his seat belt and lowered his body to the limit while still trying to lift his car upward. Only a few meters separated him and the lava river. Just one unlucky lava pillar popping out near him and his fate would be doomed. Unfortunately, each time he lifted his car a bit, another hammer smash ruined his efforts. "Only you will die." Moron. Ultra Craze lifted his hammer again and said in utter disgust, "It was truly the worst alliance one can ask for now. FCK off. Please don't." Warshock begged out loud. Yet the hammer didn't pause its descent for even a split second. Bang! This time the hammer connected with Warshock's head after not being able to lower himself any further. He truly got hammered to death unjustly. Why did I ally with such a noob? Irked and still livid, Ultra Craze pressed on a button in his belt and the chain rolled back, bringing him towards his car. That was on an automatic drive. SHSHSHSH. Confused, Ultra Craze lifted his head slightly after hearing a sizzling sound. Immediately after, his eyes gaped in horrification at the chain that was being corroded by an acid green mist. Before he could even comprehend what he was seeing, the chain snapped in half. "No!" he screamed while free-falling into the lava river. Plop! Plop! His hammer was the first to sink into the river, and then he followed after. Even when his body was being melted by the lava, his shrieks never stopped resounding in the area. A couple of seconds later, he quieted down forever. Till his death, he had absolutely no idea what had just happened. Nothing personal. Felix accelerated above his sizzling bones with a nonchalant expression. Not a hint of sympathy was in his eyes after he watched Ultra Craze burn to death. After all, Mercy had brought him too many betrayals and problems in his previous life. He already learned his lesson, and he would be a fool to repeat the same mistakes here again. Chapter 97. Reaching the Lava Sea. Landlord. 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 Exhilarated and feverish, the spectators chanted Felix's game name with their fists raised above their heads, flushed cheeks, and above all, standing from their seats. One bomb, one whiff. That's all it took for an alliance made of 3 players to be brought down to their knees. Such an optimal use of energy and wits made them feel like they paid to watch a high silver or gold game, instead of a bronze game that was supposed to be packed with newbies and garbage players. Even though there were some silver-ranked players, they weren't really that good, since their losses must have been more than their wins to end up in this game. Now, Felix was showing how a real peak-tier gold player acts and plays. In his previous life, he never managed to get out of gold rank, but still, that was enough to walk over those scrubs. One bomb to break down an entire alliance. He didn't even need to do anything. Marlene put a close-up on Felix's serpent-like car and said in a thrilled manner, "I bet my left mouth that the red balm was a hallucination inducement. There's no other explanation to what just happened." Marlene's guess was pinpoint, as Felix truly used a hallucination inducement. It was one of the few cost-free options. Anyone who absorbed the inducement would have his most recent worry and fear resurface in flesh. For Warshak, it was the sight of his two allies combining their strengths to kill one player within an instant. Since the moment he saw that, worry began to eat him up from inside, that he would be their next target. Hallucination inducement just made that appear in reality. The rest was history. Felix knew that individual alliances were fragile and filled with holes, especially in bronze rank where newbies still didn't know that contracts were allowed within the game. That's right. Players could sign an alliance contract, forbidding them from acting against each other until their purpose was achieved. Sometimes it would be until they kill their target successfully, while at other times, it would be until everyone died except for them. Whatever purpose or target was, the moment it was achieved, the alliances fall apart, leaving everyone to fend for themselves solo. To sum it up, if the alliance Felix just destroyed signed a contract with each other, this would have never happened. Or at least Warshak would have taken a couple of seconds to think of his decision until the inducement duration runs out. After all, breaking a contract meant that the Queen would destroy his consciousness, killing him straightway. Fascinating. Just pure skill and wits. Delighted, the elder in the VIP room clapped his hands in praise. Told you he deserves to be within the inner circle. The elderly woman chuckled while watching Felix outplay again on the highlighted large screen. Indeed, he is the whole package. Smart, ruthless, talented. He nodded in agreement. Suddenly he let out a helpless sigh. But now other clans will fight with us for him, so we need to entice him with more than just an invitation. How about we promise him with consciousness cleanse substance, she suggested. All right. I doubt others will be able to top it even further. He agreed and added, but he still needs to win the game. That's the minimum requirement to join us. She nodded and continued to watch Felix's car that was speeding almost reach the volcano's tunnels. This is a moment of fate for this game, darling. Landlord, is he going to pick the right tunnel or chooses the wrong one? Marlene completely ignored the other players after Felix's last witty display. Now the entire audience already started focusing only on Felix, and he must abide by their wishes and showcase his face on the large screen. With Felix's hoodie that only showed darkness, this added extra bonus points on Felix's entire persona. The majority of the crowd loved the mysterious vibe he was emitting, plus with his seemingly endless poison inducements. This only further enhanced that feeling. How many did he use so far? A random spectator asked. He currently used 4 unique inducements. White for sleepiness, acid green for corrosion, light yellow for paralyzes, and finally red for hallucination. I assume. The one near him answered his question while reading from a small note. I can't wait to see other ones. Sigh. Truly legendary bloodlines are on their own league. No shit. Epic rank tier 1 can be sold for 5 million. Meanwhile legendary rank can reach even 200 million for just tier 1. And even then, you can only get them from renowned auctions houses. The spectators conversed and argued with each other out loud with varied emotions: adoration, envy, greed, and indifference. The only unarguable idea was that Felix's bloodline was legendary. The mere thought that it could be above never crossed their minds. At the end of the day, legendary rank beasts were at the peak of rarity and potential without questions asked. This had been a dead debate since long ago. This was the reason Felix never cared or bothered about hiding his bloodline abilities, since even if he used tens of inducements no one would question him on it. The only thing that must be hidden no matter what was the number of abilities he owned. After all, if he used 6 active abilities while being in the bronze and silver, it signified only 2 things. Either the system was bugged and a peak 6th stage bloodliner somehow managed to sneak inside, or Felix had a way to awaken more abilities while being at the bottom of integration. That's what was going to create true chaos, as humans at the top of the pyramid would use everything they had in their possession to find his identity in the real world, or at least harass anyone who used the same abilities as he had. Before long, they would find him in real life and invite him for a cup of tea. Felix tapped on his wheel with his fingers while humming a tune softly. From time to time he glanced at the ranking and the eliminated players list that was on his car's dashboard. Oh, another one eliminated at the front. A bit surprised, he exclaimed after seeing his rank bump up to 5th while the player base got lowered from 20 to 19. Let's see who the lucky one is. He clicked on the eliminated list, and all the names who died were displayed in front of him. New mystifying beauty. How can you die before I play with you? Felix lightly punched his wheel in vexation after seeing the busty chick he groped in the hall gets eliminated. Oh well, we were not fated. His vexation was quickly replaced with focus after finally reaching the tunnels leading to the volcanoes. Lady Luck, I never begged you for anything, but please just for once show me the way. Felix prayed piously while driving through a tunnel he chose randomly. After a while, Felix's curses resounded in the tunnel. FCKU, I will never beg from you again. He huffed in anger after seeing a dead end in the one he chose. Without wasting any more time, he made a sharp turn, leaving the tunnel and drifting into the second one to his right. Thankfully, the hateful lava he saw before was not there, as only a wide mouth showing crimson sky was unveiled as soon as he stepped inside the tunnel. Felix immediately accelerated while spinning his hover car to nullify some air resistance. He didn't like using this technique as it gave him motion sickness, and he couldn't afford to have one next to other players. A few seconds later, his car rushed out of the volcano mouth into an orange cloud. It kept going up and up until it lost its momentum. Then, it dropped rapidly towards the lave sea. Gravity was pulling it down to its rightful height, which was 100 meters above the surface. Felix did not let this free drop go to waste, as he directed his car towards the red desert and accelerated even further while dropping. Boom! The sound barrier was broken, as Felix's car speed exceeded the speed of sound. But he remained composed even when he was nosediving towards the raging lava sea with that kind of speed. He squinted his eyes in focus while glancing from time to time at the meterage in his car's dashboard to see his altitude. 5,400, 4,700 m, 3,988 m, 2,680 m, 1,500 m. Now Felix bit his lip as hard as he could while pulling the wheel to himself and simultaneously pushing the brakes to the limit. His car kept trying to uplift itself to be vertical to the sea. 500 m, 300, 220, 90 m. Felix's car glided exactly 90 meters above the lava sea and zoomed with at least triple the normal speed. Felix let go of his bottom lip and gave a pleased smirk that sent the spectators wild after seeing such a risky maneuver that no one before attempted to do. Felix just kept giving and giving. There wasn't a single boring moment with him, even when he was flying alone. Well, Felix did this dangerous movement not to entertain them but to catch up to the frontrunners. And it was totally worth it. As Felix finally saw the tail of two cars in front of him. "Heh, another partnership," he grinned. "Don't mind me breaking your honeymoon." Even though he said so, he did not rush into them but kept his distance and observed silently their cars, like a predator waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Chapter 98. Brutal and vicious. It seems that both of them have everything tight shut. He drove with one hand while having the other under his chin. He frowned slightly. This is going to be a tough one. Felix knew that this time he wouldn't be able to use his hallucination balm to incite a battle between them, or any poison in that case, as the windows, the only possible entries, were closed. Is that really my only way to sneak my poison? And he pondered while examining his car interior for any loophole he could use. If he found one in his car, there was a high chance other cars would have it as well, since the majority of players focused on modifying their exterior heavily while leaving the interior standard with few tweaks here and there. He touched the holes of the launchers inside and wondered, if I took advantage of that split second where launchers open up to fire, I might be able to pull it off. Helpless, he sighed and decided to go with this risky plan. There was no other option on the table besides so. He could have just accelerated and passed them, but he would be a fool to leave this predatory position and switch to prey just to be slightly ahead. What's even worse was that he would get sandwiched by two at front and two at the back. God knows if they would ally together and get rid of him. So the only option was to eliminate those two and do so as clean as possible without entering a messy fight with them. After finalizing the plan one last time, Felix accelerated towards the rightmost car, not caring any more if they noticed him. "Miss Arctic Heart, someone is catching up to us. What's the plan?" A man, who had one extra ear at the back of his head, asked with a laid-back attitude. He noticed from his back mirror Felix's car rushing towards him. Let's do our usual pincer strategy." A beautiful mature woman with glossy icy blue lips responded in a calm manner. "The long one, or the short one?" he asked. "Let's go for the long one," she clarified. "I saw him earlier spewing white poisonous from his car, leaving a long trail. We can't go behind him if he used that." "All right. You take care of the back since he is coming after me," he ordered. "I told you to no order me around, Sonar." She refused to obey to his order. "Can you please take care of the back?" Sonar requested while scratching his third ear in irritation. "Much better." She gave a mild smile and changed her direction to the left. She then drove away from her partner. Felix laid his eyes on her car for a few seconds and ignored her. It seemed like she was going to make a wide encircling without getting seen by him. She wanted to strike when he least expected. But first, she needed to get out of his sight for a while. Planning to sandwich me, he snickered while creating 2 pistachio green bombs with a snap of a finger. Then, he put them on the 2 front launcher's tubes and left them there without firing. However, the same thing didn't apply for Sonar, as his back launcher, that appeared like a lion's mouth, fired a continuous stream of sound waves in the shape of a circle towards Felix. Woo FC King Hell. Felix reflexively dodged to the right. But still, his front glass window got cracked slightly after it got touched by the corner of the sound wave. He never expected that his prey was a sound element user. "Not bad. But for how long can you dodge?" Sonar chuckled while having 2 silver metal tubes in front of his mouth. One tube was connected to his front launcher while the other to the back launcher. Strangely, both of them resembled a lion having its jaw wide open. "Dodge this." He put his mouth on the tube connected to the back launcher and roared at the top of his voice. Roar. Multiple sound waves in the shape of a lion's jaw were projected from the launcher. Felix, who had his finger on the fire button, immediately pushed it, firing his bombs at the back launcher. He was waiting with narrowed eyes just for that moment. Although he was focusing on it, he didn't forget to dodge the approaching lion's jaws. Poof! Poof. One bomb exploded exactly near the launcher's hole while the other exploded on the back window. Sonar laughed in a mocking manner at this useless attack. But, after seeing that his assaults were also not doing well, he slapped his wheel in irritation. "Whatever. I just need to hold him until Arctic Heart pincer him." Again, he put his mouth on the metal tube and took a deep breath with his mouth. He had absolutely no idea that his launcher had just been contaminated with a pistachio green mist, or what remained of it at very least. And so, he inhaled a large whiff of the nastiest smell he had ever been exposed to in his life. Nothing came even close to what his mouth had just experienced. Immediately after tasting it and also smelling it, he recoiled away from the tube while clutching his neck tightly, holding himself from vomiting in disgust. He felt like he just ate a mixture of multiple different feces all at once. The taste just kept on assaulting his gag reflex over and over again. In the end, he couldn't handle it anymore and vomited everything out. Like a water hose. Blag. His puke was thrown all over the wheel and the frontal window of his car, blocking his vision. After seeing what he had done, he sat frozen in his place, dumbstruck about the entire situation. He had no clue how things led to this point. Yet before he could manage to regain his wits, the disgusting sight and smell of his vomit covering the interior of his car assaulted his gag reflex again. But this time, he learned his lesson. He quickly opened the window and put his head outside, puking his guts out. "You should not have done that." Felix laughed and pressed the fire button. Poof! Poof. 2 bombs exploded on Sonar's head, one light yellow and the other acid green. The usual torturous combo. It was clear he was planning for this to happen. However, he wasn't done yet, as he threw with his hand another acid bomb on the car's dashboard. It wasn't hard for Felix to catch up while flying with triple Sonar's car speed. Arg, my face is melting. Sonar didn't even bother about the interior of his car that was getting corroded, as he kept screaming his anguish in his mind. At least his harrowing experience was being shared with his car, as it kept making noises and warning sounds each time an important part was fried. SSSSSS. Marlian and the audience all drew a deep breath after seeing this horrendous sight. Just the idea of having your face getting melted while being paralyzed sent cold shivers in their back. Before, they only saw Guard of Logic's fate in a replay on the large screen, but now, they were watching everything live close to their faces. Especially the spectators who bought the omnipotent vision. They could see everything spot on, no matter how far the distance. Thus, Sonar's hideous face, akin to walking outside of a horror movie, was literally only half a meter away from them. Landlord ways of eliminating are truly ruthless and brutal. But that's what we like to see, Marlian commentated with vicious smiles planted on his cheeks. His claim was supported by the spectators who cheered and chanted Landlord's name thunderously. This was what they paid to see. Bloody and brutal fights. Not drama between players, and Felix fits exactly their favorite type of player. Was the first balms he used were new ones, both of them were green like his acid balm. A spectator asked, "Are you color blind? They are clearly light green. Not to mention its different inducement." Yeah. What the hell was that? Can smelly balms even count as poison anymore? Anything that can affect the body in a harmful way when absorbed can be called poison. So yes, that smelly balm is also poison, since it harms the body functions greatly, as you have seen. A blue goblin, wearing a black tuxedo, explained in a polite manner. Damn, I bet my fart is poisonous then. Don't flatter yourself. The blue goblin smiled and said, if it can't get a negative reaction from the brain. TCHE. TSHCHHH. Fart noises. OHFCK. What did you eat? Blarug. Blaff. Vomit noises. Run, save yourselves, my eyes are tearing up from the smell. RUN, his fart is a tear gas. Stop pushing me, I am gonna fall. The blue goblin kept trying to wiggle himself out from the crowd with a constipated expression on his face. His height didn't reach even their thighs. Thus he was getting kneed in the face constantly by the escaping crowd. No one cared about him, as their brain had only one thought, and that was to run as far as possible from a man who had an innocent look on his face and a tail attached to his back, resembling skunk tail. The FC Kerr was using a skunk bloodline and still dared to fart in the middle of the crowd. Thud, finally not able to handle getting kneed in the face by the escaping mob. The blue goblin fell right into one of the pools of vomit released in the area. Just as he tried to lift his head, he was stamped upon, making his face get planted in the vomit right back. This time some pieces got inside his mouth. Still taste better than my ex-wife cooking, he murmured to himself subconsciously as tasted them. Still, his watery eyes couldn't hide the fact that he felt wronged about the entire situation. If he knew that his explanation was going to lead to this result, he would have kept his mouth shut. Alas, he could only wipe the vomit from his aggrieved face and go look for another seat away from the humanoid catastrophe. This mini chaos that had just happened was gone unnoticed by Marlian and the rest of the spectators, as their focus was completely drawn to a battle happening way behind Felix's car. Meanwhile, Felix did not speed away after dealing with Sonar, but slowed his speed and waited for Arctic Heart to catch up. However, it never happened. Speechless, he kept glancing at his back mirror from time to time, not knowing how to react to her tardiness. Did she lose her direction, or what? He mused. After seeing that no one was chasing him even after waiting for a while, he stopped caring about her and decided to check on the current rank. What the FCK? Immediately after seeing his current rank, he exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 99. Catching up to first rank. How did I jump straight from 5th to 2nd? He tapped on the elimination list and read the newly eliminated players. Soon he found 4 added players to the list. Sonar, Arctic Heart, Holofist, and Easy Wind. Did Arctic Heart get intercepted by others? He wondered in befuddlement while glancing at his back mirror. Need to speed up. It seems like they are catching up. Without further ado, he pushed the pedal to the limit and rushed forward. He never expected that other players were already this near to his position. Well, to be fair, he was hindered on many occasions on his path, such as the fact he chose the wrong volcano's tunnel. Plus, he slowed his speed greatly during the time he was dealing with that alliance. It was only natural that players would start to catch up to him, just like he caught up to frontrunners. But still, after Sonar and Artichart death, I should be third rank. He glanced at Easywind and Hollowfist and reasoned. It seems a fight happened between the first and second. He grinned. I bet Easywind was the one who died ahead of me. He figured, so from the way Easywind didn't partner with anyone in the game hall. So he must have fought and lost his battle. Hopefully, he did some substantial damage to the first ranker. 2 hours into the race, Wobbly Webb is done for he really should not have provoked an alliance. Marlian commentated on Wobbly Webb's car that was being pounded by different abilities in the middle of 4 cars. Even in such a hopeless situation, Wobbly Webb was trying his best to free himself from their encirclement. However, his silk element abilities were not helping him that much. Every time he threw his webs connecting to a car, they get immediately either sliced by wind or engulfed in flames. The players were playing like a solid team, using their abilities to help each other out. Their cooperation was making Wobbly Webb's life hell and car into almost resembling a pile of junk. Bam! Boom in the end. His car exploded once, and for all after its engine got blasted by 3 spears made of flames. Sigh. He could have played it smarter, but he was too anxious to pass them. A spectator shook his head at this sight. Can you blame him? This is the last lap already. If not now, then when? That's not an excuse to throw your life like that. He could have obtained a mystery box first, then attacked them. Or simply don't do it and give up on the race. Fucking moron. Even Landlord is struggling to catch up to first ranker. Don't even mention him. True. I am watching him right now. He is still quite distant from absolute vision. If he kept at this pace, he is doomed. The audience switched their vision to Felix, wanting to recheck on him. Since the moment he began flying solo without a single soul in front of him or behind him, everyone lost interest and focused on other battles happening at the back. The current 4 players alliance that just eliminated Wobbly Webb were their favorites to watch. At least 7 players were killed by them only. Meanwhile, Felix began to feel a little bit anxious after not seeing the tail of first ranker even after driving for a couple of hours. Where did this FC car go? This is the last lap, and I still didn't even glimpse at his shadow. Felix clutched the wheel tightly while driving recklessly through the underground. He almost got hit a couple of times by some lava pillars with the way he was driving, but he didn't slow down even a bit, as he couldn't afford to anymore. After a while, he reached the tunnels leading to the volcano's mouths and chose one randomly while holding his breath. Thank God, Felix sighed in relief after seeing the beautiful crimson sky. Then he did the same technique as before to get a better thrust during his climbing. Woosh's car rushed through the volcano's mouth spinning like a bullet. However, this time Felix didn't stop spinning as he decided to keep doing it, to push the freefall momentum even further. He wanted to obtain the best possible speed burst when his car glides vertically above the lava sea. And so, under the dumbfounded eyes of Marlian and the spectators, both on live stream and the stadiums, Felix's car span as it dropped like it was drilling the air itself. Boom! The sound barrier was broken even faster than before. But this time, Felix cannot rely on the meterage to see his altitude as he closed his eyes to reduce the motion sickness that would follow after he glides. He was completely relying on his instincts to pull this off. 6,800 m, 5,870, 4,500, 3,300 m. Pull. Now the audience yelled out loud with hands in front of their mouths. Yet, their voices went hoarse and Felix still didn't touch his spinning wheel at all. 2,900 m. 1,403 m. Pull already. God damn it, Marlian shouted as well with the audience. He didn't want Felix to die anticlimactic death like this. But, during a fight for the championship, as that would be an epic ending for the game. Now Felix's closed eyes suddenly snapped open, as he clutched the steering wheel tightly to stop the spinning. Thankfully, that was easy for him due to his super strength. Immediately after stopping the car's spinning, he pulled the wheel towards him while simultaneously pushing the brake pedal to the limit. His calm eyes kept staring at the sea of lava that was merely a couple of 100 meters away from him, akin to staring right in the Grim Reaper's eyes. Nevertheless, That didn't faze him at all, as he kept murmuring gently, "Come on, girl. You can do it. Do it USLT scared shitless." He roared one last time as his car whizzed vertically a few meters above the sea. He wanted to keep his calm and composed image through the end, but the lava sea was so close he almost peed his pants. That was truly a close shave. He actually pulled off Marlian, and the spectators completely went bonkers after seeing Felix's car flying with unprecedented speed towards absolute vision, who had no idea that a predator was catching up to him rapidly. "Holy, that was a stressful experience," a man said while wiping his sweaty forehead with his sleeve. "My heart was about to leap out of my chest." "Touch it," a cute female said absent-mindedly next to him. "Sister, are you sure about it?" he asked. "FCK. If you don't want to, let others do it." Another man jumped inside their conversation. "Go to the side," she asked me. "FCK off, you already wasted your chance." "Can't I ask for permission like gentlemen?" The other spectators near those two pulled them away from each other. They were truly on the verge of ripping each other throats. It was clear that they wanted to vent the stress that Felix's dangerous maneuver put them through. Meanwhile, Felix rubbed his temples gently after a massive headache assaulted him immediately as he relaxed. Even so, a wide grin was on his face as he stared at the tail of Absolute Vision's car. "Let's see if luck is going to help you this time." Felix truly believed that the only reason why Absolute Vision was in the first rank was because of his luck. After all, his car placement was at the front row during the starting zone, plus with his wide AoE blindness, he managed to break out of the pack easily. When they were still grouped in a pack, Felix saw a pitch-black domain that spanned 40 meters, put everyone near his car in utter darkness. Some cars escaped outside the domain safely while others weren't so lucky. Those 3 players from before were the ones who died in it. Meanwhile, Felix had eliminated a whopping 7 players while still being in the worst possible placement, not mentioning the 2 times he failed to find the exit tunnel during his first and second lap. So in comparison, Absolute Vision's racing was honestly a smooth journey, but that would soon change, as the serpent had caught up to him, and it's hungry for his blood after everything it had gone through to catch up. How did someone catch up to me?" Absolute Vision didn't even turn his head or glance at the mirror to see Felix's car approaching him with 5 times his current speed. "And what the hell is that speed? He must be cheating." He immediately called for the Queen AI to report him. "Queen, I found a cheater," he said. "ID name?" she asked. "Don't know, but his SG tag is Landlord," he replied. A second later, she responded monotonously. "No signs of cheating has been found. Please don't make false reports anymore. Otherwise, your account will be blocked for 15 days. This is your first warning." Absolute Vision neither had guts nor the time to lash at her, as Felix had almost reached him, so he focused on dealing with him first, then questioned Marlian later over that abnormal speed. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.